I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Me up, play me like a bass guitar. Simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drumming round in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding.
Good morning. Happy Wednesdays. Wow. I'm not usually live on Wednesdays. What a weird feeling. But we are back for more Age of Empires 4. That's right. No Stormgate today. I would have loved to have done some, actually, in prep for the weekend. But the patch they dropped made it impossible to watch the tournament games. Bit of a whoopsie there from the devs. Seems in hindsight they realized it was a little bit of a whoopsie though, so they're going to keep an eye on that in the future, which is good. But don't worry, we've got tournament gameplay here. In about an hour, we are actually going to have a show match between Core and Matisse. Best of 5, winner will take 70% of the prize pool, $100 on the line. Shout out to Andy for providing that. But before we get to that, I thought we'd actually start the stream earlier, cast a few pub games, as I saw some interesting games happened yesterday. Notably, we're going to start Beastie and Kiljardi, and afterwards, a dirty little crackety has something to show us. He knows what he done. But I think we will kick right into this one ASAP, because we have limited time. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. The kid is back on the grind. But can he be a beast? Let's find out. This is Jeanne d'Arc versus Abassus. Now, by that standard, this is pretty cut and dry, right? I mean, Beastie, a very talented player, not going to get pushed around easily. Jeanne d'Arc, admittedly, a Civ that has some nerfs, but I think most people still rate it a lot higher than the Abbasids. The thing that makes this interesting, folks, is it's Voldemar on the Abbasids. This guy is incredibly talented on both Abbasids and Chinese, and although he's been looking a bit rusty recently, these two Civs have at least been fairly consistent, at least in the early mid-game. And I think the early mid-game is what matters here, especially against Jeanne d'Arc. What I'm curious to see is whether the solution to Jeanne has changed at all. We've seen a few players try to aggro Jeanne. It doesn't work well as the Abbasids. The alternative play is basically to do what the Iabids do and fast castle. Let's see which way Voldemar wants to go on this. Military wing opening. Doesn't really reveal that it's not going to be... I'm kidding. It reveals everything, right? Culture wing was the thing we were looking for here. So this is actually going to be a fighty build. This is interesting. I think a lot of players have been playing it safer against Jeanne d'Arc and opting for culture wing to get a fast castle timing. Basically not giving any XP opportunities across the tool. But in this case, Voldemar, one of the most, I'd say, experienced Abbasid players of the last few months, right? The amount of games he puts in for sure, has something else in mind. It's going to be melee wing and a TC to boot. And there's already a juicy, very cozy position behind his base on the Deer and Berries. Other side of this, it is going to be Beastie just walking up into Feudal Age with Jeanne on her own, which means she will immediately be ready to pump and go once Feudal Age hits into level 2. In this matchup, you want to be going Woman at Arms. I'd be very surprised if this is going to be a Hunter form. If it's a Hunter form, I think you've actually got trouble there because the Abbasids are actually going to have better units to deal with that Hunter form, having archers of their own. Military wing is done, though. Army's on the way. This is one of the weaknesses, by the way, of delaying your tech up. We're going to slow this down in a second because we just want to get past that first few minutes. As we know, not much really happens in the first 3 minutes of Age of Empires 4, unless you're watching a Don Hardy replay. But now that we hit the tech up, it looks like because a second villager was used there, Beastie is actually not ready to get level 2 yet. So instead, he's going to have to rely on the Knights. This is unfortunate, though, because it means you're relying on Knights when you're up against double spear here. The spears plus archers are already reaching over to the eco line. Gold is looking to get idled out here. Jeanne on her way out a little bit early, but not too late to contest this. Woman at Arms form is going to come in, and that should be the chase away. So now, the only thing that really Voldemar can do here is try to start a step back, split the archers up, and slowly whittle away at Jeanne, because the reality of this is if you split up too much, you're going to get raided by the Knight. But if you hang around a bit too tight, those cleaves are going to absolutely destroy you. Already seeing a lot of damage come in that regard. So second TC's actually gone down the south side in the end, and it's going to be a rush up here. Voldemar pulling 16 villages to get this up. Spim in the meantime at least going to keep the Knight away on this pursuit. It's really important that you don't feed over these troopers. Spearman trying to start a step along, but the Archer is going to go down. Knight pretty low, so at this stage, although you've given over 8 XP, there shouldn't really be much more going here, and it's been a long enough delay. This town center is most definitely going to go up. It's just a case of whether one villager goes down for it. BC actually needs to pull back. This Knight will die. Yeah, and he realizes it. Unfortunately for him, he got a little bit too close there, so the garrison is going to come in. Some arrow fire is going to be done. Luckily, gets out just before the second flurry. Now, it's at least going to secure some resources here for Voldemar, but you know, this isn't really a game where you're necessarily safe yet, right? Like, you went for the military wing play. I would argue it didn't do much, but you have to think in kind of the microscopic details here. That pressure distracted Jeanne and then also distracted the Knight. The Knight that would have arrived at this TC 10 to 12 seconds earlier if it wasn't for that fight. Sounds like not a lot, but if you consider when the Knight arrived and when the TC was going up, it was the world to Voldemar there. So military wing, although it looks really weird, actually still was worth it. It's the same reason why so many Abbasid players go for this military wing. Go military wing, you basically guarantee that you're allowed to even reach this second town center. If you went for eco wing, this game would already feel over. He wouldn't be able to get at the base, he'd have to go for some condensed TC approach, and he wouldn't be able to claw a resource very effectively. Maybe be able to secure the berries, but even that would feel like a stretch considering the range. Meanwhile, on the other side, this Beastie, now playing on the flanks, is going to be moving out to the ball with the villagers already on the way. No second TC in this game, mind you, which means that he is somewhat on the clock to apply pressure. He has gone for beneficial resources, and that's a detail I love here, right? Like, when you're playing Jeanne in this matchup, you should be playing the flanks. You should be going deer, boar, basically getting everything good. The problem is on the other side of this, the Abbasids with that increased gathering rate off of berries actually do compete with you. Actually, they match the rate of boar. The funny thing is, with the amount of resources in this area, what is normally a 1,500 resource opportunity gets much better with this Civ. It becomes 2,100 resources. So essentially, this one berry patch competes with the boar play for Beastie. Another thing to remember is this is not Ibis, this is Abbasids, right? So he has got the fresh foodstuffs, which means he's not even paying that much for the villagers. Knights are going to ride around the short wall. Spearmen are ready to guard the gap there, so Beastie will have to back away. Just taking some chip damage as he goes. Yeah, I think right now, like, Beastie needs a kind of strong point hold on the left side here. Unfortunately, now the opportunity to raid right side is very limited. The double wall up over here, plus the fact you've got double racks and archery range, means trying to get in these little choke points where there's going to be a few spears holding feels almost impossible to do in an efficient fashion. And anything but efficient is not going to be good enough here, considering that Beastie has gone 1 TC all in his approach, right? So if he throws away 2-3 knights very carelessly, the game already starts to pull away from him, especially considering that his opponent is now already 5 villages ahead. Love this wall as well. The thing that's happening here is Voldemar is just making it so he can essentially patrol between the stone and the wood line and guard everything he needs to do right now. It's very frustrating for Beastie, who's gone into these knights and nothing else. Like, he's literally just one pumping knights. Although maybe the timing was good there. Villager... What? Alright, boy's got some range on that lance. Found a little gap in the palisades, I guess. I can't believe that actually connected on the second lance charge there, but Villager does go down. So at least keeps the opening temporarily. And now an outpost play coming in. This is very different to what I would expect from Jean in this type of game. I'm not really sure what the extra value is he gets in this either. What an odd one. I'm trying to rack my brain on what like the relativity of this choice is. Like, why does he want this? I mean, there's no resources here, right? So he's not blocking any eco. It at least lets him see any rotations out the base. Unfortunately, bad news, Beastie. Your worst nightmare. When you don't go archers, do you know what that means for the Abbasids? That means camel archers. An expensive unit, but an effective one here. All of a sudden, pretty much the entirety of Beastie's army just took a 20% haircut to their damage output. Means you can't really fight, you can't really dive. If you try to go after the villagers, it wouldn't even look that good anymore. And now, Voldemar, considering how safe he is at home, he starts to move out, moves onto the berries while he's pushing this away. Beastie, I think the issue now is you need to split off into about 3 or 4 different groups and look for raids. Very micro-intensive stuff, but it's really the only way it's going to work. Also, these camel archers can easily snipe out Jean, remember. They have good base damage, good movement speed. Divine Restoration is going to come out. Has to turn around for the fight. The camel archers target her down. Jean is going to fall. Gets a little bit of XP, but the price here is high. Down to 8 knights, and with Divine Restoration used, the health bars already look like that. This is not looking good for Beastie right now. And I think he knows it. He's trying to go for a tech up. So Castle Age is going to be on the way, but now, because you lost a fight like that, and you threw away a lot of knights, Voldemar might be able to contest you. So already going to look to take out the outpost. Knights are going to have to fight against this, because remember, there's 5 knights inside here. Jean's on the way. Spearmen are going to split up a little bit. Good micro there again to try and minimize the clump up against Jean. Knights now going in for the charge. Love the line formation. Just baiting more knights in for the brace. Turns around for the stab. Cleaver's going to come through, but damage being done. Those knights are at death's door. Well, the problem with that is he's going for Royal Institute in a game where they don't really have much health to play with anymore. He will eventually get it via the Divine Restoration, but that's still 60 seconds off. And while that's happening, look what Voldemar done. He secured the flanks. He has access to the deer, to the berries. There's an extra berries behind this, very accessible. And, well, the other thing is, although Beastie is sustaining himself with these boars, he's going to run out of food first on these flanks. So even though he's getting this tech up, he won't necessarily have the food to keep pumping knights at a non-stop pace. Voldy going into more camels. I mean, this is very interesting, actually. Like, being up against Royal Institute can be quite threatening with Cantled Saddles and Royal Bloodlines, but I actually think that the idea of camels here with the Abbasid Phalanx is a pretty good solution. It's a very effective solution, actually. Just kind of offsets a lot of what your opponent can do. Yeah, one thing that does have me a bit worried now for Beastie is because he's gone Royal Institute, this is the GUA build, right? I think I've been seeing him do it the most. It's literally just going to be Knights. And, you know, I get it. It's looked very strong. The downside, however, is against this particular Civ, you are playing into every strength they have. Spearmen with more health. Camels with debuff. And now the ball has also been found. Villagers go down. Knights commit in. There's no Royal Bloodlines yet. What? Oh my god. I'm not sure about this one, BC. He didn't even get the elites there. That's the Veritas, rather. He does get level 3 Jean, but the price was high here. Oh my god. So you got to ask the question now, folks. What's more value? Is it the 20 eco lead of the Abbasids? Or is it level 3 Jean? Because I know we believe in level 3 Jean and the power of her, but in this matchup with the Camel on ease and the Mass Spears, I can't back this horse to win the race. Beastie needs a transition, man. He actually needed it yesterday, it feels like, in this type of game. I mean, it's taking so long to get where he needs to be. He's gone for the pull of the champions, but the problem here is with the Camel Archers, you can easily just target these down. Does trap himself in, though. Voldemar, not the best at micro. He at least keeps one of the Camels alive, though, so the unease is going to be effective here. Knights being whittled down to barely any remaining. Only 3 behind this after this final one's going to fall. Camel Archer. Great micro. I mean, this is the weird thing, right? I think Beastie is out-microing Voldemar in these type of fights. But the issue that I'm seeing is that behind this, he has unlimited spears. And you may have some champions, yes. You only have 3. You can't summon them again for a very long time. Still 200 seconds until it's off cooldown. So, Beastie's got to be leaning towards the idea of Mecha Jean, right? Like, he knows what he's doing here. He's meat grinding. The only way this makes any sense is if he's trying to reach level 4. It's a long way away, though. And Spearmen aren't exactly expensive units. They don't get much in the way of XP for this trade. Beastie barely gets away with Jean's life there. That's important as well. Look at his gold. He wouldn't be able to afford a rebuy there. Now, Eco Wing on the way. Love the way that this map has been carved up as well by Voldemar. He essentially just has quarter after quarter as he moves out. Means there's no opportunity to raid as well, because the other unfortunate reality of going Mass Knights like this, they're terrible burners. The torch damage they do isn't that great. Look, they are a Castle Age unit, they do 16. For reference, a Feudal Age unit on the other side is doing 13. That's the absurdity of this choice, right? Whenever you see people going into Mass Knights, Wolves is actually the appropriate counter, because they don't have a quick way of breaking through them. I mean, what's he going to do? Start torching this down? The amount of time it would take him just wouldn't be worth the effort here, right? It'd be better to just kind of threaten elsewhere on the map, but unfortunately for him, there is nowhere to threaten right now. Voldemar now setting up a second layer of wall here, just to guarantee there's no breakthrough. Behind this, Beastie is not swapping at all. A little bit surprised as well, considering he knows he's going to be up against Castle Age soon. I would have thought Arbor of the Trio would make a lot of sense here, especially with the Royal Institute for the crossbow stirrups. Yes, you're going to be up against Mass Spears, you don't get bonus damage there, but you keep your opponent away from heavily armored units. And the other cool thing about Arbor of the Trio is with Gambeson's tech, they have so much effective HP versus Spears. These layers of wolves. Oh, Beastie's not having fun in this game right now, that's for sure. Dude, I love the changes so that we can actually link onto gold lines. I thank the stars that Relic decided to do that. Looks like the villager is going to go down, but at the end of the day, he did complete his task. Another wall goes up, and look at the eco lead now. It's a 30 up for Voldy. I'm struggling to see the way. The Deer is at least going to be idled out temporarily, but the upgrade comes in. Fertile Crescent's been researched now, and the interesting thing is, although it's been denied away from Deer, at this stage, really all Voldemar needs is wood. Because he's going to have the Eco Wing upgrades, Fertile Crescent is going to allow him to very comfortably move into farms now, while Beastie is still on borrowed time here with his food, right? He will eventually have to make that choice to go into a farm transition. He doesn't have the extra wood to enable it either. And considering he's pumping non-stop Knights, he's not going to get much bang for buck out of that food mass, right? Not in fights like this against Mass Spears. Spears that are now also having crossbows added in. We're also seeing Camel Riders come out, which is quite creative there, actually. It's just the same logic as the Camel Archer, but it's more effective here. Meantime, Beastie will at least make off with the Relic. So that's how he's trying to inflate his eco, but right now this is getting a bit scary. Jean barely gets away from that in time. Army is going to be chased out, but he has got the Relic. So we could be looking at a 5 Relic game for Beastie, but we are still also staring down the barrel of a 30-plus eco lead for the Abbasids. This is kind of scary, especially considering it's the eco wing. We haven't even got into the possibility of agriculture yet. Once these farms stop pumping, it's never going to stop. So, although this is a good step one, Beastie needs to take something else from Voldemar. Not just a relic. He needs to take some sort of value off the map that Voldy's looking towards. This could be a good start. Knights riding in, but the villagers... wait, guys. Guys. Okay, come on. Luckily, Beastie didn't get the charge out there, but looks like a few of the villagers are going to get trapped. Oh, that was so unnecessary. Oh, you can tell he's panicking. I mean, when you see Knight Raids in the back of your base and you're Spearman on the other side of the map, it makes sense, right? But now, with the Spearman getting back to defend, those 5 Knights are going to be going down. And reminder, folks, that is half of Beastie's effective army right now. Tries to get out, but that choke point is going to trap him in. Nicely timed by Voldemar, just about gets us around here. All of a sudden, you've gone from 11 Knights down to just 6 in this game. Relic count is going up to 5, so like, you know, Beastie, credit to him. We've got to add in like an extra 10, 12 villages worth there. That's only fair. But then you have to remember on the other side of this, the Abbasids, they have got the Golden Age, kicking up their gathering rate. They have now got farms coming in, which are cheaper, and eventually they're going to get into agriculture as well. Once we're about like 25 farms, that's when Voldemar's eco is going to ramp up like crazy. So what is Beastie's strategy here? Is he trying to go Imperial Age? There's no way. He is. He's genuinely trying to go Red Palace. Oh my god, what? You can't be serious right now. I mean, maybe if this was a Guildhall play, even that would be a stretch at this point in the game with how the tech up came, but the Rule Institute play, I mean, a lot of the value you were going to get out of that tech up has already been taken. And the timing could not be worse for Beastie. Look at this. He's trying to back up. He's giving way to Voldemar. He's assuming that Voldy's just going to slow down and decap the Sacred Sites, but no. That would be the detail that would lose him the game. If he went off those Sacred Sites, Beastie would have Imperial Age. Instead, it's a dive of the main. Villagers running for safety, but they're not going to find it here. Body blocks in from the spears. Nice formation there. Voldemar just blocking off practically all the villagers from getting back. Now he can move south side. Stone has been gathered. Beastie, I don't know where you build this. I don't know how it protects you in this game. He's going to have to take the clash. Spearman, get in on it. Stabbing him down. Knights only lasting this long because the champions did delay the attack onto the cavalry. But now that he's in, the army's been wiped. And Beastie may have what he needs for Imperial Age, but he doesn't have what he needs to stay in this game. He's rushing the Red Pass on the north side. Camels have arrived, though. Is he even going to get it up is what I'm wondering here. The villagers have shifted across, so it looks like the construction has begun. But, folks, the damage is already done here. Voldemar, he may not have got the kill on John. He may not have killed every single eco here, but he's 50 ahead now. The Red Palace is yet to be complete. Voldy moving up. He sees it. This is it. That's GG. Beastie, he hasn't got enough time here. And John hasn't got enough health to tank this all. Camel Riders move in. Spearman with the Phalanx also dive in on this. There's no textiles on these villagers. It only just came through, but it came too late. Beastie will not get the landmark to save his game. Abbasids underpowered. Just give them to Voldemar. We'll show you what you need to do. The final pull. Beastie, he's going to go for it. But it doesn't matter. It's too late. GG gets called. Everyone's worried about the Abbasids, but, you know, I'm kind of worried about Voldemar. Nah, dude. That was, like, even if it went up, he would have been so many villages behind, it would have been pointless. Dude, sick timing there, actually, by Voldy. Sick read. What do I call that one? Fast Imperial Jean? What? Nani? Abbasids actually counter something. There we go. I don't know, maybe that kind of gives the game away a little bit, but... Bastards do actually count as something. Big pog. Okay, so we have got just over half an hour until the show match series begins. So cool game to open up on. What did I have my title set up that was wrong there, Crackety? Because I noticed you updated the title. Had I put something different there? Oops. If so, thank you, buddy. So, what we're going to do now, we're actually going to cast a Crackety here game. Oh, wait. We can't. Crackety data hidden. I think we can do Moldedy here's account, so we can see his game versus Vortex at least. Satsuki new mirror. I guess we watch it. Sure. So let me pull that game up now. Ah, yes. Famous Indonesian Age of Empires 4-player, Crackety. I wonder who wins if Crackety suggested it. I know, right? Yeah, you guys... Okay, I'm just going to be bluntly honest. You guys are shit at suggesting good games. You only suggest your wins. That's not the That doesn't just define good games. That defines very obvious. You always suggest good games? I feel like the last 4 games plus, at least, that you've suggested have been games that you've you've won, rather. For example, Core, you didn't come in and suggest your very interesting game versus Vortex yesterday. Why not? I thought that game was very good. Your Mangonel bait was very interesting. Was versus Lash? No, it wasn't. It was versus Killjadi. Look, you got the DMs. Some players most definitely do just give me the wins. You didn't do it. Ooh, maybe considering it. But then I was like, because we're now going to do a show match today, maybe we don't... Not too much core action in one go. Yeah, I know. Well, in fairness, you sent follow-up messages where you're like, oh, yeah, I wall off 5 villages, but that's kind of it. But, like, no, legit, I don't know why you didn't suggest the Vortex game. I thought the Vortex game was very entertaining. Anyone else who was here yesterday when we watched the Core versus Vortex Malian, Mongol versus Malian game? I thought that was very interesting between the two of you. That was a cool game. Voldy Abba beat JD? Yeah, dude. Turns out Fast Imperial Jeanne d'Arc may not be all it's cut out to be. Alright, should we do the Crackety versus Vortex game? What? It's a Juji mirror. I think any of your games interesting. I felt like there was some points where it was close. Like in that game, from what I was seeing, I think like the problem, like I like the idea of your double Mangonel bait, but it's like the problem is you just basically, I think if you fake pump one Mango and force him to come out as nice in that game. But I think I was saying at the time, the fact that you double pump Mango, literally, like a player like Vortex is going to look at that and go, why are you not using 1,200 resources to fight me? You know what I mean? All right, shall we get ready for another game though? Oh, God, I don't... Like, some things should not see the internet. Some things should actually remain hidden, but apparently this game is public, and we're doing it. It's Vortex versus Crackety. In the Juji mirror. God, okay, I got the word out there. God. Bear with me, though, folks, because for all the hate we give Juji... All the volatility and the disgust of watching this Civ, I want you all to remember something. By the end of this game, Juji will have lost. And that's all that matters to me. Vortex versus Crackety, though. Crackety's been doing some dirty stuff on the ladder at the moment. And I'm wondering if we're going to see more of it. We actually saw a little preview of the type of things he likes to do up against Corvinus on forts. I believe we cast it here on this channel several days ago, and I know that Drongo also uploaded a video for it. So pretty much everyone has highlighted the filthiness that can come out. That game was eclipsed by the filthiness of throwing torches while garrisoning a TC. I got a feeling this one is going to be dirty for a different reason. We're going to hit the 2-time speeder because right now, at this early game, it is Yuji versus Yuji. If you really want to watch villagers just gather from a carcass, you can watch literally any stream for that. But we want to get you to the juicy action. Looking at the spawn, this is pretty sexy, actually, if you want to multi-TC if you're playing as Vortex. But unfortunately, this is the type of matchup where you don't really easily get to go multi-TC. Because your opponent has a different idea in mind. Especially with a corner spawn like that. Are you kidding me? Wood, food, and gold. I wonder what Crackety would build with these 3 resources. Can anyone think of a very effective unit that the Juji might have access to that they could use all these 3 resources to build? I think we know where this goes, folks. Yeah, the reason why Juji Legacy mirrors are kind of less than desirable to watch, shall we go for as a diplomatic term, is because basically they turn into Chuginu spams. A lot of Chuginu spams. And I've got a feeling that both these players are fully aware of that. So don't be surprised if everyone's going to Peppa Pig each other. Vortex? Wait, is he going? No. I don't think he rushes Fast Castle here, right? Is he legit going to try to Fast Castle out of this? I mean, the food and gold being held, no wood being... Oh my god, he's going Fast Castle. But Crackety's not doing the same, folks. Crackety was gathering wood, and look what he's doing. He drops the archery range. Now, this is an interesting build that's been discovered. I say discovered as if people didn't know about Chuginu before, but how efficient it is with the Juji. The interesting thing about the Juji is they don't have to build both landmarks to get Chuginu. They only need to tech up. They have it in the archery range by default. If you go Meditation Garden, all of a sudden you have extra Chuginu per minute at the very beginning of the game. The ramp-up timing for this is actually quite disgusting, even more so if you end up supervising. Funnily enough, Crackety has chosen not to do that. Instead, he's just optimized for going with inflation on wood and food and taxation between. To be fair here, I don't think this is 100% necessary. I think you could actually probably just get away with supervising the initial archery range, but he clearly wants to prioritize getting the Steeled Arrow upgrade instead, which is why he's running around with the Taxman. Shuginu on the way, though, folks, and the tech up's been committed to. Oh, boy. I mean, it's Shaolin Monastery, but here's the thing, and this is always what makes Chuginu so broken. You can harden your body as a Shaolin monk, but you move incredibly slow, so the Chuginu can somewhat kite you. And they're going to do 3 times more damage than Archer would to you here. This is disgusting. Gold has already been denied out, and that means you basically have 1 taxman to try and tax to get whatever you want outside of Shaolin Monk. So this is now looking like a game where Vortex can only build monks. And that's a Monk S. Because those guys cost 200 food each. And look where his berries and sheep are, folks. Guess what? Crackety can deny that as well. And if he denies that, Vortex has no food at all. Stables has been dropped. He can get Horseman, but that's about as good as it's going to get here, right? Like, you're not going to be able to get gold non-stop in this type of game. So going for Lancers... oh my god, he's actually going for a Lancer. Are you kidding me? You're getting shredded. All right. I mean, I guess in some ways it makes sense in that it would cost 250 gold, right? I think that's the logic that he's going for here. But that makes it even worse. Food has now been idled out. He at least does draw over 3 sheep before being pulled off of it. But now it's onto mass wood. And the only thing I really want to see here is actually Chuginu your own, but I don't think that's what we're getting. Speaking of those Chuginu. Lancer. Sometimes being a micro god can be a downside there, actually. Like, Crackety! Oh, you cheeky son of a gun! He noticed that Vortex keeps targeting down 1 Chuginu at a time, so he keeps running around the bushes so that the Lancer gets idled out. That was very crafty. Now, this initial group are going to get cut down, but more of these Chuginu are on the way. 1 Lancer is a nice beginning, but Vortex, even though this guy pays for himself and then some, you need more. You need an outpost, and you need it right now. Second wave for Chuginu are in. He hardened body very early there. Even with... okay, that's kind of absurd, right? Even with Body of Iron... 7 Chuginu do this to a Castle Age Shaolin Monk. Luckily, you have got the heal, right? So now that you back away, it's all Gucci. And it looks like he is going to be moving out for the relics. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it is literally still just 1 archery range. Why? Because he needs wood. For a ram. For God's sake. Oh, I already know what he's going to do, and I actually hate him. So people have gotten really good at clown carring, because if you set your troops inside a ram to a keybind, to a control group, you can very easily just micro them in and out like that, instantly, without slowing down the ram. It's insanely powerful right now. Watch what it's going to do. Lancers arrive, Chuganu come out, they start to shoot down. Looks like he's going to have to back away because it's double Lancer, but the health on these guys is not great right now. So Ram is going to survive this. In fact, he's even baiting some fire onto it. Lancer barely gets away, but it's now still a Clown Car strat with 9 in the Ram. And you have to come back in, and you're going to lose 1 Lancer straight away. Crackety. There you go. Gets the first kill. Ram hitting onto the mill. I love this. There's not much wood, at least from his perspective, that can be placed here, right? We know there's plenty in reserve right now for Vortex, but it means it's going to idle him out for longer on the food if he tries to come back for this area. Meanwhile, second group of Chuganu have got another Ram. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. He moves in. Garrison comes into the outpost, but guess what, guys? It's Clown Car Strat 1 and Clown Car Strat 2. There's more Chuganu here than the other one. This is actually a worse target right now for Vortex. Heavy damage on the Lancer. Second flurry comes out, and that means he's basically 1 punch from death. The other side of this, Outpost is about to fall, and that means Village is going to be in trouble here. He needs to actually burn this. Oh, man. This is bad. Chuganu come out. It's a massacre on the berries. Vortex doesn't even notice because he's distracted by the left side here. Chuganu sniping out more villagers. What the f... I can't, dude, right? Like, this is over a 10 eco lead right now. Crackety may be an entire age behind, but the Chuganu have paid for themselves in this game. Food has been denied this entire time. Ram is now trying to dent into the village. It's actually going to get it? No. No. Are you kidding me? 1 HP? Okay, so village is now on fire. That is a 13 eco lead right now for Crackety. New wave of Chuganu is on the way. Oh, you're just disgusting, man. Of course he recommended this game. Of course. Village goes down. 1 relic returned home so far. Second one on the way, but more Chuganu are coming. Oh, he's going to build more Rams, isn't he? It's only Rams. Yep, 2 Rams this time. Okay, how does Crackety now lose this? Because this is looking very cozy right now. He has 50% more villagers. And although he's not ready to tech up himself, because of how food-starved and gold-starved and back and forth, starved this, starved that, the Vortex has been, doesn't really have a Castle Age army that's scary here. He's about to go up to freelancers with 1 Shallow Monk. He needs to get all the gold he can, actually, because I don't think he's going to be able to get it for long. Rams moving again onto the village. I can't, man. I don't like that this works. I like how Rams felt like they got nerfed for every other Civ, and then there's just Chuganu saying, have you seen our strat? It's 28 Chuganu again, and most of them are already here or about to be here before the Lancers will defend this. Especially considering the Vortex threw 1 of them away. Village goes down. Isn't housed, luckily. That's the benefit of losing so many villagers already so early in the game. But now they hop on in, and it's the perfect 16. Guess what? The moment you come out, death awaits you. Villagers trying to run away, but that's more sacrifice. This is a game where Vortex still does not have Wheelbarrow. I mean, why would he in this situation? It's not like he had to run very far. Basically runs to the gold and back to the TC constantly. Rams now moving on the other outpost. That's now full gold denial. Now, the good news is Vortex does have 2 relics home. Gold is not a problem. The bad news is I don't think these Rams are going to stop at the gold. There was a counter raid coming in, but Vortex, funnily enough, actually needs everything at home. You know, the weird part is actually, I think Vortex, if he just sent Lancers to cut off the reinforcements here, he would have been fine. That's kind of the crazy part, right? But I don't think he was really expecting the way that this played out. Like, Crackety applied so much pressure that Vortex felt like he needed to defend at home with most of his knights. Here we go, guys. More clown carring. Chuganu come out. Just look at the damage on these Lancers. Shallow Monk is at least going to tank some shots, but not do anything else. And the Lancers, they need to deal with the Rams right now. If you lose the stables, this is pretty much over. Looks like it's going to be going down. Lancers just keep A-clicking onto the Ram. Chicken New count. Still looking decent enough that it should be able to clear this up. The Rams, in the meantime, have dealt with the stable, so no more Lancers coming. I don't know, dog. This looks pretty done to me. The Rams are finally going to be addressed, right? But he needs to switch over to a marketplace. He has no wood right now. Chuganu are going to be able to clear up the last of the Lancers here. And that gap should be enough to confirm the end of the game. The Rams even actually got away before the villagers arrived. This is just disgusting, man. You know, everyone was like, oh, Rams just don't work anymore. They got nerfed. Okay, turns out you're playing Rams wrong. You just need to pick Zhuji first, and then it's thumbs up from there. I actually feel really bad for Vortex because he tried to get us away from this BS, right? By going fast castle, he was trying to avoid the silliness that is Chiganu spam. Not Crackety, though. Nope, Crackety knew exactly what he wanted. Double stable's been set up. Two Lancers are about to come out, but by the time they arrive, folks, the amount of Chiganu are going to be harder than they were last time. I mean, props to Vortex for not just calling GG, but I don't think anyone would blame him for just tapping out at this point. This is out of control. Villagers are now being pulled to deal with the Rams, but the Chuganu mass have reformed. Lancers cannot even move away. He's panicking. Vortex about to lose the only troops he has, and I am expecting a GG right there. Yep, comes out with the GG. Crackety, you are a disgusting, and I don't even want to call you human being. You're a disgusting, vile thing. Oh, you are so dirty, man. You're so dirty, I don't know who should shower, you or me. I feel dirty by association here. Shiginu clown carring is OP. There you go. That's literally the title. I just... It's so silly. It's so silly. I mean, it's annoying because I actually want Rams to feel good, but I think the way range units specifically interact with Rams is a bit wild right now. Oh, cool. Has the draft already been done? You guys aren't meant to be playing for another 20 minutes, right? Is Core in chat still? We start at 1. Got you. You just done the draft early. Okay, appreciate you, buddy. Ooh, which means, guys, we can... Do you guys want to have a little look at the draft early in prep? For 20 minutes from now? You guys want to see what they're thinking? You guys want to know what they're cooking? Let me see if I got this the right way around. We have indeed. Every time I use this, I feel like I'm managing to make Cal look worse. I'm going to hide the bans. How about that? We will hide the bans to try and fix whatever cursed UI that is. Okay, that has made it a little bit better. Yeah, but if you can't see bans, that's the problem, Johan. With this crappy UI, you literally can't. Look. Look at it. It's not even consistent. It's literally not like the left side is hiding the bans. The right side is putting them over the top of the UI. It's so cursed. Oh my god, dude. It's so cursed. I'm gonna send this. Let me quickly send this to Cal. It's even more cursed than before. Lamau. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, do we have enough time for another game? If we did, it would have to be very quick. Cal, we're just giving you some professional feedback. You're in school? Good. Learn to code. Kappa. You don't pay me? No, dude. It's called esports exposure. Wait. No, no. Hold on a sec. I'm calling bull on that. You don't pay me. What are you on about? Whoa. Hold up. Whoa. All right, I'm going to put you down like a rabid dog right now. You don't pay me squat. You want to try that again, sir? You want to review that statement? I got invoices and none of them are being submitted to any Norwegian in existence right now. There you go. Give me the money. Give me my money. Thank you very much. There we go.
Here's
That's
your
the
fucking
sub.
money.
Damn right. I'll send you my consultancy bill later. You won't like the number. All right, guys. So we got a little bit of time to burn before the tournament starts. Let me update the title actually to up next. Core versus Matisse. Show match. Just imagining a spitting sound. I'm going to remember that when I meet you in person. First thing I'm going to do. Can we see the bands? No, because apparently, like, dude, those are like, how many times do I need to go over this? Them's holiday shows. It's bad. It's real bad. All right, let's hop into this game quickly. I think we've got just about enough time if we do some speed up. I mean, we already know, don't we? Like, why are we even here? He's doing it again, isn't he? It's Juji again from Crackety. Puppy Paw on the other side this time. Like, okay, yeah. You know, Crackety... Guys, he's been climbing with this disgusting cheesiness, by the way. I think he's ranked 11th in the world. So, let's see if Puppy Paw has a solution to this BS. I'm going to hit 4 times speed, because what's the point in the early game, right? Puppy Paw got in this game. He's like, oh, goody, it's Crackety. I know he loves his Chinese Juji. Let's go later on in the game. Probably going to go for a military wing to secure a second TC. Probably going to be feeling very cozy about the way this game is meant to go. Over in the kingdom of Juji, they know only one thing. Their children are born and they're crying muffled by the sounds of repeater crossbows. When they go to sleep at night, some people like to relax to the sound of whale calling. Not Crackety. Crackety likes to sleep to the sound of... That's meant to be repeater crossbows, but we are a low-budget studio. We don't have the sound effects. Oh, dear God, it's even worse. He's got an Eco Wing. One's in chat if Puppy Paw can do this. 2s if not. He's going to TC boom. Oh, for the love of God. I can't, dude. I feel so bad for him right now. Puppy Paw got in this game. He's like, oh, one of these Chugunu pickers, one of these Juji pickers is going to be TC spam. It's fine. I'll build more TCs than him. I don't have to care. Meanwhile, in the line of Chugunu, they know only one thing. Their children are born with crossbows in hand. It has at least been scouted, but here's the problem, folks. He doesn't have military wing. He doesn't have surplus food right now. Instead, he's spending more food because he just dropped a second TC. And although the Fertile Crescent made this cheaper, what's coming on the other side is going to be problematic. Crackety, on his way, already has 10 Chugunu. Siege Engineering is being researched at a rapid pace here. And unlike the last matchup where Vortex had an idea of heavily armored units to get via a fast castle, this doesn't have a clean out. Horseman is not the solution you think it is against Mass Chugunu. Especially when they keep hiding in rams. Oh, God. first Rams in. Wait, what? The lack of respect here. He doesn't even go for the second TC. No, yeah, get your booty down south, okay? No, we're not going for the main base yet. Crackety is rotating around. More Chuganu are scaling, by the way. Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god, dude. He can't even attack quick enough. Even if he A-clicks, he just attacks the Ram instead. This is so busted. And if it's not the Horseman, guess what, guys? He can kill the villagers. Watch this guy. Watch little Timmy over here. Okay, never mind him. The Horseman distracted here. He already killed a villager underneath the TC with that play. Guess what? You want to garrison that secondary TC? We can play games there as well. Oh my god, dude. The Ram still has 100 health. That's all it really needs here. Stables is going to get another Horseman now. I love the fact that Crackety's just going even deeper. Chuginu, the body blocks! Come on! This ain't even fair. Puppy Paw got into this game. He's like, there's a hope. There's a way. I can beat Zhu Ji today. He didn't even know. He was dead before he even got in. Ram down to 15 HP. Puppy Paw, the only way he can actually survive this is if he does the Torch Villager Garrison trick. That's actually genuinely the only way you survive this. There's 2 more Rams coming. Oh, for God's sake. Crackety, for the love of God, there is a tournament starting in a little over a week. Could you have not at least kept this to yourself to get through the qualifier? Because now everyone's going to want to do it. Oh, for God's sake. What, Puppy Paw? Rushing under wood, trying to get... Wait, why does he want this much wood? Is he going archers? No, I think he's legit just worried about losing that many stables. Clown Cart, wave 2 begins now. I love the fact some of the Chuganu even got away from this. Oh, for God's sake. The worst part still, by the way, is you have Steeled Arrow already. Guess who does not have blacksmiths? Guess who does not actually have undermesh on those horsemen? Puppy Paw. Chuganu come out to play. Oh my dear God. 12 Chuganu almost insta-hit an horseman. And now with this many here, I mean, they're all going to die, right? No textiles either. Puppy Paw, he primed that on a delay. It's now coming through, but the price is already being paid here. We'll be able to keep the outpost up, but the Chuganu just continue to brunt this. There's just no undermesh. Relic, if you're watching this, if you're finding this, fix, please. This is the problem with the way that they balance Zhu Ji, by the way. Because Zhu Ji do not have archers, they have to have Chuganu by default. What's the problem with that? The problem is it means that Chuganu are less likely to ever get nerfed. Because if they nerf Chuganu, they invalidate the range component of an entire Civ. Before they introduce Zhu Ji, if they want to nerf Chuganu, it's fine because it's only nerfing the Chinese secondary range unit. But with this Civ, if you ever nerf it, they're dead. But when you don't nerf it, this happens. Ah, this is just absurd. Horseman count always being kept down. Chuganu mass now up to 27. He's going to build 3 Rams. Just build 3 and go. Like, yep. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, why stop at 3? Why stop at 3? You've got 1,000 wood. You might as well use it. Oh my God. You know how people used to have to pull a villager to repair that ram because it was very difficult to, you know, it was very expensive and you need to save that investment? Nah. They're 20% cheaper now. Why even bother caring about the life of the ram? Just build more of them. Well, guys, I think it's fair to say Puppy Paw is dead in this game. He has got 9 horsemen together. He has got textile villages, but he still doesn't have undermesh, the one thing that he needs most. And Crackety has a lot of rams. He does 1,200 damage instantly the moment he reaches the building here. Hey guys, you remember how they nerfed rams? Everyone was complaining about Rams in the late game, so Shuji decided to bring him back in the early. He's going for the landmark snipe. Okay, so this is very effective because, guys, Puppy Paw doesn't have wheelbarrow. Look at these villagers. You either idle up half your eco right now to come defend this, or you lose the game. And he's losing it quick. Look at the health. Horseman going for the stab. Chuginu able to start step this back. Maybe this is the moment where Puppy Paw can bite back, but he's already losing the House of Wisdom. And even though you're meant to counter this unit due to Stilled Arrow and the repeater shots, these Horsemen are not. Oh, man. Chuginu count. That's just wave 1, guys. Don't be deceived. He's still, after he loses this, is going to have 25 more Chuginu. And the Horseman. Oh, the folly. Puppy Paw, he thought he dealt with it. Please stop. It wasn't even that good of a meditation guard. Okay, 72 food's actually pretty good in fairness. But, like, the stone's worthless, right? So for what he needs for this push, he has about 80 resources extra a minute. If that doesn't say nerf Chuginu, I don't know what does. 2 Rams, made that 3 have been taken out. Horsemen are going to continue to dive into this, but right now, the only reason Krakeny hasn't killed him is because he's waiting with groups of about 10 plus Chuginu to head across. I don't know how you ever get out of this. I mean, this is beyond stupid. The House of Wisdom's now down. It looks like he's at least going to repair it, but that did cost him a lot of wood. Oh, sorry, no wood, right? But it's the idle time of the villagers and the fact that while they're missing, while the House of Wisdom is down, you don't have the Golden Age to get the extra 15% gathering rate. And you're trying to buy an expensive unit in Feudal here. Massing Horseman is not cheap. Finally, though, Puppy Paw has got Undermesh. Unfortunately, don't look at my mini-map right now. You won't like what you see. I do like that he's trying to cut the reinforcements. That was the mistake Vortex made last game with his Lancers. He didn't do this. But these are Horsemen. These aren't Lancers. So a small group of Chuginu can easily reset this. Meanwhile, Ram count, for God's sake, is gone. And just like that, it's 5 Rams again. What's that? You rebuilt the House of Wisdom? That seemed like a dumb idea, because now I'm going to blow it up again. Oh, dear. Horseman count is back up to 13, but the Chugo no mass is even bigger now. He's got 50 in total. If they ever get here, this isn't even going to be close. The Rams are in again. Puppy Paw come out to play. Surprise, Mother Ducker. Sixth Ram now coming. And the villagers are on the way. We've reached that point in the game. Oh, for God's sake. Because, you know, right now, those Chuginu might lose to the Horsemen, but you know what won't lose to the Horsemen? Textiles villagers. You know, it's funny, I was just watching a bit of Demu's stream and someone asked about, like, worker pools and how effective they are and if it's worth it. And he used the comparison to StarCraft because it's so fast. It's like, no. He's right. You don't, like, pull villagers straight away unless your name's Donati because it's very hard to win. But if you just wait 15 minutes and 60 Chuginu deep, it's pretty effective. Oh, God. Here we go. Krakeny moving on in. Has got the textiles, has the tank force here. Torch damage being heavily reduced, but that doesn't matter. The Rams, there's just too many of them. Puppy Paw, it's now or never. Rohirrim ride. Villagers with the body block though. A pull of villagers from Puppy Paw in return. He's trying to make this close, but the Chuginu will shred this down. Horseman leaking over. Rams trying to break on through. Full surround here. What is this game? I don't know if he can do it. The Chuginu, the problem right now is the Horsemen are being body blocked by the villagers. This isn't looking good, folks. Look at Puppy Paw's entire population count. He's losing this right now. The Chuginu number's at 40 still. The Horsemen have been kept at bay this entire time. It's an absolute massacre from an absolute masochist. Puppy Paw cannot get the return. He cannot turn it around. And Crackety, yes, you are 11th in the world right now. But you, sir, should be ashamed of yourself. Oh, no. I mean, what do I call that? Rams nerfed? Not for these guys. Oh my god. I mean, I'm going to put those two together in an upload. That's just so stupid. Hey, look at that. Perfect timing. It's time for the Core versus Matisse show match. Whoop, whoop. How's this? Yeah, it costs gold, but it costs gold on a sieve that taxes, so it just doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. It's so unbelievably dumb. Oh, Matisse and Core already into game one. Hey, look at that. So, just update the details, and we should be ready to go. Oh, so they started like a minute or two early, I guess. We'll just catch up to live as quickly as possible. Game one already underway. All right, let's get to it. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. That is right, we have got a best of 5 show match between Core and Matisse. And it kicks off here on Dry Arabia with a showdown between the Malians and the Zhuji. Oh god, not more Zhuji. I've seen some things recently, folks. Seems these guys are a little bit angsty to get started, so they started a minute or two early. We are going to go 2x speed to catch up to them being fully live. But this is going to be a best of 5 show match. It has been brought together by Andy, courtesy of Andy, who has funded a few show matches already. It's a $100 show match. 70% of that will be going to the winner of this. We've got a draft of, I think it was 6 civs were drafted here. But of course, it's going to be a 5-play max. There were 4 bans, but we won't talk about the bans in our draft phase because the UI was a little bit oof. But what we are going to focus on is the fact that we've got an interesting matchup here. Zhuji versus Malians is not one that I feel like we see often right now. Right, for a start, not many people are looking to pump Zhuji. At first, it felt broken, and then people felt it was underwhelming. But I have to say, like, on paper, this matchup should be really, really good for the Malians because of javelins. Now, notice I said on paper. Right now, your brain is like, what's KP getting at here? I have a confession. Core was just in the stream, and he was watching what Crackety was doing a moment ago. And Core just got a double gold spawn with berries. What did Crackety just do a moment before the series? It involved a lot of Chugenu. It didn't involve Song. It didn't involve Castle Age. And you might think that's a bad idea. But there's a detail that makes javelins worthless against Chugenu. Turns out 2024 is the year of the ram. Let's see if that's the way Core wants to go here. He definitely gets the resources he needs out of this. It's a double gold plus berries. So he's getting 36 food and 50 gold a minute. And the archery range, oh god, he's going for it. He's actually going for it. So this is a problem, right? Because the reason why jabs actually don't work against this strategy is they only counter the Chugenu. They don't counter the rams. And if you hide your Chugenu in a ram, then you can actually gap close the javelins, or you just keep stepping out and killing what comes nearby, aka Donzos. Donzos which have no ranged armor to speak of. So, step 1 is to pump out a bunch of Chugenu. Core already flexed in the chat before this that he has better Chugenu timings than Crackety. He's looking to prove that. We should be seeing the blacksmiths being added in right now, and that is going to follow up very quickly with Steeled Arrow. This is going to get dirty. Steeled Arrow should actually come after Siege Engineering first, though, because you need that first ram to protect you against the inevitable javelins. And Matisse, he's now building that archery range. He's already got one ranch set up. I feel like you actually needed to get javelins immediately here to stand a chance against this. You know, I just want to shout out Core's originality. I've never seen such a creative strategy out of a Chugenu spammer before. You know, we literally weren't just watching 2 of these games before the tournament kicked. And they have officially arrived. Matisse hasn't even got the first javelin out yet. So what Core needs to do now is he needs to back up, build the first ram to keep it nearby. That way the javelins will do no damage. Oh no, Matisse, don't fall for it. No, don't. The weird part is that Matisse played more Zhuji in the opening months of the expansion than any other player at all in the game. But I don't think he expected this because he's gone double archery range. He has not got anything to deal with this ram. And Core is building it just outside of vision. Jav's going to move across now, but bad news, buddy. The fun train is just getting started. Choo-choo. Chugenu. Nice little trade there. We'll finish off the ram, and all of a sudden, congrats. It now takes 340 hits to kill this. No, don't get close, Matisse. Just do not get close. Just stay away. I mean, he doesn't have a choice, though. The Chugunu. Come on. But Jav's counter-range units, guys. No, they don't. Not anymore. Core. Dude, he's playing with his food as well. Like, he actually could just stay here. He doesn't have to pull away, but the villagers are coming. And Core will turn it into freebies. This is wave number 1, by the way. Why is he not surrounding... gee, I wonder why he wouldn't surround a ram full of Chugunu with villagers. What an idiot, Matisse. I wonder why he wouldn't want to go near it. It takes too long. He doesn't have wheelbarrow. Just trying to gap close will lose him 3 villagers. He had to wait for textiles, which is at least there now, but Core was being really crafty. Instead of just diving in, which would have lost him the ram, he stayed right on the edge here, which is too far away. That's why he didn't just surround it with villagers. Ram, now moving in again. Second group of Chugunu are lurking, by the way. This is now a full clown car. There's 16 in there. Yeah, come on, like, Matisse, stop being a pussy about this. There's nothing there. Just go in. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, funnily enough, Matisse, although he has mobility advantage, he's not able to utilize it in a way that seems meaningful here. Chugunu now wrapped around the north side. Luckily, the Textiles is going to minimize the damage done. Has also rushed Undermesh, so well played there, but this is a harsh game right now for Matisse. He has to survive the apocalypse. And I agree. Yeah, you should be coming off reinforcements. I think we highlighted this in the game earlier between Vortex and Krakeny, where, like, when he had Lancers, that's a perfect time to cut reinforcements. He could be doing the same with a small group of these javelins. Like, right now, them just guarding here doesn't achieve much. But this is the classic, when you pressure, you have an advantage logic, right? Like, it's the same reason why sometimes people just overreact to a Mongol's outpost rush when they could do a trade instead. You know, we see this from so many players where when they start to feel pressured by this type of engagement, instead of making the trade, making that harsh choice, they try to have their cake and eat it. They try to protect what's theirs. And right now, that is costing Matisse dearly in this game. Core has moved in with the Chugunu on the backside. Needs to get a new ram up, though. Where is the... I mean, he's got one up here. He needs to get one on the south side. That... Oh, my God, Core, that's such a mistake. I mean, the Javs can chase you down now. That is a critical blunder there. You can't move away, remember. The starter step is very effective here. 1.25 movement speed against 1.12. Core at least tries to peel off with the scout. Draw some fire, but that's going to go down as well. Big mistakes made by Core. Oh, no. I mean, it was good. The idea was good. The mistake was no ram there. Core needed a second ram on the south side here to give him that clown car effect. But instead, he blunders there, gets pushed back, and loses a lot of Chugunu for his troubles. Now, at the end of the day, he's still 7 eco ahead of Matisse. But Matisse is inflating himself in a different way, right? Ranches are coming in. He does also have the pit mine to give him a bit more income. That means the Chugunu need to find some kills quickly here. Oy, oy, oy. The question now is whether Core can actually just blunt the base directly. He's going for additional rams. He's up to 33 Chugunu. I don't know if I'd say he's strong enough yet. You need to idle out that gold for like another minute to slow down the Jav count. Because right now, the Jav count is basically trailing by like a 2-to-1 effect, right? 1.5 to 1 effect. That's not enough.
I'm a little bit worried as well. Like Matisse, when he gets these ranches up, like theoretically, just getting 1 or 2 Sofas out is incredibly effective here. Just to blunt these Rams. Remember, they have the melee vulnerability now. Instead, it's just going to be raw jabs. Looks like he is now adding in the Scout. I don't know if that's going to be active production of Scouts. It could be because they do get bonus damage versus Siege. They also will get shredded by this many Chugenu. Moving in on the Blacksmiths. Not really a relevant detail, but it's just something in your way as you move through anyway. Good trade there, actually. The jabs. I love the way that Matisse is moving up. Mistake made there. Cool. He didn't stay on top of the Rams, so now he can't move up to Garrison inside of them. This slows down his timing again. Cool. With the cheeky all in, I think that one slip up on the south side may have just set him far, far back here. Now Matisse in a pretty good position, actually. Wheelbarrow is coming through. That means if the Rams go too deep, he will have time to react now with the villagers. Also, if the Chuganu rotate like this, you now have plenty of time to pull away. So that's a fair question to be asked. Like, why isn't he going for the gold on the south side? It's a similar reason as to why Lombos from the English don't like reaching around the back of an enemy base. It pulls you away from your reinforcements and makes it easier to cut off any reinforcing troops, right? Leaves you weaker as your opponent booms up, and if you trickle troops in, they just get sniped running by. That's why he didn't go around the back with the Rams there. Because the timing just didn't align for it, right? When he made that move, the Chuganu, you saw how he got punished for the mistake. It would have taken him too long to get the Rams around there, but here we go. Clown Car online. This is really what was missing for the last 2 pokes. Core behind this is macroing up, by the way. So this is kind of interesting, right? It's like his solution now, in his eyes, is to get out of this age as quickly as possible. Chuganu, moving in. Villagers get ambushed. Wait, what? No, don't go for the javelins. That's how you lose this. Just target the buildings. Take them out one by one. Dude, this is actually kind of crazy. Like, despite how weird this started to look for Cool, this could still win him the game. The eco lead is now over 10, and he's going for the tech up instead. Oh my god, and because Matisse is defending in his base, he doesn't have a quick reaction to this. Archery range is being torn down. 2 Rams left alive. They've still got 180 health on the low HP one, so it's not going down anytime soon. More villagers get sacrificed by Matisse. This is over. Jiangnan Tower is now on the way from Cool. Weirdly enough, actually going back for Song Dynasty instead of just going for a fast tech up. Villagers now being pulled, but that's going to be an absolute massacre. There's just too many Chuganu here still. Villagers going for the Rams, but one is still alive. And now with a 22 eco lead and the Fulani not ready to be built, I don't know how Matisse solves for this. He just got Chuganu'd. Okay, you have to go now. Like, if this is going to work, you have to go now. Matisse, Spidey senses should be tingling right now. Like, not even Spidey senses. What he saw should be informing him. That was not a lot of Chuganu for this stage in the game. So what's Core doing instead? It has to be a tech up. So Matisse needs to go on the offensive ASAP. He's going to be too late to stop the Castle Age, but he needs to do something about the initial surge out. Unfortunately for him, Core is already getting solutions, folks. He's dropping mass stables. That's why he went Song Dynasty. It's to mass up a Jiangnan Tower force to defend against this. Dude, this is sick. That's such a cool detail. I love that Core done that. A lot of players were just naked, went for the Shaolin Monastery because they would have saved 15% on the tech up. But by going for the Jiangnan Tower, it gets these horsemen out 3 times quicker. You do still need to get veterancy, but the cool thing about that is you can supervise the stables to rush it up. Only 24 seconds to go. Core needs to get a little bit of food on the drop-off to enable it, though. Horseman count currently at 4. Villagers are now being raided. Core needs to pull away from that. So we are actually getting Lancers now coming out. So he's not even going to upgrade the Horseman at all. Okay, so I like the song play if you wanted Horseman. Because he wants to have Lancers, though, it's a bit weirder. It's still 120 resource rebate on your stable's investment, so in some ways it makes sense. But I expected mass Horseman and then a charge out. Instead, he wanted the premium Lancers, which is much slower to pump. Between this Horseman, I'm going to start getting stabbed down. We need more Lancers, sir. We need a lot more Lancers. Misfit coming in there from Matisse. Second wave's going to arrive now, and this is where things start to get a little bit awkward for Matisse. He's still sniping out most of the heavy cavalry, and he is taking up behind this. He's taking heavy losses for it. How have we gotten out of feudal age in this game? I don't even know. Double Lancer remains. Jav count is down to, what, 15? I think this is where Matisse is going to start to get cleared up. You can already see the reduction in damage. Level 2 ranged armor finally kicks in for Core, and this is where Matisse is going to throw away an incredibly expensive army here. 120 resources per Javelin. That's so much resource down the drain. And it means Matisse, although he's going to get his tech up, he has no army on arrival. He's probably going to be playing Sofa here, but this is now turning into mass Sofa versus mass Lancers. The early phase of which is going to favor Core. So the goal now for Matisse is to survive long enough that Core runs out of resources, and then Matisse has the Fulani effect. Problem with this is it's Song Dynasty. And although Song has been nerfed, it's still notably cheaper to make a granary farm transition for Zhuxi than it is for the Chinese. Also behind this, remember, it's free Shaolin so Core not just going to be looking good on food eventually once those farms go up. It's going to have plenty of gold to contest what the mines to work with. Matisse, by the way, still only has 1 pit mine in this game, by the way. He's in Castle Age. He never set up the second. Donzos are now going to arrive, but folks, they are weak at this stage. Coming out 1 by 1 is not a good sign. Villagers are at least going to be saved, but I think Core's actually done enough here. Like, this is the crazy thing, right? Like, sure, you know, I was highlighting that you can eventually get in farms, and that can test the idea of Fulani. Usually your counter-argument is Fulani is free villagers. But how many free villagers is it at this stage in the game when your Zhuxi opponent is 18 villagers ahead? Doesn't really count for much, does it? Lancers now arriving. This is close to over for Matisse. He needs to get a lot more spearmen out much quicker. That's why he's added an additional 2 Raxes here. But right now, villagers are in trouble. They'll be able to move away. Remember, he did get textiles early on, so they're not going to die quickly. What is going to die quickly is his army, though. Matisse being kept down at 1 unit at any given time here. This is over. He just can't get enough Donzos out. Like, he's not trading well enough against this many Lancers. Even with the TC fire, it's the idle time being achieved here. Villagers are still dying while this happens. I just don't see a way in this game. I mean, Matisse, it's a miracle he even got out of Feudal Age in the end of this, but well played by Core to set himself up the song into Castle Age play at the perfect time to close this game out. And all off the back of a filthy and most disgusting Chuge Nu Clown Car strat. Oh man, dude, the Chuge Nu Clown Car is a problem. It's a filthy, dirty, vile, disgusting problem. Actually, I think that's literally what I'm going to call that video. In the title, it's going to be Chuge Nu Clown Car. Doink. What did you just watch? You just watched Chuge Nu in their final form, guys. Zhuxi, woo woo. Yeah, 3 Chuge Nu spammers in a row, man. That's the example of how to die versus that with the Malians. Probably a problem with other civs, but not for Malians. I agree in some ways. I think he could have cut the reinforcements. I think that was a mistake for him. But I understand why he got drawn in like that. It's pretty easy to get baited into like that much of a commitment when your eco's on the line, right? So that's only game 1, by the way. We have got at least 2 more games. Let me see if they're already into game. Jap and Mongols were banned. Let me double check. Yes, Japanese was banned on one side. Mongols was banned on the other. So one of them got a Mongol pick, one of them got a Japanese pick. Yes, that's the thing, right? Like when you're sitting on the sideline, it's very easy to say, just do this. But like in that moment, because people don't know how to deal with the strat right now, or aren't expecting it, it's ridiculously effective. I think Marlins can deal with that better than other civs. They're one of the civs that deal with it better than like half the civs in the game, because the logic is you send a few jabs in and you just start hitting the Chuge Nu running across. Similar with the idea of like French Cav, or you know, Jeanne d'Arc, like these type of civs, you just go around the flank and you hit them. It does mean that they can just slow down and reinforce, but that slowdown does give you breathing room. Yo, big shout out to Yapetos coming through with the sub. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome to Swarm. I'm not going to say they're the best, and I'm not going to say it's without fault, and that like it doesn't always work, in my opinion. I think jabs can still fall flat, even if they cut reinforcements, but they will fare a lot better there than like 50% of the civs in the game. So, game 1, let me update the score, and we'll get ready for the second one here. All right, the good news is Chiganu are out of the way. I think for the rest of the series, I'm pretty sure they can't come. I hope they can't come back, dear God. We hop into game number 2 of this $100 show match, sponsored by Andy. Core takes to Frisian Marshes with the Roos, a reliable pick, actually, on this historical map. On the other side, Matisse, not far behind him. HRE, both of them getting some super meta picks, actually, from back when Frisian Marshes was a regular in the competitive rotation. I think nowadays, Roos fares a little bit better. We have to remember HRE have been looking a little bit weak at the moment. They haven't been performing that well. I think a lot of players have kind of voiced the concerns that they think that they maybe are in need of a few buffs. And I think the Roos, you know, although the militia spam has been weakened, on a map like this, you can somewhat poke and prod at the fishing eco, right? And I'm wondering... Yeah, we have got the double scout opening. The double scout opening from Matisse is double-pronged, right? Part of it is going to be about getting your hands on the deer to take away from your opponent. The other part, however, is about the fact that this map has an insane amount of sheep. It's actually a big part of why HRE are loved on this map. Because there's something like 30-plus sheep, it's very easy to get a 16-plus sheep count, which allows you to either stay at home, bulk up into Castle Age, and even with that amount of sheep, you can consider going for a Burgrave play. Of course, cool. Going up to 3, already taking a lot of sheep away himself. Has 18 in tow. Sorry, 19 in total, right? One's been clubbed down at home. Other thing to keep in mind in this matchup is, like, the timings are really awkward, right? Like, one of the negatives of this matchup, I think, for the HRE is if you go for a fast castle build and core builds into 1 or 2 knights, the really annoying thing is, like, if you fast castles HRE and, say, Dry Arabia, you have options, right? You go left, you go right, you go center. The problem with this map is you come out of a corner from all angles. And although being in a corner is a big edge to begin with, it means it's very easy to cut off your return pattern with these relics, right? You're very predictable and you're very reachable as well because it's just a straight line across the map. So kind of a scary element there. I wonder if Matisse is just going to go for a fast castle build and what the response of core is going to be, because typically we've been seeing a lot of Roos players go for a second TC. But I don't necessarily think that's needed in this matchup per se. Probably a lot more effective to just play out with a hunting cabin onto the fish and then play all in feudal. We're going to hit the 2x speed though to speed this up a little bit. Ark and Chapel drop is coming in. Oh man, that's not good. That's a really rough Arkin, man. He gets the wood. He has to go for wood, right? But the golds, this is usually a very big issue. It's very rare to get gold spawning right next to the tree line. I feel like 30% of the games maybe you get it. A lot of the time, you also end up with your gold forward and exposed. That's a double negative now because if core is going to rush into stables here, Matisse now doesn't have any sort of defense on the gold to get him to a fast castle. In fact, Matisse isn't planning a fast castle. He's going to TC. Wow. That I didn't expect. I think it makes a lot of sense here. Like, you can't just play standard fast castle build, but core now gets value out of his own TC that he's heading out to. Mana camp being dropped. Wait, wait, what? Wait, why? I have questions. I do have many questions. I mean, he knew about the other stone, so... What? Is he going for an aggressive TC? Oh my god, no. He's just going for an outpost rush, isn't he? What? Oh my god, he's actually outpost rushing him. He's going for the Wooden Fortress drop. He's got 3 scouts as well, so Matisse can't even try to block this to contest it. This stone, it wasn't for a TC. It was to keep Matisse forever in Feudal Age. Well played, sir. And now he'll be able to get the gold he needs. I imagine this is going to probably be fast castle afterwards, right? The whole goal is sure your opponent's going to have 2 TC, but he's never going to have an age up. So now you can just rush Castle Age. And here's the thing. The Roos are usually really good against the HRE because if your opponent's going to rush Castle Age, you go 2 TC and you pull villagers to wall off the relics. This approach for core allows him to not worry about walling the relics. Because instead, he's just going to take them away. And the follow-up Wooden Fortress has forced the cancel. Oh my god, Matisse, it's not going to stop there! The 3rd Wooden Fortress! This is over! This is actually over right now, Matisse! This is passive aggressiveness to its maximum right now. Scornful looks at core, but nothing to stop him. And that also now means the racks can't operate here, right? Any spearman coming out will just die to the scouts garrison inside. And immediately Core turns this into a food source. Shifts across with the hunting cabin drop. A stable's next to it. I don't know what Matisse is meant to do, man. Like, this is really worrying me in this series right now. Like, this could very easily be an incredibly quick 3-0. The problem is that Matisse is playing defender in an attack and defense situation, but it doesn't feel like Matisse is ready for what he's up against here. Like, the panic that's setting in. Think about what happened in Game 1. His reaction was less than optimal, but that's fair. We don't see that strategy much. It's starting to rise. But this type of play as well, once again, Core with something unorthodox, right? You don't get many games where a Roost player outpost rushes you. That sounds absurd when you hear about it on paper, right? Yes, these outposts are tanky, but they cost so much more than a regular outpost. But Core, what a sick read here. A full proxy base. This is not his fishing area. Just to highlight that to people. This is Matisse's. Oh, God. When did you ever last see an HRE player do 2 TC condensed? Might as well pick China. You know what makes this worse as well? If that TC went up, he would have at least had a way of rotating south side for gold. But now, with these outposts here, you can't sneak out. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. I would recommend Core just goes Castle Watch here. Get the Castle Watch, and there's no sneak out opportunity, which means there's no gold play available to Matisse. Matisse, literally, his only option here is going to be to build a marketplace and trade for what he needs. Defensive outpost now coming out. Archers have arrived, though, so Spearmen are struggling. They will at least get rid of 2 of these scouts, but First Knight's now arrived. Outpost does complete, so he'll be able to keep this one alive, but all it does is stops Core from getting in and putting the final Wooden Fortress down. It doesn't get you out of the hellhole yet. What's worse still is now the natural play is to drop a Blacksmiths, rush Siege Engineering, and ram this down. On a Civ that gets more wood than many other Civs in the game. So they can definitely afford to build 2 or 3 rams. Archers in the meantime, okay, that's just free. That's just completely free. Spearman now going to charge out. The Archers can just kite this down. One Spearman already dead. I mean, even if he just stands his ground, he'll kill him off. Luckily, the Archers are now arriving for Matisse, but it's the follow-up trade that has me concerned here, man. I mean, sure, congrats. You've got Spearmen, you've got Archers, you can somewhat hold, but the problem here is you can't keep up on the Blacksmith upgrades. It's going to get too expensive on the trade. The other side of this, Core, he can get pretty much anything he wants, right? Like, Siege Engineering is probably going to be the first thing, but Steeled Arrow will quickly follow behind, and then we're talking Undermesh. For now, we're talking about a dive, though. Knights moving in. It's weird. I keep looking at the UI, and I keep looking at the left for Core, because right now, his base is to the left of Matisse's. Nice to the charge in. Matisse, of course, no wheelbarrow, because he's playing HRE. When did they ever actually bother to do that? This is a really hard fight for Matisse to win, actually. Spearman count is at least going up. The Knights trying to bait those Spearmen in range. Funnily enough, he's just standing his ground, trading Archer for Archer right now. I mean, it's kind of slowing down the gathering, right? Matisse is losing a villager here or there. The Knights are always waiting to prowl on in. And the problem that I have right now is Matisse has to spread himself between Archer and Spear. Look at what Core's doing, guys. He's not building more Knights. He's literally just spamming Archers. Triple Archer range as well. Like, what have we got on the defensive? It's double. So this is really bad for Matisse. And the problem is the only other unit he could build that can maybe help him out here would be Men-at-Arms. But that requires gold Matisse doesn't have. He can build literally 1 Men-at-Arms and then he's dry. Another awkward issue. You can't afford additional prelates. If you could afford additional prelates, you could at least heal off the damage on these injured units. You don't have gold. Every single issue in this game right now exists for Matisse due to a lack of gold. Knights get a free charge in. Base the Spearman out of position. Second wave of Archers is coming up to follow this up. The outpost finally does have arrow slits on the way, but after such a long delay, you have to imagine it would have been much more value to have that early on than wait this long. This is over. Matisse, there is really no easy way out of this, right? Like, he has got 2 TCs, so theoretically he can eventually build the numbers up, but are you ever building them up quick enough when the Knights get in for free like this? Spearman count is down to just 3. These Knights are going to last long enough to absolutely massacre this. No textiles either. Core has Undermesh on the way, so he's going to trade better and better with his Archer numbers go up. But in the meantime, I'm seeing an Eco lead completely cut down here. After scaling up to 10+, he's now neck and neck again. He'll at least kill off the Knights, but Core, this next wave is going to hit harder. Because the next one is going to have Steel Dagger and Undermesh. Oh, man. Matisse needs a ram. Like, he actually needs to get rid of this base now. This is maybe the one breathing point he has where he can make a play, but unfortunately, it's going to be too late. By the time he's ready to try and attack this, Core's going to have an army the same size again. This is so frustrating as well. Because the other issue is you feel like you have to add in additional rams, right, to try and deal with Wooden Fortresses compared to other civs. So for one way in this matchup, if E-Repairs wasn't there at least, you know, Core could just build one ram and say that'll kill an outpost. On the other side, Matisse has to look at this Wooden Fortress and be like, I need to. Fishing continues. That's another annoying detail in this game, is Matisse, even if he breaks out of this, he's going to have to transition into farms really quickly. Because all that shoreline fish that's super high value, that's why he's playing the TC there, is going to be gone by the time he breaks out, if he breaks out. Archer count is about neck and neck. Horsemen are at least being added in for Matisse, but he's going Steel Dagger first, and I'm not the biggest fan of this. Like, if you were sticking on the Archers, Steel Dagger makes sense, but if you're going into Horsemen as well, Undermesh has a lot more value here. Seems he's still worried about the Knights, though. He doesn't know what we do. The Core stopped producing those. In fact, Core is starting to macro up a little bit. Food and Gold is escalating, so we might be looking at Castle Age by about 16 to 17 minutes for Core. The time being, though, it's going to be a knock on the door again. Oh, look, you don't have melee units. Be a shame if we were just going to ram this. The no-wheel barrier is truly painful to watch in this game. Yeah, I would love to see Core just hit this mining camp, by the way, because I actually feel like it's causing him a bit of grief here, trying to get the ram around efficiently. If the mining camp wasn't here, he can keep easily pulling back to safety much quicker. So far, this ram taking a beating, though, and hasn't really achieved much. It's why I was expecting a second round to come out from Core, but I guess in his eyes, his only goal is to keep forcing Matisse to invest in an army now, and then try to beat him in Castle Age. Like, you can already see by the Food and Gold game, that's where Core is heading here. Does need to recalibrate a bit. I think he's got way too much gold gathering going on for this amount of strain on his food. Looks like he is now actually adding in Spearmen, so... Okay, this base is looking more and more absurd to watch. He's just staggering his entire base around his opponent's ponds. Pretty smart play, though, right? He minimizes the walk time, but also it guarantees that the Spearman isn't going to be spotted before his opponent is deeper into Horseman count. I kind of want to see Matisse just pull 3 or 4 Horsemen and go after the Eco on the other side of the map right now. It's a bit risky because maybe Core tries to dive you, but you know you've got more military than him. You just saw that. And although you could pull Gremlins to defend, you can kite them with the Horsemen and come back in afterwards. The damage you could do here could be huge, and it's not like you don't know about this, right? Matisse, he has a scout out in this area. He knows full well what Core is doing. Looks like he's going to pull him now. Horsemen rotating out. However, they have been scouted by the Wooden Fortress, so Core should see this and be able to react to it. What has happened now from Core? Like, a moment ago, it seemed like Castle Age was a sure shot, but now he's doubling down on the feudal. This doesn't feel great because it means that you've just been convinced off of your win condition, right? And for good reason. Matisse is firing up a storm here, but it does mean that, like, if you just committed originally, you could have had double ram and been in. Instead, this outpost remains. Clash does come in, though, and Core does have the military numbers to his favor. That wrap towards the Eco on the other side of the map means that Matisse is outnumbered in his base. Unfortunately, that one outpost continues to be the sore point in this engagement for him. Dude, I actually think Matisse is turning this. I mean, there's at least a Wooden Fortress out here now, so it looks like these villages will be protected, but one concern I have is the EQ lead that's building and the fact that Core isn't moving to end this game one way or the other. Either choose a tech up or choose an all-in. But don't sit on this middle point that's allowing these farms to come out, because once they're complete, Matisse is going to reach a stage of food income where he could buy his way into Castle Age. It wouldn't be pretty, it would be very expensive, but when his eco is this big, he can afford it. And here we go. Core, he says, I agree, KP. Time to crap or get off the pot. High trade house is on the way. Oh, God, that is really not a good high trade house. That is a horrible high trade house. I guess in this situation, he just wants to tech up as quickly as possible. He could have deleted like 3 lumber camps and a house to make room. Or actually 2 lumber camps and a house here would have done the perfect slot he needs. But no, it would have... I think he's just at a weird point in the chop through. There's nothing good here. So just take the tech up for what it is. High trade house on the way. Get your numbers in chat. How many trees, how much gold is he getting in this? Matisse. Wait, Matisse is adding in men at arms. What? I'm slightly confused now. I don't know how you're going to beat men at arms. This looks close to over. I mean, Core can now play for relics as well, folks. He's got the wood for a monastery drop. He should just go for it. And the men at arms, like just a few of these guys, the impact they're going to have. He's already got 5 armor on these bad boys. These archers hit for nothing. And remember, Core's not weak on his archer count either. Upgrades are coming in. I think this is way too late. Matisse, this is a misread, man. If you went for this ram play about 2 minutes ago, it would have been great. But now Core with almost the same military numbers. He finds the right timing here. He didn't wait too long in the end. I was a little bit concerned Core was lagging behind on his tech choice here. He didn't seem like he wanted to decide one way or the other. But finally, he pulls the trigger before it becomes a bit too late, before he reaches the point of no return. And now, just a 21 eco lead, an entire age behind. Matisse is going to be forced to take a fight. He has no hopes of winning. Rams are at least going to bait the aggro of the men at arms, but the archers on their own can now carry this fight. There's just too many vetted up archers here. A bad fight for these archers, right? In similar numbers, you have to remember, it's not just the damage advantage of 2, it's also the extra 10 health per archer for Core. Matisse will at least take this last stand. Men at arms now surging through, and that should be GG. Matisse does not have what he needs to get up into Castle Age, and now, due to all the trade and the way this is escalated into bad rates, he never will. Dude, these games from Core. I love how aggressive he's been as well. Backstab's going to come in from some horsemen, but it just doesn't matter now. The men at arms are unkillable. They're just taking no damage. For a second there, I actually believed Matisse might be able to find a way back in, but you got to trust in Core here. Understood his timings well. Clashes at the right moment, and I think the story of this series is very quickly becoming one of attack and defend, and if Matisse can't find a way to optimize his defense, he's going to need to attack, because he is looking weak against it. Right now, Core is proving to be his kryptonite. Villagers pull to try and hold it, but this is it. Matisse right now just processing the loss. GG comes out 2-0 on the board now. A best of 5 means we get at least one more, and I hope we get a Matisse that is able to set the tempo instead of being crushed by it. Ooh, yeah, that ain't looking pretty, folks. This is looking pretty ugly right now. What do we have draft-wise now? So let's update the draft with what has been picked so far. So Zhuji is gone, Roos is gone, HRE is gone, and Mullins is gone. Looking at the map draft, we've done Dry Arabia, we have done Frisian Marshes, there's Cliffside, Coastal Cliffs, and Bridges left. Looking at the picks he has, I think Bridges could be pretty good for... Oh, not much, actually. Maybe Abbasids there could kind of work. It's not great, but it's what you're stuck with. Probably you could go for Coastal Cliffs. I like Coastal Cliffs for English. I think English Coastal Cliffs is really, 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 really strong. Probably the best option he has at a turnaround right now. What are the other options? So the other map is Cliffside, right? English can work there as well. Mongols is decent. I've got a funny feeling Matisse is going to go for comfort and just pick the French, but I'm not a big fan of it. I don't think French solves your problems here. I think it compounds them. On the other side of it, let's see. If we go for Cliffside, Core's probably going to go for the Ayabids or the Chinese. When you play on Bridges, I really do rate Japanese pretty highly there. I think they use that map very well. But you could also just whip out Chinese there as well. Delhi will probably be being saved for Coastal Cliffs. It's a weird one because Coastal Cliffs looks like the type of map that Delhi shouldn't like because it's only 2 sacred sites, but they're very close together. And also, because Delhi are a tempo civ that force fights very early on, that becomes problematic for any civ that needs wood because Coastal Cliffs tends to spawn with wood forward. And also, there's no sort of TC shenanigans to be had there, right? Which means that Core probably doesn't want to play Chinese, might not want to play Japanese on Coastal Cliffs because the stone spawns very far out, so it limits your options. Which means if we are heading towards Coastal Cliffs, Core should either be going Ayabids or Delhi. So Matisse should be aware of that. You don't have to think, can English beat Delhi? I think they can on that map. I've seen them capable of it. I also think that English is decent against Ayabids, but the Master Smith's choice can ruin your game. So what does that really leave? French versus Delhi feels a bit wonky. You could try to do Mongols versus Delhi, but once again, the far off stone hurts. I've got a feeling that if this turns into Cliffsides for Game 3 and the English comes out up against the Ayabids, we could just be onto a 3-0. It's going to be Cliffside. Okay. Matisse went for the comfort pick. He's gone for French. Isn't this like a 75-25 matchup or worse? I feel like it's a really bad matchup for French. I'm going to look at Old Daya because I think it's like, it's a bit fair because we have more games as an example. French versus Delhi. Oh, no, actually 64.6%, but there was only 48 games, so I don't know if that's really reliable enough of a sample group. It's very small. I feel like French struggle in this matchup, right? Especially considering French's biggest edge is to go multi-TC, and you can't do that against this Civ. You just get stomped. Let's find out. See what he's got in mind. I'm going to flip those scores. Sorry, Matisse. You're going to have to earn those points, buddy. Whew. All right. This series could already be over. We have potentially one game left here. It's meant to be a best of 5, but Core is not waiting around, and he's looking for a quick finish. Game 3, he whips out the Delhi on Cliffside. On the other side, Matisse has gone maximum comfort here. French, one of his most played civs. Can it recover the series for him? Can it lead to a reverse sweep? Polls say probably not. This is a tough matchup, I think. I was checking the stats as we were hopping into this one, actually. On the pre-expansion patch, French actually had a positive win rate versus Delhi, but it was a very, very small sample group. And that was pre-nerf to TCs, which is the biggest thing you aim for with the French. So if we're talking about a 1 TC all-in from both players, on a shorter map as well, I'm not sure I can bank on French to feel that strong here. Typically, French look to build a lead by getting into multi-TC, right? Like, why would you pick French over Jeanne d'Arc? Because you want a town center boom? But we've seen that town centering up against the Delhi, it feels nigh on impossible. The tempo with which this Civ plays, either they block your additional TCs, or they play for the endgame state too quickly for you to come back off of double town center. On a map like Cliffside, where these sacred sites are quite easy to go out and capture from your starting location, it feels difficult to believe you get deep enough into a second TC play to make it worthwhile. Just realized, actually, because we're live, we can actually put up predictions. I feel like this is going to be an unfair one to put predictions on. Maybe game 1, but now that we've seen 2 games so far where Core has dominated, I think a lot of people might struggle to bank Matisse, but I would, just before people lock in their bets, and in fact, if you're watching this late on YouTube, drop down in the comments who you think is going to win before the outcome is revealed here, right? Do it with each game. We'll see what you guys think. I believe that if there is a Civ that Matisse can make this work on right now, out of the matchups he's had, this might be the one. It's difficult. It's definitely not easy. But this is one of Matisse's most played civs, one of his most comfortable civs. Basically, Matisse's top 3 civs is HRE, Rus, and French. I think that second game, you saw him almost kind of thread the needle the way he was making Core doubt which choice he wanted to make, fast castle or more feudal pressure. Maybe you can do something creative here. School of Cavalry is going to be on the way. TOV on the other side of this. And pretty standard, right? Like, we're not going to see trade happening on this map. It's going to be way too exposed, and also that landmark really just needs a real buff to make it worthwhile. On the flip side, TOV is pretty much meta as well. No reason to play towards Dome of Faith here. You just want the efficiency of Spear Archer eventually. The idea is you should be opening up Ghazi, and then depending on your opponent's approach, you either keep the Ghazi pumping or you switch full into an infantry comp. And by going Tower of Victory, that means your entire army, as the game goes on, could end up just being buffed by 20% attack speed. And what makes that very difficult is you have to remember, like, if this turns into a Knight Pump versus Stable Pump opening, and then transitions into Mass Archer versus Mass Archer, you've got to ask the question, what do you get as the French there as an edge in the Archer trade? You have worse attack speed due to TOV. You have less efficiency, because remember, these Scholars that cost 130 gold are going to be dropped in each of the Archer ranges, doubling their production rate. Meanwhile, you're going to have to spend 150 wood, and that's not just the worst of it, folks. You're going to have to spend 150 wood twice to match that. Your opponent's spending 280 resources compared to 300. That is not a big difference. What is a big difference added in there is the 30 seconds of idle time you have to take with each villager to produce those archery ranges. Now, plus side as the game ticks on, Matisse is going to get more villagers. So that allows him to kind of extend his influence in this game a little bit, remain competitive. But what is most important here is whether he can lock those sacred sites at all. Because if he's not able to, that's where this gold trickle into trading it across becomes a problem with Delhi. So what does that mean? After that long statement, it means the first 20 units is critical here. Matisse has to build an edge, and he has to be fast. First Knight comes out. Other side, this is going to be Rack. So Core actually not trying to mirror with Ghazi's at all. Bit surprised by this. A lot of players tend to do that. He did actually exhaust the berries as much as he could on the front side before the Knight came in, so plenty of sheep to work with underneath his TC. Other side of this, oh my, what? That may be one of the worst starts I've seen a player have on Cliffside. He's going to recoup some of it and get up to an additional 3 sheep, so 7 total, but that's still going to be 7 sheep versus 16 sheep. And here's the awkward thing about when you lose sheep bouts like this. When you lose out on sheep to this quantity, your opponent knows, right? That's a piece of information they're fed by the amount of sheep they found themselves. What this means for Core is it means that Matisse is going to have to play out onto flank resources quicker, and he can look to raid on a delay with Ghazi. He can even look to just send it down the center because a lot of these resources are exposed, right? The deer is close to the center of the map. He can even then start to wall off. Another reason why Delhi is quite frustrating on this map is because after they come out to capture these sacred sites, look how optimal it is to wall in these areas compared to a normal dry Arabian map. And you can get so much value because of the way it forces your opponent not just to rotate around a square block of wood, it forces them to rotate wide around the cliffs. Cool. Love that he's setting up these walls. With the Spearman as well, so no lost worker time. He can't afford that, right? Matisse is already 3 villagers ahead, courtesy of the French TC production time. But if he sets up another small wall here, at that stage, all tension is going to be north side, and he can move out towards the base of Matisse. But for the moment, Core's taking his time. He's not rushing in on this. He went for the blacksmiths first. He understands those tech ups are going to be important. Cool thing about this as well is typically when you play against Delhi, they force your hand to go into blacksmiths a bit quicker. One upside for the French, at least here, is they do have the free tech, right? They do get the melee tech for free, which means even if you delay dropping that blacksmith now by 2 minutes for Matisse, he's going to have some sort of upgrade to mirror what the Delhi are getting at this stage. Cool. Now starting to move out those spears. Archer's transition already coming. I love this from Core, though. I think we've seen this time and time again. Funnily enough, like Spear Cav versus Cav Archer tends to favor Spear Cav. It's just very easy to wield, right? You just kind of run at your opponent. And although you have these counter units in the forms of Archers doing bonus damage versus Spears, you don't have this Invalidator that you do the other way. What I mean by that is Spearmen, they get a phenomenal amount of bonus damage versus Cav, but more importantly than that, it's the cripple effect, right? The fact that they're able to crowd control with the brace. Archers might get bonus damage versus Spears. They don't offer up that same level of restriction in a fight. Matisse. Actually, tanks for the Archers there. That was pretty crafty. It's like Core wasn't paying attention. Two count about neck and neck right now. Army value slightly favoring Matisse. It will be that way. I say slightly, it's quite a bit. But in terms of like the raw value, remember, it's Knights. The raw Knights are very strong, but the Spearmen, especially with that attack speed buffer, a very powerful solution to this. So Matisse, he needs to escalate this archery count. I think he's got a second archery range now coming in. Actually, no. Okay, this is sick. He's going in for the racks. I really like this detail. I think Ghazi becomes a problem for mass knighting just because they're actually decent traders for a similar cost, right? Like for 2 Ghazi versus 1 Knight, it's going to be a very close clash. Closer than it should be. Closer than Horseman will get it. So it's a great read now to add in Spearman himself. And I think this is a transition we've been seeing out of more French players at the moment to go for the 1-1-1 build. Makes you a lot more healthy, especially if you're stuck on only one TC. I love that Matisse has changed up the script here as well. Like, game 1, game 2 was defend. Game 3 is about how do I attack, and I love that he's finding a way to try and do that up against the Deli. The cool thing about his approach to this game is, in a way, this is a different way of walling your economy, right? While Core has literally walled himself in, Matisse is insulating himself with aggression. Because Core can't go in raid. If he goes in raids, he's going to get traded with Knights that do it better. Instead, he has to cover every basis, right? He has to wall in these areas. He has to get outposts up. He has to make sure he's safe at home before he moves out himself. And that means Matisse is saving more resources while Core is spending it. Core is having to spend all this wood on the Palisades. Meanwhile, his opponent, he's getting more eco as the minutes go on. You can see it, 31 to 35. And every little bit of eco he gets is going actively into the army. So when that army clash comes in, spears are revealed, so now Core knows what he's up against. There should be ways adding in an archery range. Instead, for the moment, it looks like he's sticking on just the racks and the stables. Has started to wall on the flanks, though. We're starting to turn this into one focus point down the center. The problem with that for Matisse is it strips him of raid opportunities, and it also makes it very easy for Core to use them against you. For a start, eventually Matisse is going to have to move out to the north side, Boar and Deer. These wolves going up, if he gets one here as well, very difficult for Matisse to react to. On top of that, now, if Core wants to sneak out for the Sacred Site on the west side, Matisse doesn't have a quick way of getting there to deny. Okay, that was sneaky. I love what he's doing there. He was trying to catch the scout. If you can pinch that scout, Matisse is playing a blind game. And Matisse needs a very critical piece of information right now. He needs to know if it's going to be archers in the next minute. Because if it's archers, you can't just keep booming a bunch of spears, right? You have to recalibrate, consider adding in more knights. Fortunately, he wasn't able to wrap around that backside. Has at least got his knights here now, but where are the spears? They're still split building walls, right? Core's actually secured a lot in this area. Berry's also now locked in. Surprised he has not moved for that western side Sacred Site, but I imagine that's going to change in the next minute or so. I mean, so far we are 11 minutes into this game, and still, no Sacred Sites have even been attempted to be secured by Core. Problematic. You do get your tech upgrades for free, right? So you do have an eco edge there. But the French are a decent civ at catching up on that, right? They've got the extra eco right now, but also remember they get 30% discounts on the eco upgrades. So much easier for them to get into them than other civs to compete. Burn free coming in. Cool. Got Sanctity now. So moves should be occurring soon. The problem is with this raid coming to the west side, trying to burn through the walls, his best option's kind of been stripped away. These wall attempts. I love that Core's trying to turn this into a maze. It's a very creative solution to this map. There aren't many civs that can get away with this many walls this early on against tempo aggressive civs, but the Deli are definitely one of them. It's definitely a very creative approach to play this more defensive style of Deli. And something that is going to enable him to go further in this game with that style is the fact that we have got pro scouts coming in 20 seconds. So if he needs to start pulling the deer back home, he can. But to be honest, if he just wants to move out to them, that's also feasible as long as he maintains this wall over here. So we have got to move out into the berries. This is a sneaky move as well. The timing is actually really good. Matisse has his entire army on the west side. So basically, Core's just playing right, left, trying to avoid wherever the fights are going to be so he can get his eco. Raid comes in. Villagers have to shift away from this. Army is getting a little bit big. Matisse has a lot of knights, but that many spears gives cause for concern. Archers, nice just trying to target them down. Matisse needs to be on point with the micro here. Instead, he's attacking the Ghazi. Nice trying to wrap around. Spearmen push them back, though. Archers get overwhelmed. The Ghazi do get in. Now the Knights trying to return fire. The problem is the Spearman mass is too big. Core able to keep him at bay. Archer count on both sides has been shrunk pretty heavily. Ghazi barely get away alive. Only a few still standing. And despite how crippled and invalid Matisse's entire cav was in that fight, he takes a remarkable trade here. Killing off the cav, killing off most of the archers, and now at the tail end of the fight, he has a group of raiders to still dominate with. This is sick. This is actually incredible at Matisse. That was really impressive. Core, the way he played that wasn't won't say 100% wrong, right? I think he could have actually brought a few more spin on the left side. He didn't need to throw as many on the right. But that was just great micro by Matisse, dragging this fight so deep and then spreading it so wide. He doesn't need to kill all the spears and archers. He just needs to keep the Ghazi count down. If Matisse keeps that Ghazi count low and keeps his Cav count high, it means as this game develops into the mid and both players are playing out on pocket resources, one player can be raided, the other cannot. Sick read there. Gives me high hopes for Matisse, man. And I needed to see this, right? This series so far has looked like Matisse had not even woken up, but apparently he got some coffee in him, he munched on some toast, and now he's ready to roast Core. Army value really speaks for itself at this stage. Double. Knights riding through. Core not in a position to contest this right now. And this should be a rotation towards the deer. Even if it doesn't find the kills, it's going to find idle time in the area. Knights actually run through. Archers will start to engage. They don't need to be that threatened though, right? Like, yes, the attack speed is better from Core's army, but the knight count is really what matters here. Charge comes through. Spearman count is getting low. Only 7 left over. And with 8 knights remaining, it means that Matisse, from a very confident position, can now chase away the food. Sacred Sides are finally trying to be locked in here, but looks like it's going to be a clash on the left side. One does get locked in, but the Scholar goes down. Army mass still being maintained. Matisse still keeping an eco lead. How do you turn this if you're Core? You need a lot of food is the issue, right? And this deer is about to exhaust. The berries on the right side will last a little bit. But if you're trying to reboot into Ghazi, it can be a bit dicey. The issue I see in this game is that Matisse did add in more spears, right? So those Ghazi will struggle. These knights are a lot more tanky, even up against spears. Sacred Sight's now being decapped. Means he no longer has that gold trickle, so he got it temporarily. Didn't use it to buy into more scholars. He's probably been just actively trading across for whatever he needs. No. I mean, I'd recommend a marketplace. Wait, is Core trying for castle? No, there's no way he goes castle. He's queued up the scholars. That would be death. If he went castle age here, he loses the game. I think it's very difficult to rush at castle age on a map like this between 10 and 20 minutes because Cliffside has you so close to the enemy base. So it means anytime you make that tech choice, it doesn't take them very long to get to your base from their own. Matisse flying a lot of wood, by the way. Is this a farm transition, or is he just mismacroing? I feel like he's mismacroing here. There was some idle time moving across onto the food on the left side, right? So he was without a food source for a while there. More archers are now being added in, but that felt like a mistake. Matisse not calibrating his economy correctly here means that Core does have the military lead for the moment. And we have to remember that with the Ghazi now being added back in, the army value difference is shrinking. I wonder, does he try to play deer on the flank? It would be a mistake. He should know this knight is still out here, but we might reach a point soon where Core has to attempt it. Right now, he's sitting on a lot of food, though. Wait, he's going castle, isn't he? He's legit going for it. Yeah. He got the wall up. He thinks this is good enough, and kind of see where he's coming from. Matisse, I think laying up off the brakes was a critical error here. He didn't actually balance his economy correctly to just keep on pushing. And now, instead of going for a castle age play, which might make more sense at this point, he's choosing to double down. Now, I know what I said about the short route and the easy movement across the map, but something I want people to be conscious of in this game is how different the wall makes it. Especially against a Civ that doesn't have many torching units. Core now adding in the farms. Doesn't want to play risk on the flanks. Makes sense against the French. On the other side of it, Matisse probably should have added in farms. Didn't do so. Has got a lot more knights coming in, though, now. Matisse. He keeps getting housed, man. I've been keeping an eye on this. Like, he should be about 5, 6, 7 villages ahead at this stage in the game. He's definitely been housed multiple times here. Only 2 eco up, and there's only been 2 worker kills in this game for Core. Like, Matisse had a full worker lead several minutes ago. So, don't think he's been missing the villager production, but he's definitely been capped in multiple phases because he's been rushing up so many units out of all these production buildings. Tech up on the way from Core now, though. Remember what we said about this choice. It can leave you incredibly weak, even more so as a Civ like the Delhi, as you don't have an instant way of upgrading the entire army. Matisse. Will he sense it? Will he feel it? before it happens. Compounder Defender being built at the back of the base, half complete now. Matisse needs to go. Moves in, Scholar found for free. Villagers now shifting out into dangerous territory here. He's legit going for the deer. Oh, man. And the timing is perfect here because Matisse is all in, right? Like, this type of push is designed to get the big fight. Couldn't have chosen a better moment for this. And now the Ghazi also peeling to go raiding. House is being burnt down. Cool. About to be blocked. Tech up complete. Matisse has to make a choice. And looks like he's already made it. Funnily enough, while scaling an army this big and this threatening, he still gets everything he needs as well. Food and gold. About where it needs for a Castle Age upgrade of his own. However, he's going to have some idle time at home. Ghazi do find their way in. Textiles is at least there to minimize the losses. Matisse does have a slight eco lead, but it's not really something you're meant to be throwing away here. Guildhall is on the way. 24 villagers working on it. The Spearman should be enough to scare away the Ghazi. Not before they take some faces off the skulls, though. Matisse now down to just a one eco lead. Guildhall coming out. Now, this does give longevity in the game, but it means you haven't got that power spike of moving up into Raw Institute Bloodlines or anything of the sort. So, Matisse, the goal now should be to drag this game out a little bit later and get Imperial Age on the horizon. That's when it screws Core over. Delhi do not like Imperial Age. They don't really have anything there waiting for them that feels glorious, especially in this matchup, considering the other side is going to have those Red Palace Arbalest emplacements. Still, to get to that point, there is an issue for Matisse. He needs a lot of farms. Food's running out quick, right? Boar is down to 400 food remaining. He's only got like 2 extra deer in his pocket, and the other extension's being taken already by Core. So I don't think Matisse realizes just how quickly he's going to need to get into farms. Right now, he's also not realizing the raids come in. Attack on the Archer line and slow to react here. He peeled off the troops to chase after the Ghazi, and a great read there by Core to go in. These Lancers soaking everything right now. Dives underneath the TC. I mean, this is about as good as it gets with an army like this for Core as well, right? Like, this is mostly unupgraded units, yet he's finding a fight that Matisse can't agree to. Archer's about to get upgraded, though. Needs to keep stepping back. Woodline is about to be exposed. Needs to make his stand here. Knights are about to arrive, but they're going to charge into a line of spears. Trades continue. Veterancy finally comes through, but Core getting the best he can out of this engagement with an army that should never trade anywhere near this well. Tail end is going to be better for Matisse, but it is going to come at a cost. Ghazi Raiders did turn onto the eco line. A few chip downs there, and all of a sudden Core now with the eco lead at 21 minutes into the game. And it's though Core needs to get production speed ramped up. I mean, right now, he needs more scholars banked inside here. He's prioritized getting the relics, which is good. But right now, he needs a line of about 10 crossbows plus 10 spears to hold back what's coming. Matisse on the way. Yeah, I think this is a fight that Core looked like he felt it was going to last longer, right? Like, the way he engaged there, I thought he was going to buy an extra 20 seconds. He apparently did. Because right now, he doesn't have the next line. Matisse, though, limited units that can dive the base sufficiently, and a keep is coming up, so that's going to be the thing to keep Core alive here. Villagers will pull back past the thin line. Just enough here to hold back the Knights, and the castle is up. Matisse cannot find the counter-offensive. Dude, that was sick by Core. I checked the resources. I must have missed the stone being gathered. A well-placed keep here to stop the quick route into his base, and now Matisse, with that reset, things get a bit scary, folks. Compounder Defender. It's going to give the village fortresses over in just 1 minute and 50 seconds. At that point, Matisse is going to fall behind on eco. So he needs to make a choice. Am I going multi-TC, or am I getting siege and going all in? Knights. Oh. Well, the Skull's going to be seen, so he's not going to get his hands on this. So it should end up being a 2-3 relic split, as it looks like Matisse is guarding the 2 remaining. But Core already got 3, so he's pretty cozy in this position. More stone being gathered, so we might see in seconds keep on the left side. Typically, you put a keep up here to defend your farmlands. He's going to need to rush it, though. There it is on the way. Buffer on the wall, Matisse. Not going to be quick enough again, folks. This is the negative of having an infantry army and burning through walls like this. It makes you very predictable, so Core gets the castles he needs here. There's no quick route into his base. Matisse needs to transition siege or go Imperial Age. Trying to break this base now is going to be incredibly expensive. Matisse is getting ready for the farm, full farm transition, isn't he? Yep. Already got a farm cluster over here. 5 farms around the TC. Sitting over 1.3k wood. This should be about 20 farms getting added in. His eco isn't big enough for this to not hurt, by the way. His eco should have been big enough, but with the worker kills from that last fight, the fact that he's been pop blocked, I think, 2 or 3 times in this game so far, in a game where Matisse should be easily at close to 90, if not 90 eco, he's down at 70. He's neck and neck, and Core, Village Fortresses is about to complete in 30 seconds. That's 3 TC versus 1 and a bit. This is a problem for Matisse. Well, lol. Nice denial there by Core. Actually snuck in. Second TC is coming through now for Matisse, but I mean, the problem with this is it's still 3 TC versus 2.3 is the correct number around that. 2.2, 2.3. Looks like the relics are not coming home to Core though, so good blocks there by Matisse. Imagine we're getting an extra keep. Yep, so now 4 TCs. And they are online and operational now, so probably going to get an extra 2 keeps on the right side here to secure the stone, plus more gold, and to secure the flanks. At that stage, there's no wrap-in point for Matisse. So this has to now be Imperial Age. Because if you were going to go for the siege, you needed to do it 2 minutes ago. It's too late now to try and scale into Treb. It's going to take you way too long to break through here. But he's reaching a point where you can naturally make that Imperial play happen, right? We're up to 900 food in the guild hall. Give it a few more minutes, and you're basically going to have your Imperial Age food cost paid for by this landmark. I do really like defensive landmarks on this map, by the way. The double TC in the corner from Matisse. What secrets are you trying to keep here, buddy? But I love the defensive landmarks on this map. Like, Barbicans are very effective here. I'd even be up for like Roost players trying to drop Kremlins very offensively. We've seen them drop them kind of here, covering the corner pocket. But just getting right on top of the Sacred Site, it secures the short route, it covers a lot of angles, and it also prevents a Sacred Site victory. It's a very effective tool, so Matisse should be aiming for a drop there when the time is right. Is he going 4 TC? He might be. I really would rather he sets up these TCs a bit more aggressively and prep for the Imperial Age, though. Remember, these are discount castles when you get into Imperial Age because they get the Arbalest emplacements. But if you sit them at the back of your base like this, it's like your dirty little secret, right? You don't want your opponent to know that you're going TCs. Cool. Walls now going up. Another beautiful thing about Compounded Defender, right, is these stone walls are cheaper for the deli. That's right. We often forget it. It's the stone cost of everything being cheaper. Walls are going to be denied here. Looks like it's going to be something a little bit safer coming from Core. The farms are being set up. How many deep is he now? 32. On the other side, this Matisse has to be close to that. I imagine about 24. 29. So new clusters are getting added in as we speak. Matisse now going for the trebuchets, but on such a delay, it's kind of worrisome here. Probably just better to just finish off that Imperial timing, get yourself a cannon, and break this much faster. So we're about to reach the late game officially, right? Like, we're 26 minutes in. Imperial Age seems feasible, likely on both sides. It's not a great feeling for the deli. But if Core can quickly rush up to about 15 scholars, it becomes a lot more comfortable because of how quickly you unlock your techs. It's very important that he does keep scaling that scholar count, though. I think the person that's impressed me most with their deli builds into Imperial Age has been Dumu so far, where at this stage, he'll start just compounding all these scholars together, right? Going up to 15, 20. So that when he drops the university, when he drops it up into Imperial Age, he has all of his elite upgrades within like 2 minutes. Krebs. Stopping the outpost from going up, but credit to him, Core is basically getting all the stone on the map right now. Here we go, Red Palace. Not as aggressively located as I was hoping for here. Apparently, Matisse is showing quite a lot of respect to Core. It's almost like he's worried he's not as strong as he is for a fight. We can see how this looks right now. Core is being quite greedy with all these TCs online. He couldn't afford to have a bigger army, but Matisse is acting as if he's up against something that is like an 80 pop military force. It's So Red Pass on the left side instead. Does secure a little bit more resource in fairness, right? The stones plus the gold instead of just securing the gold. But if he dropped the keep more aggressively, he could deny this castle on the forward and get the short route in. Instead, funnily enough, this Red Pass does nothing to stop Core from attacking the base. If he just walks up here, he can walk right past it. I don't like this landmark. I mean, I like it for its strengths, but I don't like the position on this map. I think Matisse, this is way too defensive. If he just set it up actually forward to the gold, it would have been good enough. Now tech up complete. Cool. Looks to march in. Mango shots coming through. It's going to be a fat whiff, though. Matisse needing to buy time here. He has no gold as we stand right now, so no elite status is coming out. No upgrades. Meanwhile, Cool. Basically full up now, right? 200, nothing else to be added in, so he's going to start stockpiling. Skulls are being queued up, so he's going to start to prep himself for that inevitable Imperial Age that has to come here. Especially against the French. With those Arbalest placements in the TCs, it's very difficult to just dive in and get the GG blow. Good news, at least, for Core, is right now he's walking in. He hasn't seen a Red Pass. He's like, I don't... Where is it? Where's the threat? He doesn't know yet that it's completely out of the way, but I think he's beginning to suspect this. Springles are coming out. Shot triggers has been queued up. Horsemen are looking for a freebie. That was so close. Won't quite be able to find it. But the Mangoes, if they get close enough here, the Springles is just going to die. And in fact, he's looking for it now. A hurl of rocks comes in. Doesn't quite connect. The pushback does continue. Mangoes, still 2 of them remaining. Army having to commit into the clash here. Still no elite upgrades, and with 2 Mangoes left over, this should be enough to start breaking the line Matisse. Behind this, Core now on the way up. It's going to be the Hissar Academy. Really powerful one here at this stage of the game, right? When you get this many scholars, this is why Hissar Academy is good. You want to go up to 20 scholars and pump all those researchers so you get a phenomenal amount of food coming into your economy late game. We're not there yet. He's got a decent amount of researchers already done, all his Castle Age type stuff. But of course, those Imp Age ones are still going to take quite a while because Core has not even gone into double-digit scholars. Can Delhi pull this off in Imperial? I don't think it's impossible, but I think it's very difficult in this matchup, especially considering Matisse is up to things. He's up to trade. This is scary, guys. Merchant Guilds pays for itself pretty quickly when you have about 20 traders. So keep an eye off that timing. And if Matisse has trade, he's never running out of gold in this matchup, right? That was the one way that this was going to be scary. But now we arrive officially in the late game. Imperial Plus. We're going to be talking about Royal Bloodlines, Night Pumps, non-stop. It's a very good stage in the game. Not to mention Arbalest with the crossbow strips and the Gambesons. They solve a lot of issues. Core's only answer, potentially, is this. Hand cannoneers. But long-term, it's not something he can keep affording. For him, gold is going to be finite in this game. Clash in the center in the meantime. Trebs are dealing with Red Palace. It looks like Core has discovered it, and that Red Palace has achieved a grand total of nothing. That's at least getting most of the goal, but this, yeah, I feel like this Red Palace should have done a lot more. Golden Hats are in. The Elite Arbiter Trio will be able to push this back, though. No upgrades yet for Core. I mean, this is the problem, right? Like, this Scholar count should have been higher by now. He finally gets up to 15, but he should have already been at 20. You're already seeing the impact this is having on his timings. Finally, elite statuses are coming through much quicker, but they should have been here by now. The difference really is the timing of the Scholars, and it's costing him dearly. Castle going down on the right side. Controller center isn't with him. Yes, the Red Pass was sniped down, but the repair crew is coming in. And with Trebs now arriving from Matisse, he's going to start denting the base. More castles to fall. Retreating to the choke point. Also been able to push this back. It is now hand cannoneers arriving, so Matisse a little bit reluctant to take a fight here. Has queued up the Royal Bloodlines and is starting to move into Horsemen. No incendiary arrows, though. I thought that might have been a big priority considering what he's up against, but instead, he chooses to go for the tankiness, and it might cost him dearly. Backline now has to retreat. Matisse, Army's getting small here. He's missed macroing. He has 5,000 food in reserve right now. and no way of spending it quick enough here. He doesn't have the Horseman upgrades ready yet, so he doesn't want to double pump down on them, but I think that's a mistake here. Stop waiting for the keeps and get the troops out. Right now, you're at risk of losing the game because you won't have gold for the follow-up play. Oh my god. And the gold just got pulled out. So this is everything on the line here. Trader's already been scouted. Hand Cannoneers are moving on to Eco. Matisse, I think he just misread this game. At a critical point, having 5k food sitting in the bank like this, not being spent, is what is the difference maker. And it's all because Matisse is waiting to mass spam. This keeps coming out first. In fact, he doesn't have enough stables either. The wood seems to have been expended in the wrong locations. I think the trader boom came at the wrong time here. That was needed for additional stables, and now he's struggling. Cool. Up to 16 hand cannoneers. Ghazi Raiders are being stockpiled as well. It's going to be a hard hold. Oh, man. I mean, he can't trade anymore. Trade's gone, right? Gold is gone. What gold do you have left on the map for your Matisse? I mean, I was about to say the south side, but the keep says otherwise. Trebs trying to get rid of it now, but that gap in Arbitrary production might cost him the game. Matisse. Guess that needs a little bit of a reset here against Core, but Core still a few hand cannoneers in the mix is really all you need here. Raw Bloodlines does make you tanky, but the funny thing about Ghazi Raiders, folks, look at the HP comparison here. 200 versus 243. Only these elite Ghazi hit harder. Dude, what a sick read. Mass Ghazi's in the late game. I feel like we never get to see this because usually the game's over before Imperial Age or it turns into Infantry Crawl. But these Ghazi are the difference maker. They're breaking Matisse right now. In a game where he can't afford to lose any Arbitrary, this count is getting too low. First wave at least going to be reset. Core has got more where that came from, though. He's stabbing elsewhere into the base. Arbalest in place is basically the only reason why Core is not able to keep an army together right now. Those 43 damage shots are hurting, but Guildhall now being targeted down. Trebuchets will get rid of it. It's going to be a reset back to defend the siege, but after that, a slow siege in that should be able to get rid of these landmarks. Actually, reminder, guys, Matisse's final landmarks are on one screen. The red pass already got taken out. This game could be over due to a landmark snipe.
Oh, man, Matisse, I can't believe this.
The blunder to not have enough stables producing horsemen here. And now, because he trickled it all out, he's out of food, but his army isn't big enough to friend. Raids in with a few horsemen, but the trebuchets are going to be fine. One will go down, but two will remain. Arbitrary at least pushing this back temporarily, but the Ghazi waves are coming in. TC down to half HP already. Guildhall is being repaired. Matisse realizing just how dire the situation is. He's not going to die fast, but he is definitely dying slowly here. Core. 8 more hand cannoneers on the way. Arbitrary count has at least stabilized up to 28. Horseman count is finally getting big, and Core is going to have to reset. So Matisse finds the moment to build up a force that's able to push back. But long term, looking at those food numbers, I am worried. He has 2k food income a minute. Core is up at 3.4k. Matisse still hasn't got precision crossbreeding yet. He's been lacking the gold. He's at least getting the incendiary arrows, but by the time you're there, think about what your opponent's going to have here. Should be a lot of text coming through. Biology is on the way, 29 seconds out. We just saw Ghazi able to contest horsemen in similar numbers. On top of that, we're going to be looking at things like Zeal. That's going to come into effect after the scholars are done researching everything. That's when you can get them in on these hand cannoneers and juice up that attack speed. Now, 3 mangonels. Funnily enough, Matisse had prepped shut triggers before, but he doesn't have them here right now. No Springalds. Clash on the south side. Castle is being dove. Now, the horsemen will be able to clear up the villagers here, so heavy losses for Core, who, funnily enough, was after more stone. Surprise, surprise. Looks like these guys can't hang around long enough, and unfortunately, the wolves are going to stop any raids into meaningful economy, aka the food. The food is still untouched. We are now up to 3.4k food income a minute for Core, courtesy of how much free he's getting out of this. 600 food coming in for free a minute out of the Hisar Academy. It's going to go higher as well, remember. He's still got more techs to get, folks. Horseman backstab. Quadruple mangonels are going to be protected, though. And we officially have a problem. You need to get shutter triggers ASAP. Red Pass is not going to be going back up, but the good news at least is while it has a little bit of health left, it does give the vision over to Matisse, so he sees his opponent in this area. Wait. Interestingly enough, Matisse is prepping elite army tactics. Is he? There's no way he's going mass men at arms, right? Like, that's a death sentence against hand cannons. I mean, Royal Bloodlines makes the Horseman better. I think he's going spears here because he's up against Ghazi, but the hand cannoneers are still kind of a problem here in my eyes. Dude, he's doing both. Men at arms and spears. What? I mean, I kind of get it for the Ghazi factor, but the men at arms feeds into the Ghazi value, right? Spears on their own might make a bit more sense. And it would balance his eco a bit better, right, with the wood situation. But, I mean, the wood situation is not going to last long either, to be fair to you. So he might be a bit paranoid about overspending there when he's got gold permanently in this game, right, due to trade. I say permanently. He's only got 4 traders in total. It's not exactly breaking the bank. This game's gotten weird, folks. It's a bit hard to gauge who's going to take this right now because Core isn't shutting down the trade yet. He is creeping, though. Castle has gone down. And it looks like he won't be able to sneak another keep out here. He's going to try for it, but it looks like Matisse knows. Shifts out in the area. Villagers are about to reveal, and unfortunately that does mean Core will not be able to deny the trade here. The Horseman will eventually shut him down. Elsewhere on the map, it looks like Matisse is playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse, though. 34 villagers out on the left side gold. There's not much left on this map right now. Arbor Trade do get caught out of position, though. And that's going to be a chase back. Ghazi spears just pushing them away. Hand Cannoneers following up behind this. Matisse losing the entire army. This is it. This should be breakpoint, right? Like, he's got plenty of resources in reserve, but now, not getting the red pass up again, having the trade blocked off again. And the hand cannoneer count growing as it is. My concerns for Matisse's position in this game continue to grow as well. Ay. I mean, I don't think Matisse has enough production. In fact, please tell me he has got Military Academy. Thank God. It just feels like you need more buildings right now. I mean, Core is dominating him in these fights. The Ghazi Raiders just can't be touched. It's insane. Like, so here's the crazy thing, right, about Ghazi Raiders. You pay a little bit more, but population, they're more efficient than French Horsemen. French Horsemen have 243 HP. Ghazi Raiders have 240, and they hit for 5 more damage. It's not even close. It's actually crazy how effective this unit is. Oh, no. Castles go down as well. This is over. I mean, I'm a bit heartbroken. I was hoping Matisse could show something with the French, maybe get a point on the board and get this series deeper, but it looks like we are going to get another Andy show match that ends in a 3-0. Seeing crossbreeding finally on the way. I just don't think that matters anymore, though. It's a matter of production, not a matter of food, in my eyes at this stage. Core is going to lose the mangoes. Matisse is going to get another wave together, but he's running out of gold now, right? The trade can't happen anymore. And he's officially out. He's dried himself up. There is some gold on the right side of this map that he can maybe reach out for. But he's starting to forfeit a bit too much ground. Reminder that this is before Incendiaries come in. That's now on the way. Reminder that every time he gets a new tech, he gets more food. Hisar Academy is now giving 700 food a minute. Now the war elephant's coming out. Ah, yes. It is time, children. 1275 HP. Bow to the king of the jungle. He hits pretty hard as well, actually. 68 damage from the spear, not to mention the tusk hits. I think it was just a misclick, but a lofty fellow nonetheless. Matisse never getting the military lead, and now it's time. He springs the trap. Elite Ghazi Raiders are in. Once they find these farms, it's going to be over. I think it's interesting he goes after the stables. I guess Core seeing the production issues, he just wants to make it worse. Instead, he finally peels off and goes into the farms. And this is the stage where Matisse is going to take on losses, take on water that's going to sink the ship. Villagers just die so fast, this man. It's 21 damage per strike. The army is not reacting quick enough. The horseman can't kill off the Cav quick enough. Matisse about to lose, what, probably 20 plus eco back here, not to mention the idle time on the farms, which is going to stop him rebooming an army behind this. A keep drop comes in to guarantee no trade for Matisse. I'm not seeing the way anymore. I really wish there was a comeback opportunity, but the way that Matisse has been playing this game, he's just stuck in a rut. He needed more production than his opponent, but he was never able to reach it. Now, with Bombards arriving at the landmarks once more, this should be the killing push. Horseman count is at 11. That out of time on the backside still hasn't been cleared up. Matisse down to 104 eco. Bombards protected by a handful of hand cannoneers because that's all he needs. TC down low at 2k HP. It should just be a rush for the landmarks here. Core says, I'm done with this game. I've got places to be, people to stomp. I got a Q and a Crackety on the ladder. He moves forward for the final landmark, and Matisse's hopes at making a reverse sweep will not even begin here. 3 Bombards to finish it off. Matisse with the pull of the repair crew to try and stop it, but it's going to be too little too late here. The siege works just doing a little bit too much. This will be a 3-0 win, and 70% of that $100, $70 going the way of Core. Well, the good news is it wasn't chicken new cheese. Bad news is Matisse, although he finally started to come to life, he came to life too late in this series. Let me know what you thought about this, guys. Let me know if you want to see more of these type of series. Big shout out to the players for playing this, both Core and Matisse. And also a big shout out to Andy, one of the community members who did bankroll this one. Absolute mad lad. Hopefully we'll be seeing more in the future. If you want to catch them, make sure you subscribe to this channel because this is the #1 place to watch him. I'll see you in the next chapter. Whew. That was a pretty cool game to round out, actually. I like that Matisse came to life at the end because that was looking quite stompy. Matisse did just a few mistakes with housing and placement in the Red Palace. Yeah, the Red Palace was a Red Porous, right? Like, it just wasn't in a nice place there. Usually, you want it close to the central pass to stop the quick route to your base. Where did this really go wrong? I think Matisse... If I had to target a moment, I mean, one of the most obvious things I can highlight is the housing situation. He must have missed out on an additional, I want to say like 4 or 5 extra villages midway through that game. Doesn't sound like a lot, but considering how close this was in the mid-game and how he almost did break Core, I think it was the difference maker. Add that into the fact that Core was able to get these sneaky pocket extensions on the flanks against a civ like the French, and I think you just have a recipe for disaster here. Like Matisse, funnily enough, I think there was a moment in Field Age where he could have ended this game. Just a little bit too late. Yo, what's up, Wham? Hey, Recon. How's it going, boys? Can't show it. Wait, did he stream it? Did I miss out on some magic gameplay? I'm molding right now. It's outrageous. You know, I think we're going to have to start making these play all 5 show matches, by the way. Maybe $20 per map. Wink, wink. He's 7-0'd Magic. Dude, I mean, in fairness, Magic's getting old, right? You know, like, it's probably time to hit the retirement home. He had a good run in Wallow. He was like, well, my hip's not working anymore. GG. It was a weekday. That's true. Weekday Magic is not as strong. We know that. Big rip. Okay, so who do we now watch? Because I ain't ready to end the stream. We gotta have more fun. Who to check out? Gonna do some live from the ladders. Ooh. Perfect time for the show match to finish. Guys, guess what? B versus Dimmu. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll be taking a dose of that. Malians versus Chinese on Cliffside. I don't think I've seen that matchup yet, actually, on Cliffside. All right, there we go. Title updated. Damn. I am bummed out it was not longer. At least the final game gave us a little bit more runway in the show match. Whew. So we are now waiting for... Oopsie. Am I set to Stormgate? I think I am. I am so annoyed that we cannot watch more Stormgate, by the way. Like those replays cannot be watched now. That's a heartbreaker. So we're waiting for this. We got a 2.5 minute delay, and then we're going to check out B versus Dumu. After work gaming is not optimal, to be fair. That's why you make work. That's why you make gaming your work, right? Boom, big brain, big brain. Did I ever watch your games? Didn't get to. We got one series done. We got the Euthermal versus. Who was Euthermal against? It was Euthermal versus Hydra, and that was the only one we were able to catch in time. Like, literally, the moment that series finished, the servers went down, and then there was a patch. I was so annoyed by that as well. I already gave feedback to the devs. I think that was a really big mistake as well. They should have had a beta branch, because another thing that's really annoying, it's not just annoying for me trying to make sure we chronicle the stories. The other really, really annoying thing about that's really bad for the competitive integrity of the tournament now happening, and I know, and this is even known, there's patches and there's changes coming, right? There's going to be different strats. Any player that now plays in the Katowice qualifier and qualifies, everyone who's qualified already is able to watch their data and watch what they do. That was already going to be a big edge because of a patch. It's a bigger edge now because let's say you finish your qualifier, let's say you qualify for the main event, and you want to spend the evening researching your next opponent that's going to be drafted. You now can't, because you can't watch the previous games. He hasn't responded to that message yet. Basically, they said before, is like their excuse was like legacy replay support is something SC2 didn't have for years. And I'm like, you know, like we'll see how he responds to it. But I basically said there should have been there should have been a beta branch. But the fact that I actually sent a message to the guy and then got a response in 4 hours is pretty impressive. For reference, my average response time in Age of Empires 4 right now, bar 1 or 2 specific devs, is 3 months. PMA. Oh. Should we get to the fun time? Oh, we need to turn off the score, don't we? Can we have predictions? No! Never! Maybe. Alright, let me put predictions up. Who will win? Why is he calling himself Beal now, by the way? Guys can have 2 minutes for predictions. There you go. True. The devs might respond. Some of them do definitely respond, I agree. But, like, yeah, there's nothing they can really do, sadly. All right. Let's do what we can do. Let's provide the entertainment. Welcome back to the AOE4 action, folks. I just saw this live, and I could not resist it. We've got B on the Chinese up against Team Liquid's Dumu on the Marlians. I have not seen this matchup on Cliffside. We've seen it on other maps, right? Like, you know, these civs have been around for ages, but Cliffside specifically, I don't think I've cast a single game of these two clashing. Interesting that people are starting to practice Chinese again, by the way. A lot of people have been acting as if Chinese are dead and worthless, but I think maybe some of the slight buffs they got recently have given concern for experimentation again. One of the notable ones is, of course, now they get the taxmen much cheaper than the Imperial Academy. And I think also there's some decent maps in rotation where they can function. I think this is one of those maps where actually the Chinese is very strong. Barbican drops in the center area, blocks the short route to your base, and it also gives you access to a lot of resources. So let's see if that's the way this is going to play out. I'm going to switch over to the gatherings to see what they're actually aiming onto. We are live, so we cannot do our 2 times fast forward in the early game that we usually do. Scouting-wise, it looks like Benny Boy has actually got up to the 12 sheep point already. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be 11 for Beal. I don't know why he's called Beal now. One thing I'm curious of, actually, in this matchup, we've seen the solution to Marlians is to spam Chuganu and Rams. It's not quite the same for the Chinese, because for the Chinese, you don't have the same timing on that strategy. As with the Chinese, you have to go for your landmarks to get into Chuganu. And you don't also have a Meditation Garden to inflate your super early game eco so much like the Zhuji do. So I'm expecting something a little bit more calm, composed, maybe a Castle Age type play out of B. When you get there, though, Nesta B is pretty strong against a lot of the comps that Marlians play into, especially because the design of the map, Cliffside just forces these funnel points that are very easy to defend with mass spears, and it's not much further past that to reach the enemy base. A very awkward point in this game, actually, is the double gold on the forward for Dimu. If B ever sets up on this Cliffside, he can deny all of your gold income, right? Like, you have got a retracted gold behind, but pimp mine-wise, you could be in trouble. Tech up on the way. It's going to be the Imperial Academy. So, Imperial Academy used to always be, like, the go-to choice. Unless you were doing some cheesy Barbican rush, you always went for the Academy first. The interesting thing about the buff to the Chinese is now you do it even more. Remember, they buffed this so that now the taxmen are cheaper. Now you only have to pay 105 resources instead of 150, so it's even more powerful now than it was pre-buff. Which I don't know if I like. It's kind of a weird one because, and let me know what you guys think in the comments. Like, the alternative is people barbicaning you all the time, which is cheesy and annoying. But at the same time, what they've fundamentally done there is they've doubled down one landmark being the optimal choice over the other, outside of obvious cheese plays. I guess the argument is that Barbican still gets used first in some builds and has to be used first, so it's not too bad. But it is kind of weird with the fact that I'd say of recent games, if you're not watching a Crackety replay, Imperial Academy first is pretty much the way for like 85% of players. Other side. Another kind of weird situation, right? The alternative being the defensive landmark. I feel that there is a bunch of landmarks that probably need a rework. I don't know, defensive landmarks is weird in general, I'd say. But like right now, if you want to use dominant landmark examples for Feudal Age, Marlians build this 97% of the 98% of the time. Maybe even as high as 99. I feel like the only time you ever see them go for the Saharan Trade Network is when they're being outpost rushed by a Mongol player. And Core is not in this game, neither are the Mongols, so that's not happening here. So tech up complete. Now we start to see if there's going to be a full macro game. We haven't seen a move out in the stone for B. I'm wondering if it's some sort of fast castle typical build. You are at least going to be seeing Barbican here, by the way. It's just way too good, like the proposition that you're getting. If you think the game's going to go 20 plus minutes, it makes sense to get Barbican to A, secure resources, and also because the Song Dynasty unlocks a lot more villages in the coming minutes. Like, to put it in simple numbers terms, if you get Song Dynasty and the game goes to 25 minutes, once you've built it, let's say you built it like the 6 minutes, that's going to be an extra 19 villages. It's kind of nuts when you think about it that way. That's on one TC. The ridiculousness, of course, is when you scale into 2. But wait, he's got pro scouts, hasn't he? He has. Yo. B is like the only player doing this right now. And I've got to give it to him. He's actually been finding a lot of success against some very talented players with these pro scout shenanigans. It's an interesting read here. It's not that impactful against Marlians. The reason is that Marlians don't really care about deer. They can just get cattle. It's really good in some matchups, though. Like, imagine, for example, we're watching a game earlier where, you know, you're up against Delhi as an example. Any civ, really, that's going to go into deer. It's a value play because, A, it lets you get safe resources at home, and B, it denies resources away from your opponent. Unfortunately, B has chosen to do this in a matchup against a civ that doesn't give a damn. At least they shouldn't. I mean, double mill usually suggests they will not. There is a world in which Dimu tries to play deer, so this might be one of those kind of big brain maneuvers where because Dimu doesn't think he's going to have any aggro his way, he tries to pull out onto the deer location to be optimal about the ranch transition, but it's a very small chance play. I don't expect it here. And now that we've got the first horseman coming out, it's almost guaranteed to not be the case. Another reason why you wouldn't really care is even if Dimu had to come out here and play onto the deer, and those deer got taken away, you have to remember that the cliffside always spawns boar next to deer, so you get some optimal value there. Sure, deer's still going to be gone, but 2k food, think about how deep that gets you into your timings. It's pretty much all you need to complete the tech. So B. I don't think this is going to be Castle Age. I actually think this is going to be all in feudal. That's really funky. The reason why it could work here, even though Horseman seems like a really bad shout against Marlians, is you have to remember that right now, B is playing implied odds. He's playing as the Chinese. So if the Chinese are going to attack you, it's going to be with Chuganu, right? Like that's probably what Dimu's thinking. If it's going to be attacked before Castle Age, it's going to be Chuganu. So the only thing that Dimu might prep for is archery ranges. But it looks like he may have sniffed this out. Yep, Scout saw it. He got a sniff on it, so he knows about the Horseman. So Dimu is going to prep the correct unit to open here. Raxa's already being dropped. I imagine archery ranges quick to follow after he just saw B adding in the archers himself. That's a lot of food coming home, though. Remember, each of these deer stacks that he returns home is 2,450 food safely underneath his TC. That's 1,000 extra food than you get off your starting berry patch. The question is this going to work? I mean, it's weird that B still hasn't got Song Dynasty to me. Like, if you had a choice between Archer or Chuganu, would you choose Chuganu or Archer here? The Archers do have the value of being a little bit faster, so you can poke at the Donzos a bit more freely. But the Chuganu can actually trade it really well with the Donzos, but also quite decently against Javs compared to Archers anyway. So yeah, it's a very different build coming in from B. Moves in for the dip. I mean, Dimu has to know about this, right? He can't see it. But with the amount of scouts he saw coming back, he knows there's going to be all food going to his opponent. He should now know it's going to be an all-in type play. Archers arrive just in time to inform Dimu that he needs to get the javelins out ASAP. Archery range has been dropped, but it's going to be delayed getting troops out, which means right now Dimu being denied on his gold. Has got the passive trickle of gold, but it's at least slowing down his timing, and that's important because now he's got the full set of ranches ready to go. He needs to wait on that gold. And also he's going to have to spend more gold here, right, on the javelins, which is going to slow down his timing a bit more. B is looking to thread the needle here, right? Like, from here, you don't go back for a tech up. There is no return to a tech up where you feel strong now, considering that Dimu has already set up 6 ranches. The problem is, as well, if you don't find a way to end this game quite quickly, those ranches with the passive food they're producing is going to make this an impossible matchup. Okay, mine's been burnt down. B. What do you do next here? I mean, he's going to have Blacksmith's upgrades, so once you have Steel Arrow plus the Undermesh, it could be a really good time to fight. Undermesh is super effective as a first choice here because those Donzo Javelins being hurled count as range damage, which means they are getting reduced by Undermesh. Even though it's a melee unit throwing an attack, it's still technically ranged. Blacksmith drop a smart read there, actually coming out from Dimu as well, so he's going to have the protection. Man, these archers are not going to do much work. B right now does have the army value on his side, which is why Dimu has to be careful about the way he fights, but there's many troops, he can start sniping out these scouts for free and horsemen afterwards. If the Jav count reaches 10, I'm a bit scared for B. But it looks like B has a plan. Look at what he's doing. he's such a crafty son of a gun. You know how it says, like, this feels like an all-in? Dimu's been convinced of it as well. He has to act as if it is, rather. He's building 4 additional javelins and more Donzos. So at a point in the game where he should be building this Fulani and getting a tech advantage, B has convinced him otherwise, and B is now looking to nest the bees. Clock Tower on the way. Dude, what a cool read. So it's interesting because I've seen a few players complaining recently, wondering when Pro Scouts is going to get buffed because it doesn't get used. And what I love is while all those players are moaning about, oh yeah, it's just rubbish, you shouldn't get it at all. Then there's just B, single-handedly trying to make sure that no changes need to be made to the tech, and single-handedly trying to convince people that it's good. I wonder how people feel in this game. Have they been convinced? Because so far, he has yoinked back almost 5,000 resources in Deer. By the time he's done with all these stacks, he'll be just shy of 10,000 food returned to his base, safely being gathered underneath his TC. It's wild when you put it like that. It's like tech up comes out, Dimu now trying to punch him for that. The problem is this army's too mobile, right? Like, you can't actually gap close on them. Archers move at the same speed, horsemen move quicker. While he's backing up, those upgrades are being queued up. Nesta B should be primed as well. I'm a bit surprised B hasn't rushed towards one of them, but wood and gold is limited right now. Instead, he's opting to go into the Lancer spam. Monastery also coming out. Grand Fulani is finally on the way for Dimu. Needs to get some value out of this tech timing. Right, his opponent teched up first, so that should make you stronger, but unfortunately from this position, it's not looking that way. The Lance is now arriving. Dimu has to start to retreat. So he's going to pinch some Horsemen. But we can see B doesn't care about that, right? Like, he's not queuing Horseman upgrades at all. It's not about them anymore. They're a disposable unit. The Archers, however, do matter here. Funny thing about Archers at this stage, by the way, you got 4 armor versus a unit that does 9 damage. So funnily enough, you don't just tickle anymore in this clash. Lonzo's definitely doing more than tickling against the remaining Horsemen. B, this is all about just pushing his opponent into the base, though, because look at what he's getting behind this. Monastery is up. Monks are coming out. So the whole goal now is to keep your opponent away from this area of the map, because look at the way the relics spawned here. 3 down a line on the left side, the other 2 in the center on the right. Okay, this is... I kind of feel like this game is biased towards B a bit. It kind of feels like the relics on the right side are more easily obtainable, and the left side ones right now are kind of being pushed by him. So Dimu needs to realize what's happening here and camp this area. You can't let the Chinese get all that free gold. If they do on a map like this, that's going to be Nesta B spam, up to 3. And you can go Sofas all you want, but if this turns into mass spears and choke point holders with Nesta Bs, Sofas can't reach their targets. B, surprisingly enough, hasn't gone for spears yet, though. He genuinely is just going raw lances. I want to see Nesta Bs. Like, the fact that we're not seeing them still, but he's about to be the defender is a bit weird. It's almost like he thinks he has more control out on the map than he actually does. Matt Monk walks out into his death, instantly gets sniped down, so now Dimu knows what he's up to. That's the problem, folks. That Monastery costs 200 wood. The Monks cost 150 gold. Right now, B has chosen Greed over All In. And Dimu is looking to go all in here. He dives into the main base. Scouts with the body blocks there, protects the eco. Wrap around the backside, the Warlord comes in. B delays the retreat here. And now the Lancers are getting in. They're forcing the clash. Archers with a dive forward here. A great fight. B, that sick detail. The second Warlord to deny the Javelins longer. They're going to get the snipe, but the damage is already done. Dimu will lose the army. And B now in a situation where he can still play for the majority of relics. Dude, that was a sick fight by B. That delay may not look big, but it actually is. The Javelins, instead of trading out with the Archers, they had to turn around to address that threat, and it bought time for the Archers to gap close, clear up the Donzos, and allow the Lancers through. And now with this group of Lancers uncontested, Dimu is starting to forfeit map control. Barbican is also coming up behind this, so an extra layer defense is on the way. In fact, what? Oh my dear God. A 15-minute Barbican drop. Are you insane, man? I mean, you must be right now. They can't even build it. Mistakes made. B. That was way too early. He'll back away in time here. He does still have an eco lead. However, he now has idle eco. So the impact of this is feeling lackluster. Barbican finally on the way here. A staging point to push in from. Nesta Bs are pumping behind this. And B is bussing forward into the Malian base. The last 3 minutes of gameplay have been absolutely disgusting to watch there. What a sick read on the defensive for B to make that defense. Tanking with the scouts at the beginning, which he didn't need anymore. Buying all the critical time he needed. Allowing the Lancers and Archers to whittle away at the Donzos, the backbone of Dimu's push. And now, after that pushback, we get this. B, with B's coming. 2 relics soon to be banned. Easily looking like the type of game where this could be a 5 relic secure. And the first Nesta Bs is already on the gold line. You need anti-siege. I mean, there's no debating this. Like, trying to go mass Sofas here doesn't work. It's very difficult to get the scalability to that. B should actually be himself now going into spears. Surprisingly enough, he's just sticking on Archers. I think that's due to a lack of long-term food. He's trying to make it last here. But that is a little bit dangerous. Wow, you can actually see he thinks it's anti-siege. Everything B's done in the last 30 seconds suggests it, right? He's queued up Springles, but also that raid onto the wood line is because he's worried his opponent is getting wood for siege. He should be more worried about these Sofas. Nesta Bs will back off towards the Barbican. The problem right now is Dimu's army isn't big enough to dive this defense. So the Nesta Bs will massacre him. But if he's able to get up to, say, 15 Sofa, that's when this gets scary. Instead, actually, he tries to go for the clash now. Nest of Bees. I mean, if they just turn and attack on the Javelins, this is going to be a wipe. B has to keep backing up, though. Those Sofas quickly denting into the Archer count here. And the Nest of Bees are going to be exposed. Dumu times it right, spreads it wide, and cuts him down. B loses the siege and loses the full position.
Oh my god.
I mean, there's no Spearman still. Like, this is literally the reason this is not working now for B. All that food. All that food that was meant to just get him through to the end of this game, and instead has gotten him through to the end of the game. It's not the way he intended here. Dumu now with an overwhelming military lead. B, I feel like this was a misread here, man. If you want to play that light on actual real defenses, build some walls, create some choke points. The Sofas should not have been able to get in like that, but B, with a lack of frontline to hold, Dumu will be able to take it. A creative opening by B, but that follow-up, perfectly read and perfectly anticipated, means that Benny Boy will be the one making B go bald after this. Yeah, that game was defined by the choice to stick on a philosophy of siege when you were up against Sofa. Sofa is so much more easy to execute for Dumu than anti-siege is there. I think that was a complete misread by B. He just hadn't prepped himself for the next phase there, right? He didn't have long-term food coming in. He didn't have Rax's prep to go into either Palace Guard or Spears. And Dumu, reading that, perfectly anticipated his timing, pushes back that Barbican, and ends the game swiftly. Sick game, though. Let me know what you think about what B's doing right now with the Pro Scouts. Is Pro Scouts just underpowered? Is it worthless? Or is it just overlooked? And is B on track to see us returning to the Pro Scouts meta, even when he's losing like this? Only one way to find out. Subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Whew. Yeah, that was, I mean, a very creative start to the game, right? But like the way that followed up looked very grim. I'm trying to like dissect in my brain where it truly went wrong for like B, and I think it is just not having Spears. Not having Spears when you're up against Javs and Dunzo Sofa there. If you have a group of Spears, the Nest of Bees are untouchable, right? The problem at that stage is he spent so much of his food on Lancers, there's nothing left. What's up, Johnson? Testing my crafter map, East Asia medium with 7 AIs would be nice for community games. Ooh, interesting. Thank you for the heads up on that. I don't know if we'll be going late enough today for community games. This just might be one of those weeks, because tomorrow I'm not going to stream, because I want to try, I need to prep a bunch of things behind the scenes, because we have got the Stormgate Open coming on the weekend. Plus, I want to have some time to spend with my family this week, rather. And I'm busy literally Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But we should have community games next week for sure. So, let's see who else is playing. What are we looking at? My face. We were just watching Pro Scouts from B in a Chinese Malian matchup, actually. Quite interesting. So, let's check what pros are live and searching right now. So, B just found a game against, I don't, like, is that person even highly ranked? I've never seen them before, so I've got a feeling that's a low-ranked player. I mean, it's the type of matchup that a ranked 28th in the world should never be getting, but apparently, B is ranking up against the ranked 222. A person who only has 23 games, and Season 5, they ranked 1334th in the world. Yikes. Pro Scouts from China. What happened to the Kato qualifiers from Stormgate? They're happening on Friday, Recon. What do you mean what happened to them? They were always going to happen on Friday. One day after other one? No, because some of the players start traveling back on Monday, and some might have been delayed until Tuesday. So it's giving them enough time to adjust, and it's going to happen on Friday. Also just makes sense from a tournament organizer perspective, because it lets you build into the event with anticipation, right? So, I believe we have got a Voldemar versus Downfall game, which I think I eyeballed who Downfall was earlier. Let me double check their account. Where were they from? Kind of lame how they have their own qualifier. Yeah, no. Oh, downfall I think is Elyona. So yeah, no. So something you have to keep in mind is like these guys literally couldn't play. Like it was impossible to play. They're playing in StarCraft. Age of Empires people had no excuse. Warcraft people had no excuse. There was literally no tournament on the weekend. From a viewership perspective and including everyone perspective, what EGC and Frost Giant done made perfect sense. Like, here's the reality: Stormgate is appealing to this, and not just appealing to, but like the biggest community grab, like of the different communities they could grab people from, the biggest, most obvious one is the StarCraft people, right? Because StarCraft is dying, right? It's going to be a StarCraft person in the chat that wants to argue with that, but like StarCraft is not getting any active development, all right? That is the signs of a game dying. So it makes sense that they want the first big Stormgate event, and this gives the game the best chance of success, to be totally real with you, to have some of the best StarCraft players present that couldn't have been present otherwise because of that. Exactly, Recon. Like, there's probably 2 or 3 StarCraft players that made Katowice, but they just couldn't play because they were in Katowice. So it had to be done that way. I was worried 4 people might qualify and then suck hard. Not necessarily, right? I think there's some transferable skills. Like, some of them may have already been doing build orders. The other interesting thing, actually, is the qualifier makes more sense now. I don't know if Frost Giant knew exactly when they're going to do the patch, but remember, the patch happened yesterday. So if the idea was to have the qualifier the day after, that would have been a terrible qualifier because it would have meant that people would have had 2 hours of practice and then been into a qualifier. 2 hours of practice on a new patch that has made big changes, like the Scout Rush has been nerfed, Flame On has been adjusted. The Shadow Fiend, dude, I'm Dota 2. The Fiend spam has been heavily nerfed because Speed Camp's not nerfed. A lot of things have been changed about the early game that would mess up a lot of players, and you get some weird upsets that make no sense because Tommy might beat Serral if he's playing in this qualifiers coming up, and it might not be for the right reason. No offense to Tommy, but Tommy, you know, if him and Serral had 3 days to practice, Tommy was never going to win. So I think it makes a lot of sense. We said we were gonna. Do you guys want Voldemar versus Elyona here? I'm pretty sure downfall is Elyona. Pretty sure. I don't think we had any other games starting up in the last minute or two. Oh wait, we got Gully versus Matisse, but that. Oh god, it's an Ambassador mirror. I don't. Oh god, no. I don't think anyone wants that, right? Let's battle the bad. Where is that game? Guess we'll do this. Kid versus Elyona? I think so, yeah. I'm almost certain this is Elyona. It's an account from France. I don't think it's Marine Lord. I don't want to say what I'm going to say because it's going to make Marine Lord's head big. But this account was ranked 92nd in Season 2, ranked 103rd in Season 3, ranked 74th in Season 4, and ranked 27th in Season 5. Let's be totally real. M-Lord's going to rank higher than that, right? Maybe? Okay, so a little... I don't know. I need to actually talk to Robbie about this. I think there should be an option to check for opponents that someone's been up against in their history so that we can dissect... In fact, let me send that message quickly to Robbie because I think that's a very important thing. Yo, would be cool to have a filter system on players' profile page that lets you check if they've faced off against certain people. Especially helpful for IDing Smurfs. Because the logic there, right, is like, for example, we knew that Ruland was a returning player and not Kiljardi because we knew that Ruland was likely the owner of Smooth Operator and Smooth Operator is faced off against Kiljardi. Some players won't like that. There's loads of things players won't like, but tough nuggets, mate. If you want to Smurf, I'm going to be on Smurf Watch. I'm just shrugging about it. Like I've said this before. Like I think I'm the person that sits on the side of I actually don't think that public Game Dayer should be hideable at all. Not one piece of it. I think if you have secret strats that you need to hide, put the time into organizing scrims. That's the way AoE 2 works, to my understanding as well. That's the way Dota 2 works. I think the counter argument that gets thrown around is that's not the way StarCraft works, but then checkmate, StarCraft and Dota can cancel each other out, and the comparison that's fairest there is AoE 2, right? That's just my hot take, I guess. There's always going to be someone some players don't like. But I think it's personally a better way to go. So, let's get ready for this game. Whoop. All right, let's get to it. Actually, no, I'm going to say my final thought on this, by the way. Counter argument as well. There isn't a world that makes sense for me where a player should be able to smurf on an account, keep that information hidden, and then change the name of that account to use that for seeding in a tournament, and then the counter argument being, I don't want to be ID'd, which ones are my smurfs? It's just like, you can't have your cake and eat it. All right, now we can get into it. All right, let's go. Voldy versus Downfall, a.k.a. Elyon on the Roost. I'm excited for this one. 1-1, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action. This is an interesting one. It just got said in the chat, actually, that this is a tough matchup for Malians. I agree. It's quite an interesting matchup on a map like this. If you had something like Dry Arabia, where you have a little bit more defensive organization to your starting resources, Malians can actually weather the storm right against the Roost. They can scale into their second pit mine. They can build Donzo Javelins to hold. The difference is the way that this map spawns you with golds rarely ever next to each other and wood lines that don't really give you a complete safety net. Against the Civ, that is incredible at exploiting that. This side, we are going to have a player that's closely matched, by the way. Downfall is Elyon. The Downfall account right now, I think, is close to the actual rank. In fact, we check them right now. Yeah, Downfall is ranked 68th in the world at the time of recording with 1,843 elo. On the other side of this, Voldy's been making quite the climb. The kid, the Dane, the Indomitable is up in 27th place on the 1v1 leaderboard. Really impressive climb actually coming out from Voldemar. Voldemar, who I'd say he'd even agree about a month ago, was looking kind of rusty. Like, I had my doubts on whether he'd be able to like find enough time to get ready for EGC's tournament. Nothing against him, no flame. It's just the dude had taken a bit of time away. You could tell. And when he returned, he was struggling outside of, I would say, Abastas and Chinese. But been impressed by the grind back up to the top. His Mongols is looking fierce. I think his Mines have been looking decent. English. A lot of these civs are actually starting to come together for him again. So I'm excited to see what he can do with a tournament just a few weeks away. Let's see what he can do against Elyon, though, because Elyon is definitely a player who's been on the rise. Elyon, who I think touched like top 20 multiple times. Really impressed. I think it's a pretty fair statement to make at this stage. They're the second best player out of France. Now, admittedly, they're a long way away from being the best player out of France. Marine Lord has that #1 spot. That's just undeniable. But Elyon has definitely been seeing a decent improvement over the last year, or over the entire course of 2023, in fact. Opening-wise, they're going to be dropping the Kremlin here. Pretty... Well, actually, like, what? Okay, so this type of tree line is quite rare, actually. I've seen this maybe twice before in Himeyama. It doesn't happen that often with the conjoining tree lines. To get that when you're playing the Roost is quite the jackpot. At 25 gold, usually you get like 19 max, typically around 16 on this map. That's actually a really big boon. It doesn't sound like much, but with the gold trickling upwards like this, it makes up a big difference here, especially in the timings early on. Because if Downfall didn't find enough gold to get Wheelbarrow plus the tech up, the reason would have been the 100 cabin makes the difference here, right? Like, think about how many games we've watched where someone's just a little bit gold short and they would have to wait 2 ticks of 100 cabin. Getting a line like this guarantees that you can be a little bit more aggressive with your Wheelbarrow timing without sacrificing your tech timing. And that tech timing is going to be fierce. Just past 4 minutes in, Kremlin is going to be complete. On the other side of this, what? Something seems a little bit odd about that, right? I see why. He went fishing. Okay, this makes more sense now. I didn't even see that. I'm blind, clearly. We've got fishing coming out from Voldemar. That's an interesting play here, actually. It's really smart because the Roost can't do it. The reason is if Roost tried to do the fishing here, they would be in trouble due to how long it would take to get the fishing boats out and how long-term there's no real value here. It's only 4 shoreline fish. Instead, check what's coming. Elyon moves out with the Wooden Fortress, and this is exactly why Voldemar was rushing with the Mantis Quarry in the end. You can afford to do this if you have fishing, and you need to get the Archer ship out. Unfortunately, the timing by Elyon is disgusting here. And wait, it's going to be a transport ship play. Unfortunately, that's not going to be good enough. Elyon made the right choice, pulled 4 villagers, and will get the Wooden Fortress up without losing a single one here. Sick read. Demo ships are on the way, but remember, this Wooden Fortress has 1,750 HP. You're not killing it anytime soon, but you are losing fishing. Demo in. Congrats. Now you need 4 more of those. It just doesn't feel great. I mean, he could even set up a hunting cab if you want to stay here, but I think he's just going to be content to keep the scouts inside this, deny the fishing over time. Does need to get the arrow slits. Once that's in, you'll have the range to hit onto the fishing. Even if it wasn't in range, keep in mind now Voldemar literally has 500 food for this play, and that's it. The rest of it's being denied away, and he only took, what, 180 food off these other shoreline fish. And we're also going to get Troll Outpost coming up. For good reason, you're up against the Roost. The most logical follow-up play for them is going to be to drop a stables here and start to harass you. But of course, Elyon has different ideas first. Doesn't want that first night for the aggro value. They want to get into the second TC ASAP, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go wide with it. It should be a TC drop on the deer and the board of the south side. This is an absolute jackpot, especially because the wood lines almost fully connect to insulate you. It means that Voldemar, even as the game goes on, can't raid you on the flank, and if you short wall towards your base, well, not short, but even in a long wall here, there's no way in. Reminder, those are Roost walls, which means they are not going to die anytime soon. A little bit of annoyance here. Shoreline fish is going to last a little bit longer. So Voldemar's not going to run out of food straight away, but I don't think you want to hang around. This is a fast Castle Marlian build now. If you try to just dally around here, you know you're going to be up against multi-TC. It doesn't matter what Roost player it is. Anyone who's playing regular Roost gameplay is looking at 2 or 3 TC games right now. So the worst thing you can do is not get up fast. The weird part about this, though, is Voldemar hasn't added in any ranches whatsoever. Are we going to see a Farimba game? That is incredibly unorthodox. But it also might be incredibly big brain here. How does Farimba work here against the Roost? The Militia makes it very difficult to close the game quick enough. And you're up against 2 TCs. You can raid the south side, but if these walls go up, which is now beginning on the south side already for Elyon, that's where it becomes a problem. That's where you actually can't do anything with this Farimba rush because the scalability of it is too slow. And the only way you're burning through those walls is if you mass Donzos or Mustafadi, which the Roost can deal with by just going into Archer spam. So yeah, I'm not convinced that Farimba's the way here, but I understand Voldemar's issue, right? There's no alternative. If he tries to go for ranches in a slow scale here, he's going to get sniped on the wood and on the golds between the two because of the knights that are coming. So he's looking for the one logical way out of facing that chip damage. And it's going to be a fast tech up. Okay, this is going to sound weird, and I don't want people to vomit, but what if it's Fulani first? What if he adds in the ranches afterwards? It kind of means the Castle Age doesn't do much, bar get you access to better units. But it at least gives you runway. I'm just not... It sounds really bad. I know it sounds really bad, but does Farimba really feel much better here? There's a timing, for sure, but it's always difficult because of things like this. The Kremlin and the possibility of walls makes it almost impossible, but it's coming. Farimba, on the way. He's going to have to be so fast about this. The first unit choice is also critical. In this matchup, when you're up against Knights Archers, it has to be... I think it actually has to go Mustafadi, which sounds even weirder, but the logic is that right now, we're seeing Elyon plan to the flank for food. They're not playing for wood, right? Which means they don't actually have any scouting in this area. It's risky because you're against triple scout, but like if you go Donzo first, Archers can counter you. If you go Jabs first, the Knight's going to kill you. Mustafadi can at least stealth and try to find their way around. It's not easy, but the funny thing is because of the way that Elyon is set up, Voldemar sees where all the scouts are, right? Or should estimate they're going to be in your base. In fact, we can see they are on the back pit mine right now. Instead, it's going to be Donzo's. So taking a slower approach to this. The problem of which is this will get scouted. The moment the tech up completes is where he'll look for it, because right now you can guarantee Elyona's wrapping around the base and seeing no ranches. They're already suspicious. The moment that tech up completes, they're going to know what this is. And they've already set up the walls.
Okay, now this is really bad now for Voldy.
He has one route, and it's through the Kremlin. The short walls are coming in on the north side. I wouldn't be surprised if he sets up a wall here connecting as well, just to make one funnel point towards the Kremlin. This Kremlin is a very strong defense, by the way. It comes with castle turrets, which means every arrow coming out has +2 damage to it. On top of that, if you do try to dive the main base, you have to come through the Kremlin, which is also next to the TC where the militia come out of. So it's just a very difficult breach for Voldy. I'm really hoping this is some sort of fast follow-up into Temple play to get his hands on the relics. For now, being denied the gold. Pit mine does go down. Let's get the fast forward a bit. Fishing is pretty much dead now, right? Yeah, he's only got 138 food left over here. Transport ship doesn't have any units nearby. Voldemar has accepted his fate. He's no longer getting food and water. That means he becomes more restricted on land. Remember, there are no ranches here. The last of the sheep are being eaten, and he doesn't have surplus gold to be able to pump out cattle to eat. This is looking bad. He doesn't really need much food because it is Farimba play, but at the same time, you need a little bit to scale your eco. It's running out fast. Meanwhile, Elyona running up quick too. High Trade House on the way. Get your numbers in, chat. What's it going to be? How juicy is this one? It looks really good, actually. A long wood line like this. This is almost like a fully encapsulated wood line on a slight concave. So he's going to get quite a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at 158-ish. Tech up is in. We'll find out in a minute. Gives you time to get numbers in. If you're watching this late on YouTube, just drop it down in the comments below. We're now 12 minutes in. In fact, this is an important time, right? Like, I don't want you all to feel like that type of person that calls GG ease after the game's complete. Bank on it now. You're 12 minutes in. Who's winning this? Is it going to be Voldemar or is it going to be Downfall? And interesting. I always love how when I assume that it's going to be a player, Crackety comes in to correct. What makes you think it's not Elyona Crackety? I don't think it's Marine Lord. And I don't know of any other higher ranking French players. Oh, you asked him. Interesting. But also, Elyona's looking to compete. So do you think he would tell you the truth? That is the equivocal of trust me, bro. It might not be Elyona, but Elyona is my front-running guess right now. Ball being broke through. Voldy has got military mass on his side right now. Okay, that's bait in the chat right now. Don't trust Crackety. He trusts in the good of people. That's a lie. That's coming from the mouth of a Chuganu spammer. He's just trying to make you think he's wholesome. He's not. He's the most toxic person in this chat right now. I've seen the Recon Nesta Bees clip. I know what you really are. All right. Maybe Downfall's a new person then. I'm willing to accept that. I'd actually love to see more players crawling into the top. I mean, reminder, guys, this guy's in the top 100. Whoever it is, they're very capable. Hold him up. Moving in on the secondary TC. The high trade house in the end was 150. Wait, did I say 158? Damn, I'm good. I even said 148 or 158. We were close. Or we were right. Either way, this is looking right now. The Farimba's working. TC's going down. It's a 15-16 eco lead, but remember there's going to be pit mines on the other side of this. There should also be relics as a follow-up soon coming in. It's all about the gold, remember. The play about relics is very important here because you just need gold to keep this pushing. Downfall. Also now going to lose the high trade house. That one ram's going to be knocking for a while. Main army not ready to clash just yet. The problem is also, for Downfall, there are Musafadi coming in. So this timing to play into men-at-arms, there's a small window. The Mangonel is at least going to force this back, but the TC's already been lost. The extension has been lost. The deer have been mostly exploited as well as the boar, but it's still now going to force you north side out into risky territory. These walls are pretty effective though, man. So difficult to get around these areas. I'd actually love to see the Mustafadi just stealth and go around, because right now it's just a melee mosh pit. It's being pulled back. Needs to defend around the berry patch here. Can't force the Mangonel to puck up. Where are the Mustafadi? They still haven't arrived yet, right? Or wait, are they in this? They are. One is in this. One's left over. They just got sniped down. So well played there. Downfall. Getting rid of the one unit that could sneak in on that siege. So he's going to be a retreat coming out. I don't like the Voldemar's not gone for relics, though. Like, he's only now doing it, but this is the bad timing. Going into the mosque after your opponent has a level of control on the map isn't a good sign. All right, Investigator Krakeny has solved it. We are not looking at Elyon. Did you find a game between Elyon and Downfall? I'm willing to believe in that. That's impressive then. If this guy mainly only plays team games, being top 100 in multiple seasons, like what did I say? I think I said like top 40 in season 5. Do I just need a theme tune for Krakeny now? Do 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 do. Inspector Krakeny. Do 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 do. Fashion center. Have we got poison arrows in now? We haven't yet. Yeah, that needs to come through soon. That's actually a really big deal against this many men-at-arms. It's like there's going to be a pushback. Downfall retreats behind the walls. Not much food left in these areas though, right? The deer's almost exhausted. They're going to have to play on berries or they're going to have to transition farms. And it looks like they're already underway with that. Downfall setting this up like an Age of Empires 2 player all around the primary TC. Other side of it, we're already seeing Springwells now coming out for Voldemar. Relics are starting to be split though. Downfall on the way home with one already. Looking at where the remaining are, this should actually be a free relic game for Voldy. He just needs to move north side where there are already archers guarding. In fact, Downfall, what was he doing with these archers? Was this about the food sources? I think it was. Instead, he's going to find the monk. So looks like it could still actually end up being a free relic game for Teal. Guaranteed now. Immediately pounces on it. So well played there. Yeah, this... I do feel like an element of this is maybe a mistake by Voldy, less so than just a good play by Downfall, if that makes sense. Like, for what Voldemar achieved on that dive in, he was always going to get the kill on the TC, even if he spent a little bit of resources going into the mosque earlier. I think that was a missed trick for Voldemar. He could have been looking at a 4-relic game here, which is a huge deal, because you have to remember, this is a Farimba play. So it's all about the gold. No military academy yet either, because Voldemar isn't at a stage where you can just keep churning out units non-stop, so it's just not worth doing. Interesting. What? Oh my god, he's trading. No way. He's actually going to trade. Well, I said he needed more gold. We don't see it anymore, right? It's all about the Fulani spam. It's always about food with this Civ right now, but Voldemar, a blast from the past here. Farimba into trade. Oh, I am so here for it. Other side of this, Downfall's camped in the corner, right? He's not coming out in a rush. He hasn't gone cav, so he doesn't have a quick way of sniping this. And these stone walls going up, by the time he realizes what he's up against, even if he tries to pivot for it, it's still these big fat stone walls he needs to break through. Meanwhile, more walls going up for Downfall. He's actually worried he's going to get raided. Makes sense, right? You are up against Mustafadi spam potentially here. They can stealth, they can wiggle their way in. Sure, you've got some detection in these areas, but as we can see, there's breakthrough points down between these static emplacements that would allow Mustafadi in. Voldemar just checking that his opponent is still AFK. Oh, you crafty son of a gun. It's close to maximum value trade, so this is going to be worthwhile for him. And remember, he can set up the toll outpost along the way to make some serious bank. So it looks like it's going to be 42 gold on the way back and forth. Just needs to start layering those outposts to get the extra taxation. In fact, are these ones in range? No, they're just out. It's kind of unfortunate. Wait, is it still bugged? Oh. Okay, it may only be one way, but it's still a lot of extra gold, right? I think it's still worth going for. Downfall. I mean, he should know what these walls mean, right? Without even seeing the trader, he should 100% know what this is from Voldemar. Voldemar has been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And Downfall is here to be his downfall. Everyone coming home from both sides, but right now, Downfall just has a much better army. Mass Archer, Mass Crossbow here. There's no real way for Voldemar to gap close on this. And remember, he moved entirely away from Javelins. Menar's going to dive in. That's baiting the entire melee army. The gap close is there. Downfall in with the fight. Spring wants to trade out here, so Mangonels are going to have to just pack up, move in, and go for a one sally out. Looks like they are going to be able to find it. Springhold's not able to get the kill straight away, though. Remember, it takes 3 hits to kill a Mango. Now an overextension. Voldemar gets baited into the melee line. Oh, this is over, man. This is completely done. Downfall will bring around the downfall of the Dane. The kid has no comeback anymore. GG's going to get called. A reminder as to why Farimba absolutely sucks. I'm sorry. There's a few things going wrong here, but the Farimba definitely felt like it put him on a bad course. I don't know who Downfall is, but they are impressing me right now. If it's an entirely new player we've not seen in competitive before, I hope we're going to see them signing up for some EGC tournaments soon. Because with the way they're ranking up, I think they could actually make a decent run. What do you guys think? Is Downfall a secret player? Is he maybe secret Marine Lord? Or have we got a new French contender on the block? Oy, oy, oy. Well, that was shellacking. Do-do-do-do-do. Inspector Crackety. Ooh. Yo! I'm hyped. I just closed a deal. Whoop, whoop. Well, it's not for me. It's not for my channel. But I've closed a deal. We're making money for someone. I really need to get some deals for myself. Not going cows is always a mistake. Yeah, I mean, I know the Fulani detail was like, build the Fulani first. Made you want to vomit, but maybe that could have worked. Closing a deals this suits. I mean, I'm usually suited. Maybe I need to get back to suiting and booing. The problem of suiting up is I think people get the wrong idea. They see me in a suit, and it's almost like they assume I have money. I don't. Which is why you guys need to prime sub. It's weird as well. Like, I've tried to highlight this before, actually. Like, have you guys noticed that the people that are actually really rich don't dress in suits at all? Like, at all. Because they're rich and don't give a crap, they just wear casual crap. They'll just wear trackies. Or they'll go... Or, like, the other type of people that actually do have money are the ones that buy expensive-looking, baggy jeans that, like, actually cost more than a 3-piece suit. Old money rich doesn't give a crap. New money rich needs to flash it about. It's not always true like that though, right? Like in some ways, Monkey, but not in all ways. It depends on what kind of rich you are. For example, tech rich doesn't give a crap. Like tech rich is not old money, that's new money. But they won't dress that way. Funnily enough, I actually think old money dresses in suits and whatever more. And I don't come from old money. I actually come from a full working class background. Blazer with white t-shirt. Tech money and nerds who made it. Yeah. Yeah, you'll never catch me wearing white shirts with like a black blazer or some crap like that. And my white shirts that I have always have some sort of creative pattern. Because I absolutely hate the idea of like white shirt, black suits. It's a bad look, man. Unless you're trying to get a part in the new Men in Black movies, it makes no sense. Looks bad. The reason why I like suiting up ain't because I got money. It's because I like the look. And the funny thing that a lot of people don't realize is like if you're actually a frugal spender, you can spend less to get like that suit look than people spend on their nice trackies and hoodies and whatnot. Do we do B and Dimmu again? What do you guys think? B Dimmu game? That's true. I do love Barney. But my suit up's different. I never wear fancy shoes. I always wear trainers. You asked that, but you already have it loaded up. It doesn't mean I have to like stay on it. I hit the watch match to see who they're facing. Durr. All right. Let's go for it. You know my rules. There's 2 times to open this game because I want to get you guys straight into the action. The Age of Empires 4 action. Welcome back, folks. We have got B on the Byzantines up against Baldy Boy Dumu, playing as the Ayabids. The Ayabalds. Oh my god, it's the Ayabalds versus the Byzantines. We've done it! We found their civs. Grudge match on Cliffside between the two. Byzantines are going to be in the orange. Meanwhile, Ayabids are going to be in the purple. We're going to be on the 2x speed just because the early game shouldn't have too much going on. Interesting matchup, actually. I think that with the changes coming into the Byzantines in the last patch, I think they do a lot better against the Ayabids, especially considering Ayabids just got nerfed. I also think that you can be very aggressive in the early game, but it looks like B is not going to be going there. So B has 2 types of builds, if you've noticed this, the Byzantines. The one, I need to stop saying Byzantines because I keep baiting myself to say it all times, but the one build is focused around Hippodrome and all-in offensive play, sometimes relying on neutral posts to go for things like Magadai or Horse Archers, or even French Knights. The other build that he goes for is the Grand Winery 2TC Fast Imperial build. I'm wondering if we're about to peer in that. We haven't seen B play that build for about 2 weeks, but it did look super effective when we last saw him flaunting it. And this is the type of matchup you kind of get away with it in because the Ayabids aren't going to contest you too much early on. We have at least got the opening of the military wing with reinforcement, but that just means this should be a Lombo Grand Winery play. And because you've got Grand Winery on the berries, you get what you need for the first Lombos very quickly, especially when you send 13 villages out in a rush to do it. Now, there is still an opportunity for Dumu to be annoying here. However, if he's concerned about harassment on his eco line, all B has to do is set up an outpost on the forward. Sheep haul in the end is going to be 17 on one side, 11 on the other, so a big haul there for B. And Olive Oil being gathered at a pacing that I actually don't think the Desert Raider can stop the first contract from being enabled. You have to micro back some injured villagers, but overall you should be fine here. Instead, B backs up early. Wow, okay. Almost gets the kill there. I'm kind of surprised by that, considering that the wheelbarrow, even though it came in, it's still a long walk there. But Dumu, quick to start a step back, is idling this out now. Now, I do feel a little bit surprised by this. I really did think B was going to try to go for an outpost on the forward. Just makes sense, because also, if you set up an outpost here, it stops rotations easily around to the back of your gold. But always being frugal. Second assistant is online, so a lot of gathering coming in, and B... actually speeded up again. There's not going to be a contest right now. Instead, there's going to be a Merc House on the trade post. Without Hippodrome? That's crazy. This is also weird because he's now going to be going for Magadai versus Camels, which means the Magadai do less damage. In fairness, the damage is decent against a unit with no ranged armor, so in some ways it makes sense. And there is going to be a raid opportunity as a follow-up here onto the gold because the Ayabids haven't set up any sort of defense on their gold. B, what a crafty play. He rushes out onto the gold now. Now, this is interesting because if you're Dumu, this doesn't look like a sneaky Merc House play. But he's going to find it. Are you kidding me? Okay, so what I was about to say is this looks like a standard Lombo play because Lombos work here to push this away. And they play really well into the late game. Unfortunately, B has the issue of being B. And I guarantee Dumu walked out here simply because this was B. No one else right now is trying the trade post, the neutral trade post plays. It's only B. And wait, did I misread it? It's Desert Raiders. Oh yeah, oh no, he had 2 tier 2s. Wait, so he's mirroring Desert Raiders here. Okay, that's actually much better. That's much better than Magadai. So he's going to have the same count as Desert Raiders that Dumu has. That's going to keep his opponent on the defensive. Limitane are also scaling. Dumu, this is scary what he's doing right now. He's in the middle of the tech up. Growth Wing is on the way, but he has no way of pumping units yet. And it's very limited now. He can't go Lancers. He's actually going to have to go Golems, which is pretty effective. But the problem is because B now has Grand Winery, he has access to the olive oil again, and he still has his Merc contract at home. There is an opportunity to just counter out the Golem play by going into Keshix. This is really funky out of B. There's nothing standard about what he's doing with the Byzantines right now. I mean, sure, he's got Limitane, but like, I mean, Limitane against Desert Raiders is very expensive with the things he's sacrificing right now to get his hands on those berries. But now, triple Desert Raider. Oh, what? Okay, that is cool. Another problem that I don't like from Dumu's builder here, he went Growth Wing, but he exhausted the entire berry patch. So he just missed out on a 600 safe food in a game where your opponent now has cavalry and breakout potential. That's very dangerous to do. He has got some food reserve to work with, but yet to kind of prioritize a choice. It looks like instead, he's going to get a mixture here. Archery range and stables both being dropped. And for good reason, right? Like, he's got his Desert Raiders still. It's 3 versus 3. I think he might be looking to actually upgrade these Desert Raiders to win that fight. Still very annoying to try and trade here. Limitane have been losing quite a few of their numbers. P behind this is stuck in Feudal, by the way. This is a heavy investment. Think about what he's done this game. He's lost to, like, what, 3 Limitane at least so far? He's built 13. Just 10 of these cost you 900 resources. So this army is basically the tech up cost for it. So expensive. Now hard gathering on the gold. Trades are going to start to come in. Looks like he's going to get idled out there. Nice little drop off. That's what Dumu needs, right? Just to top him off. It is going to be more Desert Raiders. Oh, this game is going to be wild. The last time I saw mass Desert Raiders was playing one of the devs in closed access. No one does it. But this is actually the right call in a game like this. Limitane can't touch you. On top of that, your opponent has gone for Desert Raiders, but he can't scale them at the same pace here, right? And he also doesn't have Castle Age variety. So here we go. Silver upgrade comes in. No, we don't usually see this, by the way. Usually we just see, even with the Desert Raiders reinforcement wing being taken, people don't bother to get the upgrades. So it's quite often the case that even 50 minutes in the game, we're still looking at Desert Raiders that look like this. We don't get the silver overhaul. Now, 9 damage on bow shots compared to 7. 120 health versus 145. Everything just looks thumbs up for him. Undermesh is at least there, so Limitane do tank a little bit longer, but this would take an insane out micro by B to now win these fights. Lance is also now being queued up as well. That's an interesting choice, but the cool thing about this, I love this play by Dumu. If he gets 1 or 2 Lances and goes to the eco, right now B's entire army is bogged down. The reason it's a very smart play is by going for stables and archery range, you have the ability to pump Desert Raiders at maximum pace here, because you can build them out of either building. But this now gives you omni flexibility to switch unit types. Desert Raiders for the start step. It's not quick to kill. Limitane numbers are scaling. B is not going to tech up, guys. Like, he's going to look to end the game with mass Limitane. The problem is that Dumu's found the resources for some Gulums. If he sneaks up to like 10 Gulums, it's over. And he's gathering gold on the right side here. That's something that B can't react to now. Dumu does lose one of the Desert Raiders. Make that 2. Sick micro there by B. Somehow gets away with a heavily injured one. Just the misclicks, right? You can see Dumu was trying to hit that target, but accidentally touched the Limitane instead. If it seems like Dumu's making mistakes, you have to think about the pressure on him right now, because there's Limitane gap close very quickly, and there's a lot of them. Look how close that was. Like, he almost instantly loses the Desert Raider without getting a single kill. And he can't afford that because these Desert Raiders are insanely expensive, 180 resources each. Limitane chase continues. B, is he thinking of giving up and going home? He's not just spamming out more Limitane. This actually might be a just gradual skirting towards Castle Age now. He's got the Olive Oil to keep generating army in the meantime, right? However, he's also got a Camel Lancer in his eco. B? Stop reading out subscription messages, buddy. We got a fight to win. Villagers. Oh my god. He finally realizes it, but the losses are mounting up here in a game that, remember, he's already several villages behind, courtesy of the Growth Wing. This is looking all thumbs up for Dumu now. 14 eco lead. Plenty to gather off the berry masses, and GG gets called. B. It was already hard enough, but that one detail, that one Lancer is his downfall. Desert Raiders to dominate in this game is not something I expected. What a wacky game. Do Desert Raiders have bonus damage versus Spearmen like normal Camel Archers, or no? I'm pretty sure they don't. They don't. They shouldn't. They're hybrid. They'll just have the base damage. Like, literally, the Spearmen, although they can't touch the target, they don't die quicker. Desert Raiders only get bonus damage versus Cav, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, it only applies when you're in melee form. Oof. Well, you guys wanted that game so badly. I just want to remind you of that, okay? You guys all asked for that game. Yeah, so what Dumu was doing there, I think Desert Raiders do have an element of animation canceling. I don't think it was intentional there, but it's just something you end up doing. The wind-up seems to be a little bit more aggressive than it's meant to. So, let me have a look at who else we've got on the ladder right now. I don't know why I said ladder. Oui, oui, j'ai des ladder. Wasn't Sunflower RTS that guy that BC AFK'd on? Poor guy. Gully versus HSY. Do we do it again? I wanted to do someone else, but at the same time it is Forts. What civs is it? Order of the Dragon, probably? What are they playing? Let's have a look, guys. Okay, is this game bugged? It's not loading. What? Alright, I'm going to force close AoE 4. It's never done this before. That's a bit funky. Okay, so apparently Forts is so cursed that when you try to load an observe of it, it does this. Let me force a crash, because it's not loading. That was a bit weird. There we go. All right, sorry about that, folks. Even the game does not want you to observe the map? Exactly, it did. I don't know. I like the idea of Forts. I know people have a lot of hate for it. It definitely needs some rebalance. There's some inconsistencies in the spawns, and also the sometimes some players lose more wood lines than they're meant to have. But like, I like the idea of safe starting resources and a requirement to come out quickly. I think the spread of resources needs to be different. But I like the idea of what they're aiming for with Forts, actually. I'm very anti-turtle map. I hate turtle maps. And the funny thing is, like, Forts is this very poetic combination of the idea of turtling and playing aggressive, because you can turtle, but you're incredibly limited on how long you can turtle. In some ways, it reminds me of Frisian in that regard. The spawns are so cluttered, I can't even fit. Yeah, that's the only thing. Like I said, like the starting resources are inconsistent. They're kind of buggy, and things get weirdly cluttered for sure. Oh, it's Chinese Byzantines. Do we want this? I mean, it's not going to be Chuganu spam, right? It can't be Chuganu spam. Ones if you want this game cast. Twos if you want something else. I'll let chat decide. I mean, it is Forts. Is this just going to be a boom game? This is going to be a boom game, right? I think this is going to be a boom game. All right, people want it. Let's go. Man, these guys are not stopping. Back-to-back clashes. I'd have it no other way. But this time, it's not B on the Byzantines. Instead, Dumu gets the Byzantines. B goes to the Chinese. We are going to be on Forts of all maps. First game, we're actually seeing a Chinese on Forts. I don't think I've seen one before this. Curious to see how this Civ functions. You'd think this is a good map to kind of TC boom on, but with limited resources at the start, you have to ask the question, does eco-inflation lead to a win or a loss? That's what we're here to find out. B and Dumu, of course, very closely matched players when it comes to raw skill. You can even see it when you look on the leaderboard, right? At the time recording, B, I think he's down in 31st place. Dumu has continued his crawl to the top again, up in 18th. But if I had to put it on paper how these two clash and who comes out ahead, I feel like they must be close to a 50-50, especially with the unorthodox strategies we often see out of B, but nothing unorthodox about this. We're going to hit it on 2 times speed to get through the early game because there's no aggressive play coming out from either of these civs. Imperial Academy opening for B makes a lot of sense. You want this now more than ever. Barbican used to stand a chance of being an argument for going first, but ever since the buff now with the Imperial Academy allowing you to get tax officials for 45 resources less, it's a no-brainer to always choose Academy. On the side of it, it's going to be Grand Winery. I kind of hate what this map does to your Grand Winery placement. Look how bad that is. So, I remember I've had some experiences with forts very early on in development, and I played a lot of Japanese then, and it didn't feel good there either, because the issue was like Cursed Storehouse, you always ended up blocking out farm placements because you couldn't place it anywhere but right next to the TC. It's similar here for the same reason. Look at the influence range, and now look at how much it is going to be blocked here by the TC. On top of that, afterwards, later on, some of it's going to be blocked by things like cisterns that you naturally have to set up in this area. Speaking of which, it's going to be a rush towards the level 2 cistern. I don't think we're going to be seeing a rush towards 2 TC play here. Instead, I'm expecting Dumu to prioritize getting some pressure out on the map because you are up against the Chinese, and it is on a map where they can't stay at home. B, meanwhile, are we getting pro scouts? I'm seeing a stables. We're getting pro scouts. Okay, so this is very creative on forts. It's not really creative from B because B literally is doing pro scouts like every other game right now. But on forts specifically, it's a very smart idea because forts is a map that's designed to force you to come out of your base really quickly. You have limited wood, limited gold, limited food. You're expected to get off of this island and expand riskily, not just naturally extending in things. The cool idea, the cool thought of this idea that I love from B is this allows them to now just sit at home for several minutes longer than Dumu. And Dumu needs to contest this. Limitane are on the way, but those Limitane are not going to be quick enough to stop the scouts. Already on his way back. B, you're going to have to drop that though, buddy. Drop it like so. Whoop! Out of here we go. So, nice plays there by Dumu to delay the return of the food, but there's only so much you can do with limited Limitane like this, right? You've got 5 coming out. It looks like we are going to get a Javelin play from Dumu. I think the approach now for Dumu, because he's reached into Limitane, he knows B's going to go archers, so the play is meant to be sit yourself outside the enemy base. Don't try to chase towards the deer stack locations. The problem with this play is you cannot spam Javelins non-stop. You're very limited and handcuffed in how many you can get into. On top of that, because B has gone pro scouts, he can get horsemen. So he actually has the answer to that. I wouldn't be surprised now if B tries to send those horsemen to the enemy base to cut reinforcements. Archers are revealed. Limitane have to back away. This is such a weird, scrappy game. Scou's going to have to stop and drop off the carcasses here, right? I don't think they're going to be able to get home. He's actually going to go for a wide arc instead. Archers have been reached by the Limitane, but horsemen trying to dent this fight is going to be a mistake. I think you need to save all these horsemen for what's coming next. Those jabs are going to be exposed. The scout does reveal that B knows what he needs to hit here. This is such a messy fight. I love how B has forced this really uncomfortable position between the two of them. 5 archers now, but they have to keep walking away. Limitane able to back up now, so it looks like he has pushed him into the base. And after all is said and done, B did not get much out of this, folks. What did he get? I want to say he got like 2 carcasses, maybe 3. I think he got 3. That's not great. Actually, it might only be 2. So 700 resources for an investment this big. Remember, he paid quite a lofty sum for that many scouts. He spawned 7 of them at 78 apiece. On top of that, he had to get Pro Scouts, which is not a cheap tech, by the way. Look at the cost on this. 350 resources. Fair to say that so far, the payday has not come in for B. The play has not paid off. And good question. How does B have 4 more villages? Oh, I think Dumu was housed. I mean, that's the only logical reason, right? No villager losses on each side. So Dumu, either he was housed or he had to put all of his food into the Limitane timing. I think it might have been the latter there. I wouldn't be surprised, right, if he had to sacrifice villager production to get the Limitane out in time. But now, speaking of those Limitane, trying to defend the Javelins. Archer count looking a bit too high, though. I think the Horsemen are going to survive this long enough. Limitane down to just 4 remaining. Horsemen with the recharge in. I mean, this trade-out's worthwhile. Remember that the Javelins aren't remassable here. They take Olive Oil that Dumu simply doesn't have in large quantities, and instead, this time around, it looks like Dumu is going to be the one at death's door. B breaks out. He breaks him down, and now there's no breaks on the Pro Scouts train. He still has 7 scouts left alive. This is an opportunity to take all the food off the map, and that becomes problematic because now Dumu has an awkward situation where, A, he doesn't have the pocket resources to play himself. B, he's now going to have no opportunity to raid his opponent's eco while his is going to be raidable on these berry patches. What a crazy game. Oh, wait. Do tax collectors count now? Am I an idiot? I'm an idiot. Ignore me. No villagers missed. Apologies. Dumu is on point. He didn't have to sacrifice anything. Thank you for highlighting that. I appreciate you, Fablop. I totally forgot. Because it never... I'm pretty sure that tax collectors never used to count in the HUD, right? I'm pretty sure they never used to count. Maybe I'm imagining that. Raid attempts. Villagers are guarded by this outpost. Nice play there by Dumu to rush that up. Not playing too greedy here. The problem is what's happening elsewhere. This is just getting absurd. Every other player is begging for Pro Scouts to get buffed. B is single-handedly looking to get it nerfed. And the reason, by the way, why the tax collector count is so high already for B is because they're so cheap. Remember, Imperial Academy, it only costs 70 food and 35 gold instead of the 150 cost. Raid in. Villagers trying to rush up the outpost. Wow. None of them died. Really? Textile saves the day there. Keeps them all alive. Not damage done, but in the end, I think actually the tail end, he did get one working kill on the exit, but considering how much he threw into that, B won't be happy. He's looking for a lot more. Meanwhile, Dumu is looking for a tech up. Almost ready to go. Just needs to sort the last bit of that food. The reason why he doesn't have what he needs for Castle Age actually was that raid there. It idled him out a little bit long in the area. But B, although he's got all this food, this is now a problem. He doesn't actually have a solution to a Castle Age army. B can't go multi-TC, right? No, there's no way you trade a multi-TC here. Castle Age is on the way, and this is a scary point in the game because B is reaching a stage where the wood is drying up quite fast, so he's going to be out of his base. In fact, oh, dude, he got one of those spawns. So this is one of the vexing things right now about this map. It looks like both players got it this time, but I've seen spawns where one player got 4 wood patches and the other got 3. Luckily, this one was balanced. Both players suffered the same fate, but sometimes you're going to see it, and I'm worried it's going to happen in competitive AoE 4 as well, because I'm pretty sure Forts is in the map rotation. Sometimes players do just end up with 3 wood spawns, and it's going to skew the game. Because it means that you run out of safe resources sooner than your opponent. B. Is he going to try to catch up, or is he going to all-in feudal is what I'm wondering now. I mean, with the amount of archers and horsemen you've got, right? In for a penny, in for a pound maybe, but you're going to need some rams to break this base. In fairness, these outposts are about to be worthless because the berries have been exhausted. But you can maybe catch him on the rotation. The issue right now is you have to check north and south because Dumu does have, although risky, multiple options he can take here. Horseman. Chase away the army. Still, it's a dive of the defenses. I don't like the Bees doing this right now. I think he should have been straight for the base. Instead, he's running straight towards the army. Limitane are going to poke at him. Horseman cannot dive in. Veterancy has come through now for both the Javelins and the Limitane. And B, although he has the military lead, he does not have the quality of troops anymore. Jav sticking close to the Limitane to get the trades. Horsemen are rotating around the backside. They go in for the strap. But B is going to be blocked here. Limitane do move in just in the nick of time. And I don't think this is a good enough trade for B. He's not ready for a tech up yet. Limitane are going to hold in the area. Javelins are going to get cut down, but considering both of them are losing about the same amount of army, that means B's going to be left with about maybe 10 military here. And that's simply not enough to do any damage. Yeah, I think B 100% rushed this. The timing on that, going underneath the outpost, the double outpost, which are doing 11 damage per shot, makes no sense to me. There's no value in that area anymore. And while you were doing that, the move I was worried about occurred. Dumu moves for the south side. when B's army is too small to scare him anymore. And now Dimu with 7 jabs, a new batch coming, going up to 11 soon. The fact he's also able to start getting into Varangian, B doesn't have any answers. He needs to tech up. Man. Are you kidding me? Like, he doesn't even know. I mean, he should know, right? The deer are being scared around, one's been killed. You'd think for a guy who's so focused on pro scouts, he might have noticed this detail, but no, B. Where are the scouts right now? They're still returning the deer from the right. Are you kidding me? No way is that the reason he loses this game. It looks like it's going to be. Varangian and Limitane hold their ground. B actually gets a good fight here, though. Dimu, meanwhile, will yoink the relic away. It looks like it has now been scouted, but outposts are being rushed up, and I think this is going to be quick enough. There's no way B can stop this. Instead, he tries to block the Monk from gathering the relic. Astronomical Clock Tower is now on the way, though, and B may have somehow done enough here. What a sick fight. And wait, did he just... He's actually taking the deer. B... maybe the most in-love player I've ever seen with pro scouts. Well, right now, that's not much love being shown to his own scouts. He actually dives in, doesn't even pick up the carcasses, so it looks like Dimu will be able to hold on here. But now, both up in Castle Age, B has built a little bit of a lead. I think there actually this time has been maybe some eco gaps, because B... Wait, is this Song? No, this is just Tang. Oh, there's 100% been gaps then for Dimu. Makes sense, right? He was down to no food when he had 1 Varangian, so he missed out on eco production. All of a sudden, B, with only 1 worker kill, is 3 workers up. Now, the good news, actually, for Dimu fans is he's spammed up the system, so he's got the 26% gathering rate, which actually is better than the extra supervision food you get dropped off. The problem, however, is that B is making more of a limited resource, whereas Dimu is exhausting a finite resource quicker and not getting extra for it. That's a problem. It means he needs to start setting up the olive groves, and it looks like he's already started to do that. Grand Winery also now getting the 2nd relic home. 3rd one is also on the way. So this is pretty nice, actually. Remember, if you drop it in the Grand Winery, it gives olive oil instead of gold, which is pretty important in this matchup, considering that it looks like he wants to actually lean into more of these javelins. Love the fact we've got Camel Riders coming, though, considering his opponent is going into Lancers. Villagers. Body blocks come in. Oh, no. Dimu getting cut down. That's now 4 worker kills in total in this game, but it's going to be a lot more than that by the tail end of this fight. Villagers will hide inside the outpost, but they are not fortified. Javelin's just basically getting stopped here. Not going to get cut down. Dimu. This is getting worrisome now. Like, Lancers, once you have enough camels, it is a counter, but it's not like you get them quickly here. 2 at a time compared to the Lancer production speed of B is not going to compare. Camels do finally arrive against mass archers. Look how quickly they die. I actually think this is over. Dimu, right now, a quarter of his economy almost is just not working. On top of that, B is getting away with murder here. Out on the board. Doesn't even need to return the last of the deer. What does Dimu really have behind this? Sure, he's got some olive grove set up. There's no secondary TC. And also, the burn damage is now coming in. He also isn't on Presidium, which means these outposts aren't lasting very long. In fact, fortification's on the way, but it's going to come too late. Looks like 1 tower is going to be going down. Villagers will try to rush this out, but, I mean, at this pacing, there's no way you get back to base safety. Lancers will chase it down. That's going to be 5 less villagers now for Dimu. He at least gets a fortification on the 2nd outpost, but, like, for what at this stage? The food's all gone. It doesn't protect the berries to the south side. I mean, this is looking pretty over. Big shout out, by the way. Philip Ivy chooses the right moment to get in with the Prime, as we are seeing B enter full B Prime mode. Dimu looking like a discount version of himself here. This is the end of the road, folks. There's nowhere left to go. He's at least got some pocket extensions going on, gathering berries to the north side, but it just doesn't matter. This dive is designed to end the game. Dimu. He's about to be idled out in the olive groves, and that should be the end of the game. Mokomi comes in with the raid at the perfect moment to catch B with a Pro Scouts Chinese game. Stomping on Dimu's dreams. Appreciate you, buddy. I don't think Dimu appreciates this, though. What a wild early game. That Pro Scouts play and what it forced Dimu to do, the out micro by B in those mid-map engagements is sick, by the way. The way he was able to wrap and get a critical engagement with limited horsemen, just fitting the Limitane numbers enough to clear those javelins is when this game turned. And from there on out, because of Pro Scouts, on a map where you have to play on limited resources on the flanks, there were no options left, courtesy of what B done with that Pro Scout opening. Great read, and you know, I think we saw a game earlier today where I said, B, Pro Scouts is a cool idea, but wrong Civ, wrong map. This time, right Civ, right map, gets him the win. Dimu, even with a 5 relic game on the horizon, there's nothing left here. GG comes out. Pro Scouts to dominate forts. B, what a creative bugger. Whew, really cool game. Okay, so we will continue to cast more games. Just give me 1 second, guys, because what I want to do quickly, because I know they're probably going to be queuing for another, or there's going to be another early game kicking off. I want to grab a cookie to eat, because you know how I get around now. I get hangry. We're 4 hours in, so I need to have a little snack as we wait. So let me find a game that is just starting here between some top players. Okay, I love it when the filter doesn't work. That's a great filter right there. Go flap, go flap. Starflock versus Internet Angel, okay. Okay, no, we'll take a break from B and Dimu. Dude, they literally just keep queuing into each other. We don't just do B and Dimu again, right? Right? B and Dimu, or do we mix it up? While I quickly go grab the cookies, you guys decide. That game was a Dimu win, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So, quickly, what I'll do, I'll put a poll up so you guys can decide while I quickly go get the snack. What to cast? Dimu versus B. Other pros. 2 minutes. Vote now. I will be back in 1 second. Here, have some music while I'm gone. Burp. God, you guys are full in on the Dimmu B, aren't you? I knew you would be. Turns out we had some sausage rolls. Actually, they need to be eaten by tomorrow, so I might have a feast tonight. All right. You all ready? All right, live from the ladder. This is non-stop. I'm letting the chat decide. So if you want someone else, you should have been watching live. You should have been voting because we have got more B versus Dimmu. Marlins versus HRE. What an interesting matchup for Gorge, actually, especially considering that one player got a forward gold and one got retracted. I feel like this map is pretty good for HRE, actually. Am I right in that? I know we got some pros in the chat. I'm curious what their thoughts are. I think Gorge is just a bad map for Marlians. I've said this multiple times, and I stand by it. The wide spawn on the gold makes it very difficult to play. You get your initial goal for free, sure, but the follow-ups are always difficult. And also, the way you have to set up your Fulani is pretty ugly. Usually, you have to set up your Fulani on the exposed flanks because the wood behind you blocks the safest position in your base. So there's a lot of threat points here. Luckily, you don't have to worry about that too early in the game because you're up against HRE. But if this is going to turn into a Castle Age race, how do you beat the HRE? There's no way your Fulani is going to be ready by the time B's up in Castle, right? And presumably, this is going to be a fast Castle build considering how much HRE just love booming up. Although, hear me out. No, this is fast Castle. I was about to say, what if you're pro scouts? But this is not. That this has to be... Is this going to be Burgrave even? Dude, this is mine work. Oh my god, this is... There's no way he's going to Feudal Age rush this, right? This has to be a fast Castle without B. Whatever it is, it's funky already, guys. Minework Palace, which no HRE player, no self-respecting HRE player ever builds. On top of that, he goes to the deer opening. I love this detail. I think we saw Recon do this quite a bit on Golden Pit. It's a really effective play, actually, because it's not too far to walk, and the gathering rate buff you get is insanely powerful here. 0.84 a second by default on deer compared to the sheep at 0.75. So it's already a big edge there. And also, it keeps the other food source safe later if you get pushed off of this source. So great read there. Oh my, okay. Hear me out. Imagine if this is Farimba versus Burgrave. Can anyone remember how that goes? Because, dude, I'm here for it, man. I don't feel like I recall how that played out. It feels like it was so long ago. Remember, for like the last, it was almost a year now, we've been seeing Fulani rushes all the time. And we never see mine work. But B is 100% heading for it. Gold Gatherer is in now. Actually, he's going to spend some of the food. Makes sense here. He's sitting on way too much food right now. It's just become inefficient. This is one of the issues with this play. You send the Prelate out so far. The only thing you can actually buff is the food. Let's hope we did get a Warrior Scout upgrade. Sick idea there, Dimmu. Oh, that is so annoying. Oh my god. We're on 2x speed here for the early game. Just makes this look all the more impressive, right? Remember, that Scout heals. This Prelate does not. He will die eventually. This is so infuriating what Dimmu is doing. What a sick read, and now he's not stopping there. Ironically enough, against the guy who loves scouts a bit too much, according to his match history, Dimmu is now the one building a lot of them. Horseman are at least coming out to contest that. However, 2 Warrior Scouts versus 1 Horseman is actually not a very fair fight. So it has to back away. Villagers with shivs out. This is the way you do this, by the way. You tank with the villagers because the Prelate can always heal that off, but the Prelate himself is stuck at 40 HP and never recovering. This is annoying. I think actually what B needs is a wall in. He probably doesn't want to go for it, but I don't think he has much choice anymore. Spearman also now being added in. So if B was intending to go fast castle, that idea is being completely disrupted by a handful of scouts of all things. What an annoying game. I love that Dimmu is just not sitting back and playing the greed style here, man. It's completely invalidating what B wanted to do here. And the problem that I also have now for B in this game is if this was ever going to be a Burgrave, it's bad now. Every time you invest in a unit now, Burgrave feels a bit weaker because you're using your limited food for anything but the Burgrave timing. This has to be Regnitz. He has to play a later game. It sucks because if you go hyper late game, you don't have Archon to contest the food income of Fulani. So really, B, instead, best option might just be an all-in now. That is a cool detail. Riveted Chainmail. When was the last time you saw someone seriously use this tech? Especially in Feudal Age. But think of the ramifications. If he's only building Spearmen and Horsemen, that's 2 melee armor upgrades. 1 melee armor upgrade by default would cost you 175 resources. Funnily enough, actually, it's much cheaper out of this, right? Like, so yeah. Look at it. It's literally the same cost, but you're getting 2 armor upgrades instead of 1. On 2/3 of your army right now. Actually, it's going to be more than 2/3 of this pacing by the looks of it. What a cool idea. And also, now the other bigger issue is on the other side of this, Dumu, there's no way he's built with blacksmiths, right? Marlins only think about one thing. Cows. They spend every day of their life in a McDonald's saying that this beef just isn't thick enough. I can do better. And they always do with the Fulani, but the trade-off is the blacksmith play is going to be delayed. And even though he's now trying to go into it, remember, the mine work gives you these techs 40% cheaper and 40% faster. Big. Your move to make, mate. The problem he's got is actually, funnily enough, one Sofa kind of disrupts the Fleur things where he has to defend. Love that we got some walls up by B. Don't love that this was without Wheelbarrow. That hurts me a little bit. But he's at least... Wait. Oh, he's got more color. I was like, where did the villager that built this up all go? Moving to the corner, though. This is a jackpot. Boar plus the deer. This is really cool, actually, because the prelate can only buff enough people to the point that you're surrounding 1 food stack. That's really good for the boar. It's just going to accelerate him to an insane degree, allow him to get into more of these horsemen. And at home, he has got plenty of woodworkers still, right? Yeah, 12 villagers on that wood line. A second prelate built in, actually 3 in total in this game. Love that detail, just everything's getting buffed. This is the way you have to play mine work, by the way. So a big reason why a lot of players don't like to play mine work is you have to sacrifice villager production to get more prelates. And right now, that prelate might be in trouble. Pulls away, but a villager going down is not a good sign here for B. That's ambitious, sir. I say it's ambitious. Let's be totally real. It's Warrior Scouts. There's nothing ambitious about that at all. Meanwhile, other side of the fight. Horseman raiding in. Looking for eco kills. And wait, what? Why? Musa, he genuinely thinks that B's going to go men-at-arms. But the thing is, B has no intent of going men-at-arms. He's actually scaled archers. And the funny part about this is the fact that Dumu doesn't know. Look where B was sitting them. They were back here before, right? This is the first time he's running out with the mass archers. I mean, the archer rangers should have been a giveaway, but Dumu now going on a delay into Warrior Scouts does not look good here. Oh my goodness. And now this army's looking strong. 33 versus 21. And, well, what do you really have to solve for those archers right now? You have 4 Warrior Scouts and 1 Sofa. That is not going to cut it. Remember, this timing comes fast because of the power of marching drills. Look how quick these infantry units are. 1.38 movement speed. They're not slowing down the horsemen by much. They know exactly where to go, because another weakness of the Malians on this map is once you play one area with the pit mines, you're kind of dedicated to it. Look how far out the alternative would be here. Perfect opportunity to strike. Move now coming in. Spears and horsemen will look to start torching down the pit mine, taking the gold away. Dumu, he's got the Fulani ready to go. It just needs the resources now. The ranches are filled. But this timing by B could end it. Archer's already chasing. I mean, there's no javelins. Like, this is the crazy part. Against a Sith that almost always builds javelins, this build by B has completely caught Dumu off guard. He's only now queuing up the first javelins of the game. And oh my god, wait, did he block it? There's just enough room. There's still enough room. That cow didn't go deep enough. Mine house is going down though. Wave after wave of archers coming. B is all in on this, man. This either works now or he loses the game. There's no in between for him anymore. What a creative build by B. I love that he's showing off that feudal HRE can be a thing. Like, everyone just thinks you have to go Castle Age with this Civ, but B says no. It's not just the Order of the Dragon that can benefit from Minework Palace. B's found a miraculous timing, but he's running out of time quickly. Javelins are starting to scale. It's going to take Dumu some time to get it together, but right now, B does not have an army that can end the game. He does have the ability to deny gold, though, and this is big. Right now, this is everything. This is the only gold he has, so Dumu, maybe he can't get the javelins together. Oh my god, archers rushing on the eco line. He's actually doing this. B, the pit mine's gone. Dumu has 3 javelins and no more. This is bad, folks. He's trying to go into Archers now, but up against the HRE Archers, the advantage they already have in numbers, that's not a good sign. Melee Clash comes in. Backline Archers able to dictate the flow of things here. And remember, the melee armor on these Horsemen and these Spearmen mean that actually Dumu cannot win this clash. This looks over. Archers now taking out the back line, looking on the eco as well. Pit mine goes back up. Dumu, in desperation, needs to get more gold, and he needs it now. Army's going to get cleared up. Where are the reinforcements right now? B? Oh my god, they were holding back. So Dumu, he gets the gold, he gets a drop-off. That's going to be plenty more workers now coming out. That's an extra 4 javelins to queue up here. Archer count now down to 24. B, he needed a little bit more behind this. And Dumu, by the skin of his teeth, is going to be able to hold on. That is crazy, man. I can't believe how close that was. B, on the cusp of victory there. But unfortunately, didn't have the extra archers to snipe down the villagers. Dumu, the clutch play in this game, by the way, was this detail. He went textiles. Miraculous choice there. So many players would have neglected that. With the limited gold, they would have chosen an extra javelin and they would have lost this game. But instead, Dumu keeps the eco alive long enough to get gold together. A dive is coming in again, though. And now he may have javelins, but he lacks the Donzos. This is incredible to watch. Mass archers into Horsemen when his opponent has no defense against them anymore. And remember, B, he still has plenty of food left in the corner. It's drying up now, but after that, he's got berries at home, which will be buffed up. And, well, he's got a lot of them. 3 stacks of berries in this area. I wouldn't be surprised if farms start to come through. In fact, they are on the way as well, so the Horsemen will keep pumping. Dumu has now got 9 jabs together in a choke point with a few Donzos, though. This might be the longest wait for a Fulani to ever be built. I think that although B has done some miraculous things, the fact that he is not eco ahead is a problem now. B goes in again. Just trying to make sure that Donzo count never goes up. Just giving access to the few melee he has, but it's just not getting in quick enough. The javelins in this choke point are holding. The archer numbers also building for Dumu. And B, I just don't think he can get the troops here quick enough. Even with marching drills, this looks a little bit dicey. Also remember, Dumu has all the blacksmith upgrades, so there's no edge from the minework pass given over anymore. The +2 melee armor was nice, but now it's full ranged, and this game looking a bit deranged. Oh, man. I'm struggling to believe in the way for Mr. B anymore. I mean, this is tough right now, right? Like, we're reaching a parity point in military count, which has not been the case for a while. B's always had that edge in his momentum, but now also keep in mind this is deceptive. 37 versus 32, but about 10 of that, 15 of that even, isn't here. B in the retreat is going to lose more, and this is starting to turn against him. He has got the berries we talked about. It is going to be a buffed up gathering rate, but it's a worse rate. If he couldn't break this with deer and boar, what hope has he got with berries on its own? I'm a bit bummed it didn't work, actually. I was hoping HRE would have something else to look forward to than just going Ark and Castle Age. This might be the best opportunity, though. Dumu? Wait, where are the spears? Where are the spears? Oh my god, Dumu overextends. Needs to get into the choke point. But the melee mass, the melee mosh pit is too big. Chase on through, Horsemen sticking to their targets. Dumu, as soon as he breaks out, it costs him dearly. However, he has a choice to make now. Does he keep doing this dance back and forth, or does he go for the tech up? Food's being held, gold as well. But I think if you go for a tech up, the next wave could kill you. So instead, you need to add in more troops. I mean, in fairness, it's a good fight for B, but the thing that's still scaring me is the food is permanent for Dumu, right? Although these fights look really bad for him as the game goes on, what you always have to remember is that B is running out of food. Dumu is not. And B only has 3 permanent sources of food here. 3 farms up. Dumu, bang the choke point. Overconfidence is an insidious killer, and it definitely was in this game. Dumu now at a heavy disadvantage. 4 troops to every one of his. The dive is committed. Horseman chasing on the back line here. Still pretty tanky in this with the dives, right? They don't get the extra armor into range, but they already have base ranged armor to work with. Archers back in the base again. The eco is completely safe in the back line, so more archers are coming at least for Dumu to defend. And all of a sudden we go from a 4x advantage to a 3x. The problem here is Dumu needs like 1 ram. 1 ram, oh sorry, B needs 1 ram. 1 ram could do so much work here. Instead, with the way that this is splitting up, the dive coming in is a lot of idle eco. But Dumu has the extra eco to make up for that, right? The ranches. Also, the target fire from the TC going on those archers is problematic. It means the Donzos will eventually get out to deal with the Reigning Horsemen. Stab in onto the eco line. It's going to build a slight lead here, but after all said and done, it's now 33 military versus 10. The lead isn't really building for B, and the problem is he's idling out as he moves between these sources, right? Every time he shifts to a new food source, he's lacking that extra little bit to the push. And not just that, Dumu is a snaky bugger. He actually snuck out for a pimp. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me right now? These 3 villagers may have just saved the economy of Dumu. 800 gold in reserve. Military lead, now shrunk down to just basically a 2x. And B, although he has another army, I am still not seeing siege engineering. I'm still not seeing a way you win this game right now. I mean, this is the crazy part as well. Think about what it would do here. Dumu doesn't have many melee units. He's been relying heavily on archers throughout the last 2 engagements. If B built a single ram and broke these ranches, Dumu has no food. That's why he's still in this game right now. Think about the implications of these ranches. He's getting over 500 food income a minute because of them. That's what's keeping him alive. B is at least going to discover the pit mine. Honestly, at this stage, though, Dumu paid for it, right? Like, I mean, the pit mine has been up for, what, 3 minutes? Hasn't been full house for that long, but in terms of the cost, I think he, like, at least broke even here, and he's trading wood for gold, which is always good in this situation. Although the wood is running thin, the unit that's going to win this game, and the thing he needs to tech up, is going to be gold-based. Also, wood is still accessible on the west side. And B keeps rotating east, so it's not contesting that side at all. This game. I love how, despite the fact B should just be flatlining on his eco, he's still making this look competitive. And villagers getting grabbed! Uh-oh. Archers, they can insta-kill these, even with textiles. Villagers just trying to shift away ASAP, but not able to do so, so more going down. And an eco lead now being built. Horsemen wrapping around the back of the base. Spearmen are in, and the villagers are running for their lives. Second wave coming in. It's just non-stop here. Dumu, every time he gets ready to react to one of these raids, another group comes in to distract him. It means more eco is going to be sacrificed here. Dumu, now over 10 villagers behind. How is he doing? Am I the only one sitting here right now scratching my brain as to how B is making this work? Like, it doesn't feel like this should be doable. And part of it is being highlighted in the chat, right? Dumu does keep coming out. Think about where this went wrong. He took a great fight, he had a military lead, and then he rushed out to the sacred site. Then he lost the fight, got back in his base. Then the moment he tries to walk out again, guess who comes back in? It's like every time he thinks B is teching up. This is one of the problems, is you have to remember that Dumu is playing a blind game. So although we can say, ha ha ha, Dumu, why you run out of base? That's the only way you lose. For him, he thinks that B is stopping. He thinks that B is going up. Because he's worried about Regnit's play behind this. Regnit's would break this game open for B. Instead, we can see it's non-stop for B. It's never-ending. So Dumu needs to stop falling for this vicious cycle. Goes for a clash. Tech up on the way. What? Why? Why? He sent the whole army! Oh my god, this is over. Dumu, I thought he kept some troops in reserve there, but no, everyone was sent to the south side. He had what he needed for a Fulani, but he still can't build it. Now the ranches are being burned. I can't believe this. Villagers. Archer's going to target them down. He's repairing the ranch. Army's at least going to arrive now, but B, he's burning down the pit mines. He's got more troops on the way. He's maintaining a 20-plus military lead. Grand Fulani is going to be clicked. Dumu says, enough is enough. I need this tech up.
Oh my god. What a crazy game.
Has Dumu finally done it? I think so. 40 villagers. He will hang around no longer. B, like a swarm of bees, has been annoying, but now he will be swatted out. Dumu gets to Castle H. Flash comes in. The one weakness right now is Dumu doesn't have those upgrades yet, so B, the only way he can now win this game is an A-click into the base. Pretty much everything has to be sent here. The dive comes in. Villagers also in trouble. Dumu gets the tech up, but it comes with a price. Archers on archers. Veterancy's coming through, but right now he is outgunned. Numbers just speak for themselves. Upgrade finally comes in, but B just sticking to his target. Horseman to follow up as well. And Dumu, yes, he does have the Fulani income, but he's missing quite a bit here. 22 villagers behind B. Remember, this is also a B who has built 7 additional prelates in this game. 33 worker kills. I mean, Dumu, even if he recovers this now, the damage B's doing, he's going to tech up behind, right? He either doubles down now to end the game, or he looks for his own Castle Age. Either way, B is in the driving seat on this one. Villagers rush out to the flank. Chase on the left side, though, and he has been... Wait, what? Are you actually kidding me right now? B has taken the deer and boar that belong to Dumu. And this one spearman is idling out over a quarter. He's idling a third of Dumu's active economy. Oh, man. I can't believe B's doing this to him. It has to end now, though, right? Surely. The upgrades are in. You can't keep doing this. Like, there's an expiration date on this push, surely. Not according to B. He just queued up several more horsemen. Archers trading out favorably, you might say, but the problem is, like, he has no wood. Dumu, I don't know if he can actually get his true castle potential anymore. Imagine you're Dumu in this game. It's okay. He's going to stop attacking me now. Yeah, this is the moment. B's teching up. Runs out of base. Oh, no, he's not teching up. Oh, it's okay. I'm teched up now. This is the moment where B's going to tech up. Meanwhile, in B-land, finally, he's going to tech up, right? Like, he's pulled the army back. He's not actively raiding anymore. I think we are finally seeing it, folks. It has taken 26 minutes to get to Castle Age for the HRE, but I think it's finally going to happen. Wait, please, no. What? Well, that's how you know Minework sucks, guys. Arkan Chapel gets you to Castle Age in 10 minutes. Minework gets you there in 30 minutes plus. Oh my god. B, every moment I think that this is it. It's gonna be Castle Age now. He continues. He has 26 farms. He has the resources to keep doing it. The horsemen are wrapping right now. Dumu is on the move. There are walls up, remember, so this is going to just be a condensed defense. And the backstab timing on this might catch the Javan battalion here. Dumu, he's getting sandwiched. Wrap round the back. Horsemen cut the reinforcements. Mainline clashes, and there's no getting out. Dumu, if he just stayed in the base. Every time he has walked out, he has died. And this might be the killing blow. 72 military to 24. By the end of this fight, it's going to be more. That is 24 horsemen. 24 horsemen with 3 melee armor. Imported armors has at least come in for Dumu, but I just think the amount of spears here, the amount of horsemen, I just don't see a way anymore. He'll walk in, he'll kill the army, and then he'll kill the ranchers. This is it. It has taken 28 minutes to get here. But Feudal Age HRE will not be denied. Dumu now trying to get into Donzo's. It's just not coming quick enough. This game, I think it truly is over this time. Dumu barely able to hold the choke point. Ranchers have already started to be sniped down. The spread of the lines is coming out. The Sofa count is going down, and Dumu reluctantly is going to have to relinquish this game. There's just too many units right now. Who said HRE is about quality? B says they're about quantity. Dumu's like, but I took your relic. You don't have relics anymore. B says, who needs Castle Age? Trades the army out. He still has 70 military. And I think Dumu's just processing it. Right now, he's just sitting there going, what? Why? Who? What? Why does anyone do this? The answer, it's B. You know how Britney had that song where she goes, it's Britney. Pretty much B right now. Oh my dear God, he has a 14x military advantage right now. Cattle are dead. This is just over. He tries for the wall, but Dumu, he's just bathing in the defeat now. What an insane game. 30-minute HRE Feudal All-In. No Arkan, no Castle Age. That ain't how we cook in this kitchen. And this is a good kitchen, folks, because we cook Kobe beef here. Well, Dumu hasn't given up yet, but I think this will force him. It is going to be the 30-minute Castle Age build. Villagers run away, but there's just no escaping this anymore. Dumu is about to lose another 20% of his economy. I think the moment he sees the tech up, he'll call GG. The only reason he hasn't called it yet is because he's still Castle Age versus what he assumes is a Feudal All-In. What he doesn't know, what he hasn't seen this entire game, is that B has made the farm transition. He's 31 deep. He's got 9 prelates. He's basically getting a discount Arkan effect here all over the place. Now, with Castle Age reached, it should be a tip of the hat and an acceptance of the defeat here. Or we could huff the hopium. You know, there's some copium left in the canister. But deep breath, buddy, because you're about to drown in HRE. Just set up another ranch, come on. Oh my God, dude, it's like, this is what it looks like after an oil spill on a beach nearby. It's just like, we need to clean up the mess. Cut off on the archers here. Dumu, please, just... I mean, this game is literally unthrowable now. The veterancies are coming through, and I think that should be the moment where clarity is given here. B is in no way weak at this point in this game. What a crazy game. If you guys like what you're seeing here, by the way, be sure to give both of these guys a follow. They can be seen streaming quite frequently. Be sure to follow this channel as well as we get the bird's eye view on plenty of players. Let me know what you think about this build. Where did this go wrong? What could have been done differently? Did it feel like it was just Dumu playing out of the base, or was Dumu just baited into this funky build, B being all in on Feudal? It's not something you see out of the HRE often. But you know, I'm starting to wonder why when I watch a game like this. Incredible performance out of B to get the GG. Nothing wrong with him fighting on. I mean, he's fighting on because he can't see stuff. That was live. There's a viewer delay. That's an unavoidable viewer delay. But, like, the problem is... So like, the reason he's fighting on is because he doesn't know that the full farms are done. So he just tries to play it out. But yeah, that was rough. So, what do I want to call that one? I think I'm just going to call it the 30-min Castle Age HRE Castle build. Yep. The 30-min HRE Castle build. What an incredible build. Never seen it before. First of its kind. Very innovative. Oh, what a crazy build. I think what you mean to say there, Symbiotic, is that Rivet Chainmail, what a riveting tech. Huh? 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 I'll see myself out. I'd use a badum tis right now. Actually, wait. There we go. Oh, I forgot I had it on the other page. Oh, dear. Well, no one else is going to play me out, you know? All right, so let's see what we've got on the ladder. Maybe we can find someone else instead of just making a Dimmu B-only stream. In fairness, actually, we haven't cast either of them in, like, over a week, I think. So it's nice to see them back at it. If only this was true. Liquid Clem. I don't know, man. I have a feeling Clem might be a higher rank than Plat if he was to play this game. I also have a feeling he might be busy with Stormgate. Rulan's up against Ark. That might be an interesting one. Kazuyan's up against Vertex. B's in lobby. He hasn't just got Dimmu again, right? Clem is playing Stormgate? Yeah. The Iron Qualifiers is going to be on Friday. In fact, if you want someone to take you through the action, you should definitely queue in if you're a fan of me, because I will be hosting the entirety of the Stormgate event. So I'll be there on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So mark your calendars on EGC's channel. You don't want to miss it. Okay, so let's have a look here. B's currently searching for a game, so he's not going to hop in too soon. Let me go full cam and I'll check some match history and we can catch some other games. The Beastie have some interesting ones, maybe. Actually, I was looking for some games that maybe didn't get streamed. It's quite nice. Ooh, Voldemort. Did he have some more? Any thoughts on Stormgate? Yeah, I think it has a lot of potential. It's quite bare bones right now, but I've been enjoying it. I even enjoyed playing it. As well as casting it, actually. Casting is really fun. You need some more diversity, but that's going to be coming. For a start, for those who don't know, as it stands, there's only... The Civs are... What the hell? Some sort of grease on the underside of my chair. The Civs only have 2/3 of what they're meant to. Like, they're not complete. There's no tier 3 units in yet. So, there's still a lot to come there. There's going to be another Civ. On top of that, they've already voiced their support on making a robust set of tools for modding, as well as a focus on co-op. And also, I think a lot of Age of Empires people would like this detail. They are planning to create a unique experience for team games that is completely different to what you get in 1v1s. Isn't that nice? An RTS that actually doesn't just copy and paste the 1v1 format into team play. Yes, we already... Wait. No. Whoa. That Crackety isn't doing cheese there, guys. That's art. Crackety's creating art. It's in fairness, it's like a monkey drawing feces on a wall, but it is art, guys. Okay, Crackety's creating art. I'll hear nothing else but that said. So... Just keeping an eye out to see if B can get his game. Or if we've got someone else. I like live games more than I like replay games. Well, Dimmu's in up against Ral. So that's a potential option. We'll see who B now gets, and then we'll balance the two options. Like I say, I don't mind doing quite a lot of games of them today, just because we haven't seen them in a very long time. TGS? What, team games? Why do I want team games? What are you on about? What are you talking about, Willis? You want 1v1s. Whoop, whoop. The Ruland Arc game is quite tempting, though. Wait, is Ruland playing Roos again? Dude, the guy literally just plays Roos all the time. He only plays old school civs. We want Gully Deckle? Gully needs to get top 100 and then queue into Dimmu. I think them's the rules, Honeypot. Dude, how's he not getting a game? Is Vortex not on, by the way? I thought Vortex was on earlier. Did he have a really short stream? I think he did. Let me check Vortex's games then. Because I'm pretty sure I saw Vortex on earlier. Right? I'm not imagining that. No. Okay, maybe I'm imagining that. Dude, wait, no, Vortex was online. Has he got a new Smurf? Has he got more Smurfs? Is he a mass Smurfer? Let's have a look. I know I saw him on earlier. I'm certain I saw him on earlier. Am I imagining it? I guess I'm imagining it. No, he was on yesterday. Okay, I'm imagining it. I'm an idiot. Wait, I just realized. Is Restream not working? Messages from YouTube not coming through? Sorry, I'm having a look now. Sorry, YouTube. I do always advise like watching on Twitch if you have a choice, just because I'm able to interact much easier for a start there. So B must have a game now, right? Okay, he's sitting in lobby. We'll wait to see if B's got an interesting opponent, and then we'll make a choice between Raul versus Dimmu. I mean, it's Roos versus Marlians, you know? On Dry Arabia. Vortex is doing scrims? You mean Vortex, yeah? Yeah, Vortex. I know Vortex was in a pub game. Gotta remember, there's a guy called Vortex. Oh, this is a moment where I can eat one of these while we wait. Chocolate bourbon. So the reason I don't mind waiting to see if B's got a better matchup is that you see Dimmu's 6 minutes 41 seconds in. There's a 5-minute delay. And when we hop in, I like to fast forward the first few minutes anyway. So it works quite nicely that way. Let's see if B got though. Let's see. Ooh. I'm pretty sure that's Corvinus, right? They were a Hungarian account. I think this is Corvinus. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. They're ranked 341st. Okay, no, I don't think it's Corvinus. Spartan is not. Okay, no. So it's a different Hungarian player. Got you. Huh, they're down to 341st. I think they were a lot higher when we last checked in on them. Okay. False alarm, guys. It's a guy called Spartan. Wait, what? He always plays HRE. Wait, no, he doesn't always, but he plays a lot of HRE. Do you guys want this, or do you want Raul versus Dimmu? I'll put a poll up quickly. Actually, I like doing it via chat interaction. Screw polls. I'm doing it based on feelings. 1s if you want this matchup, B versus Spartan. 2 if you want Dimmu versus Raul. Go. Gully Deckle isn't in the game. Yeah, Back Magoon just dodged him. I mean, Faye, you're American. If I gave you a poll anyway, both options would be terrible. Hey, topical election banter. I saw more ones. We're doing B versus Spartan. It's nice we get to check in on a new player. Won't be too close. Look, I'm just doing my community part to get Abasses buffed. Do you guys not support me helping Abasses get buffed? All right, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. B is going to rush Imperial Age. That's how we keep this spicy. Tasty. So, wait, I got a message quickly. Sorry. The good news is I'm getting some food in me, which means we'll be able to plow through until dinner time. I don't know if I'm going to come back after dinner today. I might keep it a little bit shorter, just because we've done 3 days in a row, and I need to start sorting some things behind the scenes. I will not be back tomorrow for a stream on Thursday, because I need to sort some behind-the-scenes things in prep for the Stormgate tournament on the weekend. Well, I say weekend, on Friday as well. But if you guys want to catch me, like I said, I will be on EGC's channel all throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's right. I'm everywhere. All right then, laddies and ladettes. It's time to do. I can't say Dota because it's the Age of Empires. Damn, I need one for Age of Empires that works. It's time to have a stroke. Apparently be a llama. All right, let's go. All right, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We are showing off a new player here. Spartan, over here, ranked 300th in the world, has queued into B on the Delhi. Really? Really, B? The guy's ranked 300. At least do something quirky. Does this classify as bullying? So, to be more specific, Spartan, at the time of this game, is ranked 341st in the world right now. This player typically is like, at least in the early seasons, they used to be kind of like bordering Conk/Diamond. Season 5, though, they finished ranked 308th. And they are holding around 200, 300 this season around. So they've actually made some big improvements. Probably the second best Hungarian player in the game right now. So interesting little detail there. In fact, when I first saw that they were Hungarian, I was like, oh, this must be Corvinus. Because at one stage, I think they were up at 140, 150 on the leaderboards. They have sunk a little bit. And I'm starting to see why. Abbasids is not a Civ that's looking great right now, folks. I think you'll know what I'm talking about. It's time to sit down and talk the skinnies here. The Abbasids are looking like a trash heap at the moment. This Civ feels like it's in dire need of a buff as it stands. This Civ on the other side, however, needs to get nerfed. I actually am shocked that to this day, Delhi have not received a complete overhaul or significant nerfs. It keeps kicking people in the teeth. I think one thing that kind of disappoints me from a balancing perspective is it almost seems like the devs are leaning way too hard on the pub statistics of this Civ. And that's not adding enough credence to the power it has in competitive. It's so incredibly powerful. I'd say, like, what, Delhi must be at, like, a 65% win rate in competitive. I feel like in the last few months, 70% plus the time I see them, they've just been winning. It's a very powerful Civ. And, well, B, the reason why we're tuning this game point was like, why would you even bother watching this then? Right? He's playing Delhi. He's up against a player who's much lower ranked than him. Because it's B. And B has been doing some weird but wonderful strategies all day so far today. And gosh darn it, he better not disappoint me here. He's already starting by going Tower of Victory, but in fairness, like, either option doesn't really reveal much. I'm curious to see if B's going to try a fast castle build here. Military Wing is coming out, but I mean, it doesn't really contest you much in the other game, right? 2 archers, 2 spears. Typically, Bastards make this play to get a second TC. In fact, the fact that Spartan's already moving over for mass lumber gathering suggests we will be looking at a second TC coming out quite quickly in this game. Oh, do I dare put predictions up? No, you guys are going to, like, outweigh it. I'll let you use your numbers in chat. I've got a 1 and a 2 at the top. 1's if you believe in the power of the Abbasids. 2's if you're the biggest B fanboy in my lobby. That's definitely... That's a very nice way of framing it, isn't it? And I just realized how horrible it is not actually having the first 2 minutes to speed up. Is there any sheep left on the map? There's actually surprisingly a corner that hasn't been scouted by either player right now. So there's still a few sheep up for grabs. Interesting thing is, like, usually when you're looking at Bastards or Delhi, having many sheep doesn't matter. But you have to remember, because it is a Bastards and Delhi, the sheep do matter. One person is going to run out of safe resources first, and it looks like it's going to end up being B. So we are getting the TC gathering going on here. So stone outcropping has been moved over to. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a TC drop as close as this berry line. It keeps you close to the base and also blocks any full rotation towards the wood from this side because the 2 TCs should cover it. Tech up's complete. Opening play typically here is to go Ghazi, but I think I've talked about this before actually. It's a very fun one. There's not many matchups right now where the Delhi get forced off of their plan. This is actually one of them, guys. Typically, Delhi will immediately open with Ghazi Raiders. You can't in this matchup because of Military Wing. Military Wing sets the stage to begin with. And that means that what you have to do on the Delhi side is you actually have to open archery range. Funnily enough, B refuses. Why does he refuse, you might ask? Where are the military units for Spartan right now? I don't like this start. They are guarding for the TC placement instead of looking to pressure his opponent. Now, while I understand this, it does make some sense. The reality is that these units should have been camped here, preventing the berries and also forcing the archer choice first. Instead, now B gets to have his cake and eat it in this game. Ghazi on the way. Yeah. So let's talk about why it's actually a nice thing to highlight players at this level as well. Because this might end up being a stomp. But what you're already seeing is some weird like differences between maybe a Voldemar, a Basset player, and what Spartan's doing here. And it's nice to be able to highlight those. Like, the difference it makes in the way you use these military wing units is phenomenal. The reason why Bastards were dominant in competitive play for quite a while was because of this single choice more than anything else. The timing on getting 4 military units out was very hard for practically any civ in the game to contest. You always had to forfeit something somewhere, right? Whether it's a second TC or a transitional choice. Spartan has misplayed this. Sitting on the backside like this, not trying to pressure at all, worried too much about their TC. Instead of thinking 2 steps ahead, they've basically, well, they've fought 2 steps ahead in a weird way, but they missed a step entirely is the way to describe this. Step 1 should have been blocking the Delhi. Step 2 should have been protecting the TC. They only saw step 1. That was actually step 2. Dude, I butchered the way it explains. They focused on step 2 straight away. It's been a long day. And that's a problem, because now your opponent has map control. Now your opponent can quickly move for Sacred Sites the moment Sanctity completes. And now you're already having Ghazi ruining your day in your base. And the choice to go Horseman as well. I'm very worried right now. I think you need archery range, not racks here. Like, you can kind of get away with Horseman if you bother to follow up with a Camel Archer. Usually I would understand going for racks here, but because they went stables first, it's a mistake. Because now you have to scale a lot of spearmen. Your opponent's already going archers, and he's still going to have Ghazi as an after factor. And you don't have a camel to ruin their day by removing a lot of a very high base damage unit. Funnily enough, camels are a better counter to Ghazi than they are to horsemen. The reason is, as a raw number of damage, Ghazi lose more of a percentage, and they have a worse attack speed. Now, camel knees can not affect bonus damage. That is a given. But if you compare the 9 to 12 damage, removing 20% there is notably higher in a Ghazi. And it's even better because of the difference in attack speed. But we're not going to be getting that here from Spartan. Not a single one. Another thing that feels weird about Horseman here, why are you building Horseman when you went Military Wing? You're the defending player, you've gone 2TC, you've got Boot Camp available to you, begging to be taken here. But you're not building an entire army that benefits from it. Now, you could argue on the flip side, well, Delhi don't do that. They go Tower of Victory and spam Ghazi. It's very different. They have cavalry advantage there. The Ghazi are more tanky. We already highlighted they hit harder. On top of that, the transition is quicker for the Delhi because of the military efficiency of the stables with scholars inside. Now, sacred sites all being captured at the same time, it seems. The Horsemen are going to have a bad day here. So that is now 3 sacred sites locked in. I can't help but feel Spartan looks lost here. I'm actually going to check Spartans. Wait. He got pro scouts again. So what I was about to say is I was going to check Spartan's match history because I'm kind of curious to the type of players he matches up against. So he's sitting at 1600 elo, and most of his games actually fit that area. He doesn't actually get many outliers. This is one of a rare occasions, right? Like most of his opponents are capping at like 1650. Had in a game about 13 days ago against Kiljadi, but outside that, he tends to kind of stay within his bracket. Must feel pretty rough being here. I just want to highlight, like, what I'm criticizing about Spartan isn't to be mean, it isn't to flame at all. It's why I'm actually choosing to do criticism. I always say there's a very big difference between flaming and criticism. Criticism is meant to have a productive end. You're meant to highlight a problem and try to give a solution. And I think, I mean, in some ways I hope Spartan finds this and hears these details because I think they are very important. The Abbasids, funnily enough, can actually beat the Delhi. We've actually seen players like Voldemar show a way that it can work. Gorge is a difficult map for it, for sure. But these opening steps and choices being made by Spartan has just put him very far behind in this matchup. He has a 10 eco lead right now, but with 3 sacred sites locked in, that evens it up. B is now in a position where he can either try to double down on a kill or go for a fast castle play. I love the fact that he's going mass scouts here. Oh, man. Only B. Like, no one else does this right now. And you know what? The crazy part is I can't believe it, but the more I see him do it, the more I wonder why he's the only one. Well, we are at least getting the Camel Arch now. Unfortunately, that is not a very big line to defend it. Archer count is up at 11. Ghazi count is at 11. You need the Spearman count up at like 15 or 16 at this stage to really feel like you can protect that Camel Archer, especially considering Archers can just reach in and stab him down. Walls are going up. It looks like there's a good interception coming in from Spartan on the right side here. He's going to force a reform the lines, but big mistake, Spartan. Careful there, buddy. Almost overextending with the Archer Mass. Does have the Spearman guarding on the side, though. So decap coming in. B has benefited a lot from this, though, remember. This Civ gets 50% more gold than other Civs from the Sanctity, right? Very big buff for them. 125 gold per, in fact. So if you think about the raw numbers, having 375 gold income, basically like a villager is like, what, 40, 45 resources a minute, roughly? So that makes up an extra 10. It's gap closed. And the other thing that's going to make it even better is the fact that although Spartan will have berries to play on, all the deer are being taken away, which means there's going to be a farm transition sooner for Spartan. Flash coming in here. Ghazi actually tanking this. The Spearman getting baited in. Only 6 remaining. This is a bad fight right now. Spartan needs to get the Camel on. He's in range of this. Finally does it right with it. Finally, the Ghazi are going to go down, so it turns around nicely there. Camel on ease clipping in. And looks like the Spearmen were able to finish off the last of the Ghazi a bit quicker than anticipated there. So good fight right there from Spartan. This game is actually turning about to be a lot more even. And I'm smiling about it actually right now. B played a pretty orderly standard approach for the most, but this one detail, he couldn't help himself. Like a baby seeing a shiny button they just had to press. B could not resist the Pro Scouts. And they put him behind, man. I mean, he built, what was it? Was it 6 scouts in total? I mean, even if it was just 3 extras, that's a lot of food going there. Food that should have been in the army right now. That is the difference maker here for Spartan. Archer Mass always protecting this choke point. Sacred Site still locked in on the north side and the center, but no third coming through. And now Spartan, with a 19 eco lead, is reaching the point where he's moving ahead. And folks, he still has a lot of food to work with. I did highlight the issue around the Pro Scouts, but the problem here is B never moved out for the second batch. He only took 1 deer load away. It means B is going to need a win in a fight soon, or this is going to completely backfire. The crazy part, by the way, is that Spartan's doing this without boot camp. So he's against an attack speed advantage for B, no extra health, and yet he's still winning the fights like this. This is impressive. Archer count, big lead still built there. Spartan is going to back up, just overextending a little bit. I'd love to see him going to boot camp now. Like, it's not that expensive for tech, 175 resources. You've got over 20 units that would benefit from it. It's worth it at this stage of the game. Especially with how quickly you're swimming and getting sniped down now. He's going to have to back away. So it looks like Sacred Site can be locked in again for B. Spartan, you greedy son of a gun. He's going for a tech up. Eco wing on the way. Okay, so this is a little bit dangerous. I think that gap in production made it obvious what you just done. That's a mistake. This is something that Spartan's probably going to have to learn from, because B now gets an opening here. If Spartan had gradually gone towards his tech up, taken an extra minute while scaling military, he would have been able to still tech for it, but he would have had presence that would have kept B worried. Now, with B seeing how small that army was getting and no reinforcements coming, there's a possibility that Spartan was just not reinforcing quick enough. The more likely outcome, though, is that greed is the answer to this. So B, it's going to be a rewall. It's going to be captured on the Sacred Site. And now I want to see him go for Castle H. Spartan, renewed aggression coming, though. Wall's being rushed up. Spearman just keeping the Ghazi away. Gate was not complete here, by the way, so these Ghazi don't have a way around right now. This wall is actually griefing them. Second wave coming, though. Spartan has to back away, but he's guarded long enough here. We are 40 seconds out from a tech up. That's a big problem, one that's not easily answered here. The only upside is there's no Golden Age free, so the research speed isn't going to be accelerated at all for the Abbasids. The eco most definitely is. Almost 30 villages ahead now. B, because he doubled down on Morgazi, he's not yet ready to go into Castle Age himself. Ghazi at least going to wrap in. Eco's exposed here, by the way. Remember, Spartan has no way of knowing about this. And this is a little bit of a blunder here. Spartan, he wanted to break the wall in the center, but that means that B knows he's not defending. And instead, the Ghazi Raiders are going to live up to the name. Villagers are going to get pinched. All of them are going to be going down here. No one escaping from this. He's got Wheelbarrow, but Textile's coming in a little bit late. Spartan somehow finesses his way out. What should have been, 15 villagers going down ends up being maybe 8. I'm impressed. That should have been much, much worse. B wasn't really holding back on the micro there either. So he does get out with 5 at the end of it. Actually might not be getting out at all. Ghazi, they dive into the main eco. Army's not here. He's going for a trade. Spartan marches into the base here. Feels like he can survive the damage being done to him, but it can't be the same way on the other side. You know what, folks? He might be right. This is a great read here. Spartan, if he backed up right now, he just loses, right? Because he can't reach the Ghazi quick enough. But instead, he moves into the enemy base and makes sure there's no sort of tech transfer coming out from B. Archers diving on the right side. Ghazi are going to come to mirror them. Spartan has lost his eco lead, though. Archers are in. B is evening this up, and then credit to him. The villager dodge has been perfect here. The archers went right. The villagers went left. And after all is said and done, Spartan cannot find the eco kills he needs. Oh my god. Now just a few Ghazi are going to clear this up. I mean, this is crazy, man. Spartan, he should have had that. He should have had him dead to rights there. But B, the quick maneuvering to go left and right at the exact moment he needed to. No cavalry follow-up means that Spartan now, although he still has a 10 eco lead, he's still being shrunk. by quite a lot. Holy crap, even with Textiles, the Archer count here is insta-killing. Spartan, he spent 15 minutes building this up, and it's gone. The eco lead has been completely shrunk. Just 5 between them. 3 Sacred Slugs locked in for B means he's ahead on economy. Still has to tech up, though. That's still a big problem right now. However, Spartan has bigger issues still. Guys, he has no food. Oh my god. He didn't make a gradual farm transition. This is it. This is over. GG, Spartan. It looked good for a moment there, but B read it perfectly. The deer extracted away earlier. The deer raid on the right side made the economy a little bit too dear for Spartan to hang around. Okay, that was actually a pretty cool game. I got to give credit to Spartan for making that look a little bit closer than I think it otherwise should have been. Tough game at the end of the day there, though. The deer being taken away on the forward limited his options, made him predictable on the right side. The other issue I see in this game is the opening just set him back. I don't think you open Horseman at all. It makes me wonder, with the way that he actually finessed those mid-game fights, had he just taken the logical approach of Archer Spears, how much better could Spartan have looked here? Could he have actually won the game at that stage? Had he got boot camp, could he have taken the feudal fights and made it a feudal end? I think there is a good shot, actually. I think that those small details put Spartan much further behind at critical points in this matchup. And although he done a good job to draw it back with other maneuvers, if you put those two together, you would have had a winning recipe. I think those are the details Spartan needs to work on. If he can resolve those, easily could see this guy climbing up to top 150 and consistently staying there. Okay. So, B. Okay, he's got core, hasn't he? I think we can take a break from B and Dimmu, right? They've got a mirror Japanese matchup on forts. Should we check who Core's got? Maybe Core's got some spicy meatballs for us. Oh, is Core scrimming? Gully had an interesting game. What, the one that is still apparently going on? This one right here. Is this the one you mean, Gully? Interesting. Let's clear that title for the sec. They're not going to open it cursing. They've got some stuff they... Well, I imagine if you've seen... Like, you know about it, they would probably stream it. So, in some ways, it's kind of like they don't actually have something they're keeping secret there. But maybe they're worried I'm going to click on something that wasn't streamed. I don't know. Whatevs. Let's get ready for a Gully game. I've been promised an interesting game. If I don't get one, Gully is getting the stick. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We've got Gully Deckle playing as the Abbasid Dynasty. This is the 16-year-old prodigy kid from Europe looking to make his mark on the AoE4 scene. A lot of players are actually looking at this guy with great anticipation in the early days of 2024. I'm excited to see what he can do. On the other side of it, they're going to be going up against Ark. Now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is Ark the one I think it is? No, this is a German player. I thought it might have been the Asian player, but this is actually a rank 156th in the world player. Ark playing as the Byzantines in the red. Abbasids versus Byzantines. Dude, that's a spicy matchup, actually. We don't see much of the Abbasids right now because this Civ just feels kind of like downtrodden and beaten, right? Like, actually, a lot of people are calling for buffs to the Civ right now. I hope they do get some minor buffs. I think they are a little bit crippled. For reference, by the way, we said the Ark is in the top 200. Gully is just outside that, ranked 227th in the world right now. 279 games played, and he is 1,634 elo. Once again, 16 years old. Pretty bloody impressive. Let's see what he's got in store for us here. Byzantines versus Abbasids feels like a matchup where actually the spear fight is quite close. When you get late into the game, remember the Abbasid dynasty is going to have military Bootcamp, they're also going to have their hands on a better version of Military Academy with the extra production rate with Golden Age, and their spears have Phalanx. So I actually think that this is a much closer matchup in that late game than it appears. Byzantines, of course, do have the mercenary flexibility, but I don't think the Abbasids are by any means incapable of fighting against that. Especially if you think about things like hand cannoneers, right, with that boot camp in the late game. Alternatively, let's say this is Western contract coming from the Byzantines. There's some interesting ramifications there. If they go for Western contracts, remember Streltsy have been nerfed. Their olive oil cost is much higher now, so very difficult to maintain long term. And if we do go hyper late game, let's not also forget that because this is Abbasids, trade is always the name of the game in that hyper late game scenario. I'm going to hit the 2x speed here, just to amplify the start. As soon as I mention Tradewing, I haven't even looked at this game in advance. I don't, like, full disclosure, I never look at my games in advance. We hunt for the Goldens. Well, we got one that is truly gold encrusted here. Tradewing coming in a Dry Arabia spawn where the trade posts are very intriguing in their placement. Mid-map for both players. You have my attention fully, Gully. Other side of this arc is going to be going for a pretty standard choice here. Grand Winery on the way. Unfortunately, he might wish he had a Hippodrome here to try and shut down these traders early on. Because if you don't actually have Hippodrome, I very rarely ever see Byzantines going cavalry before Castle Age. Alright, so traders on the way. Remember, this spawn's free for free at Tech Up and Feudal. 4 if it's in Castle, 5 in Imperial Age. So he's immediately going to have a bunch of traders pumping out, and they are on their way with the full pump and dump scheme. 32 gold each way. This is a really powerful player. I remember saying for a long time I felt like Tradewing was borderline OP. The problem is Abbasids just aren't OP alongside it. The reason is that, similar to the logic of why Silvertree always seems so good, it's forcing a reaction out of you, and it's a good trade for your opponent. It's even better for the Abbasids considering they didn't pay anything for these traders. And already he has got Grand Bazaar on the way. So, funny thing about this, he's going to get 90 resources back from this first trade. He's already almost paid for Grand Bazaar. Should we talk about that, by the way, Gully? I did see that. I'm coming back to it. I did not neglect to notice that you are missing a scout, sir. The goal is to scout, not dive. Right? Like, did you see Michael Phelps written on the scout somewhere? No. His job is to get information. Big ups indeed. New scout is at least going to come out. That's going to sacrifice a villager worth of gathering as a result. Actually, no. Okay, well played. He actually went for the stables play. I like this. So the interesting thing is, although Limitane can eventually shut down your trade if he sees it, if anything else comes, the Horseman can mirror and attack. And the other thing is, if Limitane try to rush out towards your trade, what's guarding home? And also, how do Limitane ever kill traders quickly when traders no longer count as cavalry? Oh my god, is trade good here, folks. Look at that. 110 resources each end of the trade. Gully is booming up fast, already at 6 traders in escalating. I love that approach as well, just prioritizing getting the secondary resource for Spice Roads. It allows him to get the food he needs to keep Horseman Pump going. Otherwise, this would not be sustainable. Offside of it. Horseman now arriving. Limitane are forced to defend. Let's slow this down a little bit, as it looks like we are seeing the scout find the critical piece of information. But Ark, how is he going to now contest this? Another thing that has me worried for Ark right now, he went for javelins. He legit seemed to think there was going to be archers in this composition. That's unfortunate. I think actually Keshix could have worked a lot better here for Ark. Not really a standard choice when you don't have Hippodrome behind it, but makes a lot of sense against trade. Even longbows would have felt better here to park and kill trade. Let's mean the trade. Limitane are starting to hit our way at it, but they're not exactly quick here, folks. Do need to see something else coming out from Gully. I imagine we're going to be looking at archery range drops. What if he just went spears? Like, legit, what if he just spammed spears? I actually think spears is better here. Because the thing is, the Horseman can't fight right now, and you already see javelins, so going into archers is really, really bad. Gully losing the traders now. I think this should have been racks. Double racks is really effective. Your spearmen, they're great against the Limitane. Yes, Limitane have more health, but if you get the Phalanx and just spam up the numbers, you trade much better. I mean, Ark is block trade now, right? Like, so where do you go? You can go short trade, but that's terrible. Pretty much all traders are dead as well. I think he's got one left. Oh, dear God. I mean, I can't even tell because he's not trading the right place. He has a grand total of 0 traders. That's why I can't tell. All right, so what was I saying? Trade Wing really, really OP. It's so OP. You just need your opponent to not do anything for 20 minutes, and it's like, whew, oh my god, it's so broken. It's more broken than my arm in Ukraine a few years back. It's that powerful. Yeah, this is not good. Gully Deckel's entire eco advantage doesn't exist anymore. Well, the good news, folks, is that Gully has done his community piece to help ensure that Abasas gets buffed next patch. So, round of applause for Gully there. Really appreciate what he's doing for the community. Without him, you know, we might have one less case study on why Abasas should get buffed. Horseman. I'm going to cut some reinforcements. And archers are scaling at home. So there is a world in which Gully can make this work. This is typically what you have to do when you mass horseman, by the way. It's not about the main fight. It's about the raid damage, the poke damage you can do along the way. And it's forcing Arc to slow down reinforcing. Wall's going to break, though. Archer count is not that high. And shield wall is absolutely stupid. It's so dumb. I hate this deck. We had talked about this before. I think the best way to balance shield wall is make it an activatable that lasts X seconds. It shouldn't just be a toggleable phase that you can change every few seconds. It's absurd as it is. Gully, looks like he's going to survive this. Arc, paranoid about the idea of diving in. I don't think he realizes just how kind of flatlined Gully is. Or maybe he does and he thinks, okay, instead of trying to end the game now, I might as well build my lead. Big clash coming in soon, though. Gully hasn't tried to resume trading. Wait, spoke too soon. First one's coming out now, folks. We're back online, baby. Trade Wing OP. Arc is only 1 TC, by the way. He's starting to stockpile some wood, so we might be seeing a transition out of the Byzantines soon into double TC play. Byzantines do like to do this quite a bit. Either you go for like the fast castle, or you go for second TC to sustain. And it would have a lot of logic here, securing things like the deer or the boar on the flank. Wall's now coming up from Arc as well. Like that he's showing the logical respect to these horseman raids. Like they can still hit your backlines at a rough time. And hello, Jesse. Thank you very much for the raid. You have definitely led those souls astray. Hopefully we can get them back on course. We're trying to teach people why a Bassett trade wing is bad. Gully Deckel was kind enough to provide a perfect replay for that. Horseman in. Wall isn't up, so Backside's in trouble right now. Looks like he was then moving out for the deer. Wait, is he out of food? No, he's clubbed the sheep. There's plenty of kebab left over. He's transitioning to olive groves as well, but this does mean he's a little bit more burdened on the Limitane spam he can achieve. Meanwhile, archers, they've gone all the way home. It's only the horseman coming in, so Gully is getting the space to go back into the traders. Unfortunately for him, come on. Oh, no, 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 stop. Don't do that. Oh, God, that's like eating out of a garbage can. That's better. He's trading across map. Unfortunately, he's just found out the scout knows. The good news right now, Arc is distracted. The bad news, Gully is retreating towards the neutral trade post. Oh, man, please tell me you're thinking about Castle Age soon. I mean, actually, I don't even know if Castle Age works here against this mini Limitane. How do you hold this? It's crazy that he's still going Horseman in a game that I feel would be better suited by Spearman. Like, Spearman would do a really good job here. I think the more, like, questionable element in this game, the pure insanity, is the fact that Gully tried to go Trade Wing on a Dry Arabia spawn where it's mid-trade post. And he knew this, by the way. He saw this. There's no doubt in my mind he scouted this before he started the tech up. That's bold. Well, the trade is known about, folks. Wait, why is... what? Are you kidding me right now? But the scout is literally chasing traders right. Like, Arc. Well, this is a weird recovery arc I wasn't expecting to see. Arc. You know, he sees the trade right now. He's like, ugh, trade. You know I hate trade, but you know I hate more than trade? That wall right there. Screw that wall in particular. This one as well. Oh, I hate walls, Gully. To hell with your walls. Gully's like, but do you not care about the traders? No, I just hate walls. The only wall that's allowed in this game is shield wall. Get out of here. What am I watching right now? Apparently, Ark is so scared of the 20 resource trade to the south side, he feels a need to camp the back corner behind his opponent's base. And now Gully's teching up. Oh my god, no. No, 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 no. Out of all the ways you could lose a game, not like this. Anything but this. He's not blocking the trade. The tech up has already began. And Gully has cut him off from retreating. Oh my god. I mean, we're calling it a flank attack. Technically, it's a flank attack, but who do we give credit to for this flank attack? Is it Ark or Gully? Because Ark walked in here. Archers begin to trade out. Spearman now coming in to soak the fire. Military wing, a minute away. And he's entered shield wall. Dude, he got baited. He got so baited in this game. This is so bad right now. This is exactly what Gully needed. He needed this to be a slow fight. And he's getting it. Backstab does come in from the reinforcement Limitane. But the Archers just need to draw this away from the main base to cover the tech up. And that's exactly what they're doing. The Horsemen! What about the Javelins? Oh my god, Ark! He came to play Age of Empires, but Gully Deckle, he's a fisherman! He laid the bait and he caught the big whopper. Ark loses every Javelin. This is over. Ark about to be out-tech. Now with an army of just Limitane against Archers. Gully Deckle, funnily enough now with the micro of a fish. It doesn't matter though. Take up is coming in 10 seconds. Limitane count is at 30, yes, but the Archers have no counter anymore. And although he's got some olive trickle in, it's not enough to reboom a Javelin force like that. Oh my god. I can't even with this game. The Smeagol's are coming out now. 2 Gulems just got queued up. Ark, he's going to try to tech up, but I'd rather you just gave up. I mean, you've got 2 workers on gold, buddy. This is... Whew. I've seen old ladies run marathons quicker than you're going to get the gold required for a tech here. But don't worry, guys. He got it. The Miller's dead. Woo! Cell 5. I like how Ark is just like, well, I've lost this one, but that mill. I think that is legitimately what I'm calling that video if I upload it. It's just going to be called that mill. Oh my god. I can't, man. I was like, oh, yeah, this gets uploaded. It'll be all about the trade. No, it's literally just going to be about that 1 mil. That 1 mil that the Javs wanted to kill. That 1 mil. We have a soundboard. A little bit. I get some use out of my stream deck. I need to add in some more sounds, actually. Oh, appreciate the raid, though, Jess. Hopefully you had a good stream. All right. Let's see what else we've got in store. We've got, like, probably about another hour of casting. So let's get some good ones. Hum diddly What should we go for, folks? Should we have a look at the live? Oh, thank you for that game, Gully. Am I banned? No, no, no. No, you're allowed to stay. You didn't use the Palings exploit, so you're safe. For God, dude, like, can you guys find someone else to fight? Dude, they got forts again. What is with those two? Gully, Q into... Like, Gully, dude, Q into B. Come on, man. I so wish that was actually Sing Sing. For those who don't know, Sing Sing is a very big Dota 2 streamer. He actually did play a lot of Age of Empires 4 when it came out, but he only played team games. He was a disgusting Magadai spammer, believe it or not. Yeah, we don't like those people. Versus Matisse, you also went trading. Oh, God. Do I really want to see an Abbasid mirror, though? I think the answer is no. I think. We don't want ABBA mirrors, right, guys? That's more cringe than my jokes. They're pretty cringe. I don't think Sing Sing's played since the Sultan's Ascent came out, sadly. I really would love for Microsoft to, like, work with us on a campaign effort to bring back a bunch of the big people that were interested in the game at first and get them involved in some tournaments, including existing pro players. I'd love to team... Dude, I would absolutely pay money to see Sing Sing and Beastie team up for a 2v2 tournament. That would be hilarious. Do we do Dumu versus B? We've done a lot of Dumu versus B. Are we doing another Dumu versus B? It's forts, which is kind of tempting, but I'm trying to... I don't know. This time, let's open predictions. No. Maybe. We did have predictions last time. We had predictions for the last game they had. Core's in private games. Anno. Anno's in private games. I think Core might be practicing with Anno. Guess we're doing B versus Demo. I guess we can do that. Okay, yeah, no, I'm fine with this. It depends on the civs. I actually do want to see an HRE Japanese one. We don't see that much. I will mix it up afterwards though. Like I think this is our 4th game today. Like I said, I don't mind doing some games because we just haven't cast them in over a week. But let's see what we're gonna get here. What a map for it as well. Oh, that means one or two things. You've either clicked on a Halo video or you're about to watch some HRE gameplay. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action. For the first time, we are seeing HRE take to forts, this time in the hands of Team Liquid Dumu. And they'll be going up against 3D Clan's very own B, playing with a civ that we're seeing a lot of on forts right now. It's the Japanese coming out in the orange. Looks like we have got one of those kind of staggered spawns, symmetrical to each other, up to the north side. It means a lot of resources actually get forced to the south. Something that I don't think HRE is going to care about, but something we'll be happy about is the fact that a lot of the deer have spawned on his side, much further away from a civ like the Japanese that could use that resource. We are already 1 minute into the game, and after seeing those deer sites, the first thing in my brain is this going to be pro scouts from B? For those that don't know, B has spent the day in about 80% of his games going pro scouts. I think we might have finally found the run where he doesn't do it. But Japan versus HRE is quite interesting, actually. I think I've talked about this before, where HRE, to me, has some very interesting timings around Castle Age Rush and how they can contest in Castle. But once you go Imperial Plus, I think Japan is better. Their food income is worse than the Archon of the HRE. But guess what? On a map like this, that's not going to be the case. Because the Archon is not going to be great. Look at that placement. Next to the TC, which blocks out some of it. But the cliffside blocks out a lot of farms here. So this is a big reason why I don't like HRE on this map in particular against Japanese. And in general, when you reach the late game, the reason why Japan is better than HRE is because their gathering rate, although behind, isn't too far behind. The bigger deal is how the infantry match up. If this turns into a Men-at-Arms versus Samurai spam, the thing you have to remember about that clash is that the Japanese as Samurai gets +4 damage from Adachi compared to this +6 of the Heavy Maces. Then they also, on the HRE side, do get a +2 to the two-handed weapons. But when you have Oda Tactics and all your late game upgrades. For a start, there's an extra melee upgrade for the Japanese, but then the difference maker is the Bannerman aura. The Bannerman aura that gives 15% of that stage of the game actually puts the Japanese on par, if not ahead. And you want to know why they're ahead? Because of the deflective armor. So what does that mean in this game? It means that Dimu shouldn't be looking to go too late. He should be looking to hit his ceiling quick, which is what the HRE does well, and then end the game before Japanese get fully fleshed out. Hey, wait, is that Spartan there? Oh, thank you, Artesian. I mean, you've done really well. Like I said, I think if you can actually solve those kind of issues, like making sure that anything you build, when you build it, it should be used, I think you can go a long way. Like, a little tip I always give is when you're playing a game, whether it's Dota 2, whether it's CSGO, whether it's like Age of Empires, you know, every X seconds, like, set yourself a kind of timer, and every X seconds, ask yourself, what am I doing? And if you don't have a clear answer, if you don't know what the answer is, then you have someone to prove upon. That's always a nice step. Because I think like you had a good opening in that game against B. I think there was some like, areas that could have been optimized, but like part of the issue came that you just weren't using the assets that you've been provided with. In this game, both players don't have many assets, by the way, folks. You may be noticing that we could have kept fast forwarding because it is literally a Castle Age rush on both sides. It always was going to be, wasn't it? Of course, Dimu is going to crack it first. Regnit's Cathedral on the way. We are 6 minutes into the game, and Castle Age is already being built into. On the other side, B is going to be slightly delayed here. Didn't go for any defenses because you don't need to here. There's no necessity up against the HRE. They care about one thing and one thing only: re-establishing order over the Germanic tribes. Sorry, no, that I've been writing Doctrine again. Getting Castle Age and getting relics. That's the thing they care about most. Be on the other side with the floating gate. Not too far behind. It's going to be about 20 seconds out. The difference here is what happens on the opening. Dumu's already dropped the stables, but it takes him 35 seconds to get this first knight out. On the other side, B, once he completes this and gets the drop-off, not only does he have the counter to knights with the Onimusha, but he's going to be producing at 3x the rate. Really cool play here. I love this. It's a perfect counter. So this is actually one of the big problems is like, you know I said the HRE have a strong point in Castle Age? It's off of relic hoovering into outmassing. If this turns... I'm sorry, that thought just got interrupted. Oh my god. B, I swear he plays Dota. He must. Onimusha reaches it because of that. What an absolute Chad. Unfortunately, he needed the second one there. That was so close. So... what was I saying? Yeah, you need the relics to get mass advantage over the Japanese at this stage in the game. Otherwise, this happens. If you don't get enough relics, the Onimusha spam continues, and you lose with pretty much all your choices. Because at this stage, you need good trades. So knights, maybe men-at-arms, could go for ranged units, but that just doesn't have an HRE. The alternative is you go into horsemen, but the issue with horsemen is, remember, we're 8.5 minutes into the game. Slow down, okay? Buy me a drink before you marry me. There's no farms, which means Dimu doesn't have the longevity of food to mass horsemen here. Funnily enough, you want to know one of the big edges of playing the Japanese? Look at all those farms already. Very tasty. Bolo coming out. That's going to be a denial, though. Other relic is on the way. And oh, he knows now, B. The problem is he sent all the troops over here, but he's rotating now. So one relic's been denied on the north side. The other one could still be contested. And Dimu, I love this play. He plays out into the field because he needs to actually drag attention elsewhere. Flash comes in. 1-for-1 trade so far. Onimusha starts stepping away. A little bit dicey at this stage. Doesn't have enough to one-hit these knights. Relic is coming out again. It looks like that rotation around the south side means Dimu should end up with 3 relics in this game. The other 2, however, should be firmly in the grips of B. And he needs to get some defenses up quickly. Like, the whole point in this, these relics are very important for defending your island right now. It's really cool, actually, because if you get a few Springles up against Onimusha, there's no dive potential. So if you set up one outpost here, one here, gather on the stone, it's a jackpot. It's no easy way in with this comp. Instead, B needs a next layer. Typically, this comp involves going archery range into stables. I would really prefer to see B go into racks. For a start, you will not be able to burn down these buildings with mass mount samurai. And the other detail that matters is you're not far away from the enemy base. So Rax makes a lot of sense because you haven't got much distance to cover here. Onimusha. Now wrapping. He found him again. So, fourth relic will not make it home, but the third one is safely on the island here. I love that he's rotating, looking for more villagers on the backside. No defenses here. Dimu, slow to set up the outpost. He's been rushing up the racks and the farms, or stables and farms, rather. He doesn't have anything to hold these type of areas. Onimusha move in. Villagers are being sniped down. Let's get a forced reaction. Horsemen finally coming out. They're actually being scaled into. And Kaburaya could not have come at a better time here for B to try and back away, but he needs the next layer to this assault. Onimusha just taking so long to actually kill off these horsemen. Oh man, this is an expensive fight as well. Remember, these Onimusha, although very impactful in certain situations, are quite the risk. 140 resources, and guess how much health you get for that? 80. You're almost paying 2 resources per HP. New wave of Onimusha are coming, so he should be able to turn this fight. Like, numbers should be on B's side. The problem I think we have in this game, he spread himself a little bit too thin. It's like when you try to take a tiny knob of butter and then spread it across an entire loaf of bread. It's just not going to work well. In that situation, when you munch down, the breadly taste is going to overwhelm. And right now, Dimu is that bread. You can tell I'm getting hungry. Onimusha are starting to lose out. Horseman spam continues. Farms aren't at a point where Dimu can maintain this for long, by the way. He needs to go up to about 20 farms to feel good. But it's getting him the space he needs for this play. Relic. B tried to pull it back. The Horsemen are going to deny it. So this is going to be a 4-relic game for Dimu. Oh, man, this is bad. B, he did go for the Rax transition afterwards. Oh, for God's sake, did he do this again? So I've seen a lot of games where B does this and I like it. I believe he went for the farmhouse drop first when he needed the spears. If he'd gone for the spears, imagine the spears appearing 2 minutes earlier in this game. The difference it would make. Now, B still has an opportunity to strike back here, right? The entire army does still get countered by spears, but he's made himself a lot weaker because of it. The Onimusha count was up at, what, 16 before? Now it's down to 11. A minute and a half later. Right now, the spearmen in small numbers are getting carried. Onimusha being stuck to. Last of the knights is falling. The horsemen are getting on top of their target, so a good trade still for Dimu. He needs it as well. The spearmen numbers are inflating fast. Remember, that Rax is 3 times more effective. And people highlighting will see H3 archers. Here's the smart point about B's play. Where does Dimu get the wood for that? He's chopped the tree line here. He's got 2 left over. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, did Dimu get scammed in this game? I think he did, folks. I've noticed this. Sometimes players get only 3 wood lines, while the other gets 4. So Dimu got 1 here, here, and here. And then I think the Stealth Forest blocked him on this one. Meanwhile, B got 4. That's quite the advantage, actually, for the Japanese in this matchup, considering usually Spearmen are not very wieldily at this point in the game. Like, it's very difficult to go into Spearmen before Imperial Age of the Japanese. But due to the lack of wood, Dimu can't get the counter, and instead he gets pinched here. Cavalry falling, barely any left over. He's going to wrap in, but don't worry, Spearmen there to save the day. B doesn't lose eco on the flank. Oh my, oh my. B. Farms, where are we at? He's chopping the tree line to make room for more. Remember, the other nice thing about going for Spearman here instead of going for Mount Samurai is because the farm is filled out, he's been getting passive wood. It's been ticking over because the wood line was blocking the farms, right? So he's putting that extra wood to work. It also allows him to focus the gold on the next step. Ona Bagisha coming out next from that Rax. And people asking, why don't you go Mount Samurai here? You just saw an HRE player take 4 relics. Although Mount Samurai are better than Knights, they aren't when you can't match the pace. And due to the farms of the HRE and the fact that they've got all that gold, going Mount Samurai versus Knights is a recipe for disaster here. Even with Uma Bannerman, the issue is the numbers. They just start to inflate before you're ready. Raid. Dimu. Gonna hit hard here. Oh boy. B. He's been trying to thread the needle here. He didn't want to make the farm transition happen too early. Instead, it's now costing him dearly. Not only is this raid going to connect on one berry patch, it's going to leak over to a second. And he knows it as well. B about to be 10 eco behind. Needs to be return fire. Moves in. Textiles is there. Minimizes the losses, but Dumu's still going to lose a few on the farms. Onimusha still alive here. Spearmen are reacting. Dumu did build an eco lead there, but not as big as he was hoping for. Still, he keeps the cav alive. He gets away in time. Onobugisha coming out is pretty nice here. So the issue with Onobugisha is you're against archers, but if you get enough of them, funnily enough, archers don't counter. I think part of the reason why B prepped the Onobugisha is because he thought it was going to be Mass Horsemen. Mass Horsemen lose to Mass Onobugisha. The problem, however, is because Dumu has got 4 relics, aka 8 relics worth of gold, he needs to spend gold. He's going to build knights. Onimusha are getting cut down on the backside. The problem here now is your entire comp is going to get countered by archers, right? Like, especially this is an interesting matchup because with marching drills, although Onobugisha have been known to swarm their opponents, they struggle. And what in the hell am I watching right now? I like how they just look like they're channeling magic. Just like, yeah, just hold the honing staff, build. Oh my god, wait. Dumu knows though. Like, there's outposts that see this. They've got relics inside them. There's no way this is a secret play. What on earth? Well, in fairness, the archers aren't a good answer to this. So if you clown car with Onobugisha, you can kill anything that comes nearby. Is that what he's thinking here? That's very creative if that's the plan. Alright. Padwans become the masters. Yeah, he's clown carring. Unfortunately, he's got the wrong units here. He actually needs Spearmen ASAP. Rams are being complete. More knights are arriving, though. The melee vulnerability makes this quick. Hangs around just long enough to get one low. Has to peel away, though. 4th ram doesn't get complete. Spearmen have now arrived, but the archer mass may be a little bit too big here. Dumu has surged forward to 27 archers. And B doesn't have any answer. I mean, he might have if he didn't spend 800 wood on Ram. I'm not going to be sassy here. I'm going to be sassy about it. We kind of should, but because that's a sticking point. And it's worse than that still. Archers, they're able to chase. And Clowncar is online, but this is not the way it was meant to be used. I think this game might be over, folks. Dumu is having the time of his life right now. Spearmen barely touched their target before dying. The Rams are doing nothing here. I mean, even the Onimusha, the problem here is you have extra tower range, but by the time you try to turn around, with the extra movement speed, the archers have gap closed, and GG comes out. B. This is going to be a tough one to think back on, I think. In a game where Dumu should have been running out of the wood needed for that archery transition, I think the thing that really mattered most here was the initial Onimushas being spread too thin. B. Onimusha are powerful, but you have to identify their role in the game. Sometimes they're raiders, and sometimes they're GGers. He used them as raiders when he had an opportunity to GG, and I think that is what allowed Dumu to get back in this game with the sneaky relic plays and the split up of knights. Great plays by Benny Boy. Gets him a win up against those annoying Onimusha, as a Civ typically has struggled to find a way. Ooh, interesting game. I don't know if that one's uploadable. Ram play was too premature. He didn't have a choice. He was dead otherwise. Remember, he hadn't set up farms. Like, he hadn't done like anything to scale into the late game is what you have to remember there. It's like, while it seems like it's premature, you have to remember he has no more time left in that game. His opponent set up farms. He's only got the initial cluster. He hasn't added in the Daimyo levels. He hasn't rushed Shogunate. It's just, he's losing control of the game. It's 4 relic HRE. So, while it might seem premature, it's literally just a Hail Mary there. Unfortunately, the archers arrive in time with the knights, like it falls apart entirely. Okay. Cool game. What have we got now, though? I hope they've found another pro player coming online and are fighting them now. Let's have a look. Doesn't seem to be the case. Legends in the chat. Who are we looking at? Is it the one and only Pogsnacked? It must be the one and only Pogsnacked. Can't be that trash panda. Didn't even make the Stormgate finals. GG. Sorry. Sorry, Rico. Avali. Has Avali played some games? Let's have a look. Let me check his data. Bye. Poor guy. Poor guy. When you were up against Eric, weren't you, Recon? Dude, like you found the one Vanguard player that can beat anyone in that qualifier. Oh, that's sad, dude. I feel bad. That's so rough. For those who don't know, with the qualifiers that Stormgate, that EGC done for Stormgate, basically only one Vanguard player made it through the qualifier, and it was Eric, if I remember correctly. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure it was. Not exactly. Oh, did you not make it to Eric? Oh, you had Exo Strike in round 64 and then he qualified taking out Mana after me. Oh. Oh, yeah, but you went lower bracket, right? I thought you went lower bracket into Eric. Did you not go lower bracket Eric? I thought you did. Let's have a look. Where are you, Trash Panda? By the way, I like how you show up as... Have you guys seen this, by the way? Have you actually seen this? What's this about? So the players get categorized. I love how there's 20 Vanguard and 43 Infernal, by the way. My favorite part is this. You are unknown, Recon. Why are you unknown? He's like, I will pick both. Oh, sorry, it was Exo Striker. Wait, did you actually play both factions in the end? You Okay, no. I don't give a crap about any of these. You're the winner. There should be a golden ticket reward for the guy who wasn't a pussy. All right, everyone else is like, I play one faction. And then there's Recon, Giga Chad at the moment saying, you know what, guys, I think I'm going to do a 50-50 split. Were you the only player for the entire thing to do that? I think you were, right? Yeah, you're literally the only one. Okay. That is absolutely brilliant. I'm going to tweet out about that later. Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. Oh, ignore my tab hell. I'm a bit of a tab fiend. Makes you place both from the ladder. Yeah, but you're the only one that in the tournament went, I'll do both. You're like Towley from that scene in South Park. You must choose between your friends and getting high. I'll do both. Oh, look at that. Someone wants to check out the Gunners? Definitely recommend it. We're wearing them now, actually. These are the Interceptor frames in the Merlot Onyx. Basically, it's a reddish black. I actually really like them. So they slightly tint what you're seeing, but that's to basically make sure you're not getting too many blue light filter. It's blue light filtering, basically. It stops blue lights from reaching your eyes. It's meant to actually help with reaching your sleep cycles after you're done streaming. The big thing that I like, and I've tested them with, is pretty interesting. I don't have huge dry eye issues, but I tested them with eye contacts where I do get dry eyes because I have another pair of the Warcraft ones. And what I noticed is, look at the curve. Do you see the curve? They're more curved than standard glasses, but that's on purpose to stop air reaching your eyes as much, which you think is a bad thing, but you need air to reach your lungs, not your eyeballs. Do they work? So I will say the problem with me as an example for the sleeping element, I don't really get tired like most people. I can stay up for 18 plus hours and not feel it at all. And admittedly, I just sleep in because I just sleep in. I think maybe there's an element to it. Like when I've needed to sleep earlier on a few occasions, I feel like I maybe got to sleep a bit quicker. The thing for me that I really like, I like the appearance of them. They're a really nice look. I can quickly peer behind my kingdom and show you the other ones. I really like these ones as well. So the reason why I went with Gunners, and I'm working with them in a light partnership, like nothing too deep yet, but I think we'll look to build it, is that I found their style of glasses to be quite unique. Like these ones, so here's the interesting thing. I saw the size of these frames and I was like, they're going to be too big. They're not too big. So if you're looking at the size of the frames right now on the website, don't worry. I mean, I'm not going to say I got a tiny head, but they actually fit perfectly well. They're actually beautifully placed. These ones I also found quite unique. So these are the World of Warcraft Alliance Edition frames. You can actually get them with prescription or just with the filtering. These ones are just with the filtering, which is what I was testing with the eye contacts in. So I wore eye contacts with these, and once again, this one has slightly less on the curve, but it is curved. I can attest to the dry eye element. As someone who, after like 9 or 10 hours, will definitely feel dry eyes, we done like a 12-hour stream wearing these, and that's watching a screen. That was gaming as well. And for anyone who's gamed wearing eye contacts, you notice your eyes will dry quicker. So there is something to the curved nature, shielding the eyes from drying out as quickly. That element I can easily attest to. I do recommend them. !Gunner if you want to check out their website. Use the code PIGEON at checkout to get 15% off, and also lets them know that you came from here. But they've got loads of other cool designs. The one that I really wanted, but they sadly had ended the campaign around, was the Loki frames. They had some really interesting $300 Loki frames. But a lot of them are very reasonably priced, actually. And like I said, you can get them either with prescriptions, which what these ones are, these have my prescription in them, or you can just get them for the style look. Oh, also, another cool little thing. I like that they actually gave that flexibility. You see how it's got Gunner on the side? Some people just don't like being a walking brand. If you really don't like it, you can actually unscrew them on the inside. I actually like that they had that thought to it where it's not forced on you. It would look a bit chalked without something in there, so maybe you have to come up with some custom like little indent, but I like that they aren't fully just ramming it down your throat. I think the only part of the branding you can't get rid of is there's a tiny little Gunner piece there. I don't know if it shows on the camera in the top corner, but it's very, very subtle. No. I'm not streaming from a medieval place, guys. I'm streaming from a fantasy place. You should know the difference. Come on. So I'm just having a look at who's playing games right now, so we can catch 1 or 2 more games before we have to round out the stream, as it would be a shame to end so early. So just give me a second while I eyeball a few. Anno is playing, but I believe Anno is playing in Scrim Lobby, so we cannot check him out. He seems to be prepping for the tournament next weekend. When the qualifiers kick off. We don't do another B run, right? Kabalev. I don't know who Kabalev is. Oh, hold on a sec. They're from the UK, and they are ranked 68th in the world. Trash Panda. You? Nah, it wouldn't be Recon, right? Who is this? It's a new account. You don't play Age of Empires? That's right, and if you did, your name would be Stacy, so it doesn't track. I don't know who this is. Wait, is this Myriad? It could be Myriad, right? That's a possibility. All right, well, hey, we'll do another B game, since we're not going to be casting any more B games this week after this stream, because we're busy with other things. Oh, he's playing Mongols. Oh, I had to, man. Last time we watched B play the Mongols on this map, he Keshik only all-in Lucifron. I'm curious to see what he's going to do in this game. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We've got B on the Mongols in the orange, on Golden Pit, going up against Kabalev in the purple, playing the Byzantines. Who is Kabalev, you may ask? They are registering as an English account, but they are ranked 68th in the world right now. Now, Trash Panda says it's not him. Recon's in my chat right now. It could be Myriad. Myriad is the other person located in the UK that's very high ranking that comes to mind. It could also just be someone entirely new. But considering this account has only existed for this season, has about 220 games played, either we've got a rising star who suddenly loves Age of Empires 4, or we've got a dirty, filthy smurf who forgot to pick blue instead of purple. Either way, we're in for a fun game. Beep. I wonder if we're going to get the racks opener here. Against the Byzantines, I feel like that play fell off a bit. The reason why is that the Limitane are a very efficient way of shutting down the outpost because you shield wall up and torch down. On top of that, yes, it's really annoying for the Byzantine player to have to build Limitane that costs more than what the Mongols put into play, but it idles out your timing enough that it buys enough time for a good Byzantine player to defend what they need with one outpost. So you basically get stopped at one outpost, and it's usually not a high-value one. Not to mention, if you try to dive too aggressively early on, Akratoy pushes you away long enough to get the racks. So we'll see which way B wants to go. Instead, it looks like it's going to be a fast feudal age. Which means only one thing, folks. We are playing on Golden Pit, which means there are no trade posts available. Instead, this is going to be a Deerstone. I have seen one or two players use the Mongols to do double TC, and I'm quite a big fan. One big sticking point that's been kind of frustrating to witness on this map for Mongol picks, and why I'm not a big fan of them on this map, is A, they don't have flexibility on their first landmark, and B, they always end up being forced to go step readout because they only have 2 safe golds and then they have to make a play out. This is bad. Although you make your initial holdings last long enough to guarantee Castle Age, what ends up happening is you don't have Kurultai to then fight for the big resources. Quite often leads to civs with keeps, dropping one in the center and GGing you out in the game. Let's see what B's got in mind though. Type of guy who probably doesn't want the game to go that late for free. He wants to have some sort of big edge. On the other side, we are going to get Grand Winery coming out. Just a reminder, these games are live right now. Typically, we do fast forward the first few minutes of gameplay just to get into the feudal age if there's no aggression. Unable to do it here, as this is as close to live as you're going to get. Deerstone on the way. This is definitely not looking like a double TC build. If it was double TC, you'd already be gathering a lot more wood than this. In fact, is he rallying people onto the wood line? He is doing it now, so it's possible, but the fact he's still got 2 people on gold has me a little bit hesitant to say it's double TC. It could be because he wants to get the double broadaxe. Typically, like at this pacing, by the time he techs up, he'll have just enough gold to get double broadaxe, which would accelerate a 2 TC timing. I like how Recon, the purveyor of all things Mongol, is like, the stone spawns are not fair. Is that maybe because he moved the TC to the left? Nah, in fairness, it's still kind of cursed, right? Actually, no, they're about the same distance. Golden Pit is kind of a weird map because it spawns these resources closer than intended. Most maps have a looser spawn on stone and gold now, so they can be harassed. But for some reason, Golden Pit didn't get the memo, right? It's like the old school version of maps where the gold and stone spawns in range. Oh, you mean the fact he's got 4 stones in the base? That's a small detail. Actually, legit. Where? What? Wait, how? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, it's definitely a little bit unfair. The Byzantines have most of their stone spots in one corner. Metcalf's on the way. This matchup, I feel like it's going to be typically longbows you go for. It depends whether Purple's going to try for an all-in time early on. If they want to be aggressive, you go jabs. If you want to defend here, it's longbow plus Limitane. Other side of this B. Let's see what it is going to be in this game. He's got the gold. Actually going for wheelbarrow. Oh, wow. Improved wheelbarrow as well. Huh. I thought this was... I 100% believed this was going to be broadaxe play. A little bit surprised he actually didn't go for it. I think it's worth it. Maybe in the improved broadaxe so you can get a quick TC. Instead, it looks like it's going to be the offensive. Archery range is being dropped, so we are going to get feudal play. Doesn't want to try to play macro or macro versus the Byzantines, which is understandable, right? It's Grand Winery. Your opponent could just scale into quite a lot of olive groves and then come back at you in the mid-game. Already level 2 system. This shouldn't be multi-TC. I'd be very surprised if the Byzantine player was looking to go 2 TC. You're expecting Mongol aggression, right? So if you drop a double TC with no outposts and no clear line of defense right now, you're just begging to get slapped. What is B up? If it was any other player, I wouldn't even hover over this unit. He has no reason to. There's no way. He's holding resources. He's up to something funky here. I think he's going for fast castle. B. What a unusual choice here. What's he looking for? Is this going to be a men-at-arm spam? Oh my god. If it is, it's going to work. It's Javs. So, okay, he is actually queuing up archers now. Still, this is not much investment so far, right? Like, he's not queuing up unlimited archers. He's not double producing them at all. I think this is a fake out from B. He's going to look to show a few units as if he's investing, keep purple down in the feudal age, and then rush up towards castle. At that point, you're looking at men-at-arm spam. Men-at-arm spam up against this type of army, if he packs up the Deerstone and moves at the front side as well, it's just GG. B. How many sheep has he got to work with as well? Still got 9 at home. He's already playing out into the boar. This is a really nice thing actually about this map. The boar and the deer are very close to your base, so you naturally flood over onto them. And it means that you're actually able to kind of afford those more meaty pound-for-pound combos like men-at-arm spams. Other side of this. We might be heading for a second TC, folks. Okay, no, thank God. He's going for assistant. I genuinely was worried he was just thinking 2TC works. Like, 2TC loses you this type of game. Instead, you just need to stay on 1 and make sure that you've got that flexibility to rush up or get an army together. Sticking a lofty 750 resources into something else, but offensive play, is a bad idea against Mongols. Outpost now coming up. I'm a bit worried, man. Like, is Archers really the play when you want to be this greedy? Against Jav Open, it feels a little bit cumbersome, but he'd already built the archery range, right? He didn't have an alternative choice. Now he just needs to get the ASAP and look to the Rax units. Leaves 8 out on the board. Villagers aren't going to be poked. Purple, that was suboptimal, actually. I think he could have gotten on the archers. Right now, if you're purple, your goal is getting rid of this. This Uvu needs to go. And wow, did he actually go? He went for improved forestry. In a game where he's not going multi-TC, that's very surprising. But step read out now on the way from B is exactly what I've come to expect on this map. Yeah, he made some interesting choices along the way, right? Improved forestry, improved wheelbarrow. Interesting that he's focusing on wood, considering he wasn't spamming in archers, and now he's going to be going into men-at-arms instead. But it does allow him to get the racks as necessary. If he didn't have that extra chop through, the issue he might incur here is that he might not actually have the ability to get enough Raxes down to spam out men-at-arms, now that Uvu has been removed. Purple needs to scout this. He doesn't know about it right now. Second Rax being set up. This is a tight timing, but I actually think B is fine right now. There's no undermesh, so no extra armor up against the TC dive, and on top of that, sure, you've taken out the Uvu location and you are raiding on the Deerstone, but step read out, about 15 seconds away from being complete. After that, it's going to be double Rax men-at-arms pump. And what makes it worse is you've chosen to dive the base, folks. Not just that, he went for Horseman. This is about to backfire very quickly. You're about to face off against men-at-arms under Deerstone. You need to get away. The problem with Deerstone here is it makes the men-at-arms quicker than the Limitane, right? Quick enough to chase down. And no. Horsemen deal very well versus men-at-arms in Feudal Age. This guy is about to meet the guy that he's been told not to worry about, but it turns out he should have. 12 damage, 155 health, and 4 melee armor. This is not even close. Chase out with the Yam now. Flash comes in. A little bit of a jump of the gun here as 1 men-at-arms is versing the entire army. Defense arrow is going to get activated here, though, so B making his stand. Has got plenty of gold to work with right now. Limitane are poking around the back side of this. It looks like the men-at-arms are going to be overwhelmed. Surprised that B went so early. Deerstone still has 3,000 HP, but he just feels like it's worth grinding him down here. Behind this, though, Purple now going up to Castle Age. Dude, I'm a little bit surprised that B jumped this so early. Going 2 men-at-arms instead of 4 is a very big difference here, and you just saw it in the raw numbers. Burn down continues. Purple's legit trying to get rid of this Deerstone. Men-at-arms just once again feeling the wrath and fury of this, though. I think genuinely, if this had been 4, maybe 6 men-at-arms, which you could have waited for, All of a sudden, Purple has a problem, but instead, he gets his tech up, and B, this Castle Age advantage doesn't feel like an advantage at all. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. Deerstone going down. You're going to lose the mobility advantage on the defensive. On top of this, he also went for the step readout, so you haven't got the Kurultai to bounce back. Like, if B starts to lose this game, if he starts to slip a bit, it's not like our typical Mongol games where Kurultai can actually recover the entire game. That doesn't exist here. Tries to cut some reinforcements, at least. The best thing he can do right now. Moving around the backside, Deerstone has moved back under the TC just in time. 4 men-at-arms are here to chase down the Javs. If he unpacks the Deerstone now, he should be able to gap close this, but good micro so far from Purple. Just not staying close enough, and behind this, now a switch up coming into Crossbows. That's the detail that could just end this game right now. B, he needed this men-at-arms hit to not only make him survive, but make him thrive. He barely looks like he survived it. Eco lead building. Purple behind this. Now marching across for the first Crossbows, and I think this game could be close to a close here. Remember, B has got a lot of gold, but not much food. He's on the berries now. Boar's been cleared. Deer's already been taken. And right now, his options are racks or archery range. He needs to actually get into some siege. Oh, man, this is crazy. The difference that just 2 or 3 units makes here. I'm still very surprised by B's feeling that he needed to rush that engagement as well. I mean, the military lead is just undeniable at this stage. It's still going to be more javelins coming, which I like, because it just guarantees your opponent can't go archer or crossbows. Defense arrow is going to come out, but guess what? Run past them. Horsemen go straight after the archers. Men-at-arms left behind to deal with the Limitane. The javelins have high base damage, by the way. Hitting for 10 right now means you're only negating half the damage they put out. Crossbows now are here, so this should be the point where this starts to get a bit dicey for B. He has got a decent number of men-at-arms, but with no Yam as he shifts out here, the crossbows should be able to cut him down. Funnily enough, actually, B's going after the wrong target. He needs to deal with crossbows instead of Javs. Javs move faster, so if you're A-clicking onto this unit, they have 1.25 compared to 1.12 movement speed. They can stay away from you for longer. Oh, B. Please tell me you've got pastures coming. Oh god, there's no pastures. Berries is all he's got left then, so at this point he's capped at 8 food workers in this game. Like, sheep's about to dry up, right? I think he's got 2 left. Oh god, 4. Okay, 4 a little bit better, but still, it's not much of a one-way. That's basically going to be 5, 2 of them clubbed, right? So it's going to end up being probably about 7 or 8 men-at-arms in total. The Deerstone's going down. You're now up against 12 crossbows. It's unfortunate that B didn't try to predict this and get into a siege weapon. I mean, he has plenty of wood. I think the reason he didn't want to do it, though, is he didn't have siege engineering improved, right? Which meant that he would have had to have spent 300 on getting the siege workshop and then spent the wood and gold. It's definitely a tall order. Behind this, Kabalev now playing onto those relics. Remember, he had the Grand Winery, which means he essentially just had a poor man's Regnitz effect here, where you just tech up, all of a sudden you're pumping out your monks from your landmark. I think the only way that Purple loses this now is if he rushes the dive. Like, at this stage in the game, B doesn't have much resource under his Dominion. He's got a tree line, he's got the double gold, sure, great, but food, as we already highlighted, is an issue, and that means space is also an issue, because it means you haven't got anywhere clear to set up pastures. Lordy. If you're going down, I mean, at this stage, He'll be happy if he gets Signal Arrow out of it. Sadly, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, so it's just more wood wasted. The problem with going archers here that I really don't like from B is he now knows he's up against Varangim that are going to beat the men-at-arms, and on top of that is javelins to assist. It's just not a fight that he can win, but the problem is right now he can't afford additional food into things like Horsemen and Keshiks. Clash comes in. Crossbows are going to back up a little bit here. Varangians start to absorb a lot of fire, and you can see that B is trying to micro down the only unit he can kill, but the crossbows have already found their value. Men-at-arms count is shrinking. Varangian have broken onto the archer line, and this game is done. Tough one in this for B. I mean, he tried for the bait and switch, right? Like, I think there's a lot of games where this could work out, but Purple, whoever they are, was so switched onto it. That dive towards the enemy base with the initial jabs and Limitane read him perfectly, and B will get snuffed out. I think Mongols is definitely a civ that struggles on this map, but if you go into it with a plan to fast castle, I don't see how it ever gets better for you here. Whew. Who is that player? I mean, whoever they are, they got some moves. That was actually really well played by them. Sick game coming out. Tough one for B there. What could he have really done different to turn that around fully? I think the siege is the big part. It's quite the gamble, but you have plenty of villages to try and repair when a dive comes out. And you only need a few men-at-arms to hold a choke point. At that stage, the Varangian weren't there, so your opponent would have to dive TC with mass crossbows and javelins, which is just like, it's a bit dicey. Especially when you're diving to kill a Mango and you don't have any melee units. But never reached that point. Just, I think this is more credit to Purple than anything else. B did get a little bit out of line with that bait and switch play to try and rush Castle Age. But I love the way that Purple saw through it perfectly. I don't know if it's sneakily Recon. I don't know if it's Myriad. Whoever it is, they are a capable player. Definitely think they had the favorable matchup there. But, you know, it's one thing to have the good matchup, but it's why we always say that a game isn't just you look at the draft and GG, right? You still have to play it right, and they done a good job there. Yeah, Improved Forestry is still weird for me. I think Improved Forestry makes sense if you're going for a second TC, but he wasn't. And he didn't plan to ever mass archers, so it doesn't make sense for that reason either, right? Like, Improved Forestry can be justifiable if you want to mass archers, or if you want to mass siege. He didn't do either thing there. So yeah, just kind of a weird game there for B. Okay, let me check the live ladder right now. We might have time to squeeze 1 or 2 games more in. I don't know if I have a check-in on how long until food is ready. What was... Someone mentioned a game earlier that we needed to check out. Was it one of Matisse's? I think someone highlighted. Oh, no, it was the... Gully mentioned the Basimir. Sorry, I just keep getting this vomit whenever I say a Basimir. In fairness, actually, I am the person that said a few months back I thought Abbasid mirrors were the most interesting mirror in the game because they have a lot of kind of pivots back and forth. The typical way it plays out, though, is that military wing gets beaten by eco wing gets beaten by trade wing gets beaten by military wing. And if you're going for the alternative choice there, the one that shall not be named, you're gonna lose, right? Like if you, dude, I've even forgot his name. Is it Influence? No. Culture. I'm so uncultured. My brain farted for a second. If you're going Culture Wing, it shows what I think of it, the fact I couldn't even remember his name. Culture Wing is just like a GG. I've yet to see a Culture Wing build that makes sense in an Abbasid mirror. Maybe a fast castle build into Golem spam could work, but I think that's even kind of stretching it a bit. So, one sec. I'm just going to check the AoE4 leaderboards, and we'll pull up a game that we can check out here. Has Kabalef had any interesting run-ins, I wonder? Not recently. Wow. Let me have a look at leaderboards. I think we already checked Puppy Paw's data, and any interesting matchups, the other person is privated, right? So we can't watch those. I think we caught Voldemar's games today, didn't we? Numidan, did he play any extra games yesterday that we didn't see, maybe? Let's have a look. Oh, he had a game against Elyona. And I think we saw the Killjadi ones. don't know who Internet Angel is, though. I'm actually going to check down like 150 to 200 because there's some known names there that have slipped on the rankings a bit. And it would give us some different POVs to what we usually cast. So Tips has slipped a bit. Did Faye play some games today? I thought she was meant to be streamed, but I don't know if she was. Gully up to 193 on the leaderboard, Pog. Keep climbing, son. Top 100 by the end of the week. Go. You have your mission. Do not fail me. Wonder if Vanderdorf had any good games. He went up against the Rappel. Did we ever discover who the Rappel was? Oh wait, no, the Rappel was his own person, right? He's one of Mister's friends. I remember that now. Whoa. Borderline. Don't give, like, tell me, but don't spoil the outcome of the game. Appreciate you, like, letting me know, but, like, reminder to people, tell me, like, I'll trust in you if they say a game is good and worth watching. Let's not spoil the ending, though. Because otherwise it becomes, like, why would people want to watch it? You know what I mean? Appreciate you, though. Next time, if you say Faye had an interesting IBIG game, and so I think the detail is that like it's like feudal all in, boom, it's fine, but then there you go, that's better. There we go, Cody. Whoop whoop. You were borderline on the original comment as to where you needed to be super enticing without spoilering. Ah, there you go. We used your name in there. So Iabid. So there's that Iabid game. She also had a clash with Zertin. Abbasid versus Jean. Ooh. Was the Give You Anxiety game good? She had a game versus GUA. Japan versus Yuji. That sounds kind of spicy. Didn't see that one? Well, there you go. To reward you for your effort, we have something that you also have not seen. This probably is going to be the final one. My partner hasn't bothered to say anything about food yet, so I imagine we've got enough time for one more. So let me prep that game. Mongol Mirror's best matchup? If only they knew how OP Magadai were. Okay, I'm sorry. No one ever wants to hear those words uttered. One sec, send a message quickly and then we'll hop in. If you need Magadai, just cast Phase Mongol games. Damn, if only. Living the dream, brother. Just realized I actually had the wireless off on my phone this whole time. So I just got spammed with a million messages, just double checking I didn't miss anything important. I think we are good. So let's get into a showdown between Faye and GUA. Faye and GUA. That's a nice little ring to it, doesn't it? Faye and GUA. No? Okay. If you like Papega games, watch my games. That's what she always says, so I'm here to be entertained. It's an NA showdown, folks. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've got Faye in the green playing as the Japanese. On the other side, he's back. He's at it again. The dark side of GUA, the Chuge Nu inside him that wishes to burst out like it's in an alien movie. And we are going to be in Dry Arabia. So we've been watching some GUA at the moment playing the Shuji. He's a dirty boy. He knows what he's done. Meditation got him into an unlimited Chuge Nu and Rams alongside it. GUA trying to return to his prime, but what will he be able to do against the fabled Japanese of Faye? Wait, is this going to turn into Mass Chuge Nu versus Mass Onabugisha? Please, please, I need it. I need it so badly. Step 1, Meditation Garden on the way. Other side of this is going to be Kura Storehouse. We are doing 4 times speed here because the opening is not going to be aggressive for either of these civs. Japanese are never really going for racks openings before Feudal Age. In fact, they're not even doing it before Castle. On the other side of it, dude. Oh, Faye. She wants the close by farms. That's sick. So this little wall here, she can cancel it later. This is a really smart play by Faye. The whole logic now is the first farm spawn right next to your TC and then circle around to where it's safe. You can even wall down here if you just want wood instead. I don't think she just wants wood though. I think she just wanted an optimal timing to get her food gathering off of the farms. Really smart detail there. I think it was a bit overkill to do the corner. That would have been worth having. She has also set up the outpost. So another reason why she went for this, by the way, is if the first farm came here and it's a Chuge Nu rush, her first farm can get killed. If her first farm dies, it keeps respawning in the corner and she gets nothing from this. So pretty cool little detail there. And GUA, it turns out it was the right detail against him. However, where are the Chuge Nu? What? Wait, what? GUA is spamming spears. What have I just walked into? Oh, of course, Rams. I've seen a lot of Ram rushes today from the Zhuji, but this is a first. Of course, you know, he is from NA. They are very big Britney Spears fans there. So how do they make a tribute? They make a tribute with Spears in game. We have Rams coming from GUA, a fitting thing, but with Spears here. Meanwhile, Faye is going fast castle. So why is this potentially good from GUA? I can't believe I'm even arguing this. Chuge Nu is slow. They would have taken a long time to arrive here in comparison, and they would have cost him additional resources, whereas food and wood is able to be a bit more condensed. He has now got the Chuge Nu follow-up, but this opening of spears gives him a quicker timing to arrive and a quicker timing to start hitting. And it still gets the similar effect of blocking out the villagers from doing anything about the Ram. Dive comes in, blocks her off. Faye has got what she needs for Castle Age, though. She just wants more because she's greedy. Villagers trying to keep it alive, but it's going to be going down. No doubt about that. So villagers can at least walk away. If this was Chuge Nu, they would be dead. Chuge Nu are coming. And Faye. Well, she's got the gold she needs. And what? No wonder she hadn't got ready for the tech up yet. She walked to the other corner on the map, and GUA doesn't know. Oh my god, he doesn't even know there's gold there. This is sick. Okay, so here's the thing. Faye is going to tech up, and GUA is going to be sitting there all pompous like, oh, wow, good job, Faye. You got a tech up, but now you've got no gold. Why are you building a stables? Are you going to really build horsemen against my spears? Wait, why are there mounted samurai? Nani? Before Faye just says, that's my line. Die. What a cool read here. And it's actually going to be the Onimusha instead. Really? That's interesting, actually. I mean, it deals with the Spearman, and funnily enough, you have got the extra range over Chuge Nu. Remember, Chuge Nu are a little bit range handicapped here. 4.5 versus 5.5 tower range. That's a really cool detail. But, like, now, imagine you're GUA, and you scout this, and you're like, huh, she's building Yuumi. I must block the wood. No, buddy. No, no, no. She's very clearly going for Onimusha. It's clear to me, but it's not clear to him. Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me? This one corner is going to define the game. Faye, She shouldn't have any gold right now. Look at what Gio's done. He's set up on every single gold vein. Except one. And this, when you go all in, is the importance of scouting the entire map. Faye gets the tech up. Villagers pull to deal with the ram. Are going to have to pull back now. But Onimusha are coming out. And this is problematic. Undermesh is coming in, but that doesn't matter, GUA. I mean, it's 10 base damage. It barely makes a difference. Oh, I think GUA is in trouble. The Onimusha, there's enough food and gold here to get her up to like 15 of them. And as long as she doesn't kind of miss micro, she shouldn't be losing any to Chuginu. Faye. Poking and prodding. Houses are going to start getting sieged with the spearmen. Already being sacrificed here. Chuginu are moving in. But Faye, just about keeping each of these ranged cavalry units alive. Even starting to cut the reinforcements. So I think I talked about this before, where the tower range is a bit deceptive. It's 4.5 versus 5.5, but it's actually more like 4.5 versus 5, because the issue you have is if you look, these Onimusha have a bigger like box. So if they're hitting from their central point, it means they're in range quicker compared to the small boxes. I've seen this before in a 5 versus 5.5 tower range. It just seems to also be a case of because the Onimusha have a longer attack animation, Chuginu usually get in range. It's a very weird little interaction right now. Faye. You have to micro like a god here for this to work. It's 20 Chuginu. In fairness, Faye is going to get a transition soon. Flowing Gate is about to complete the second Yurishiro, so this can be a switch over into Stables play. And there are not many Spearmen left on the front side. Actually, I lied. He doubled down. Villagers. He's playing a little Benny Hills here, trying to get rid of the ram. Jiwei, not making this easy. Daimyo upgrade is coming in soon, so this should actually be a Stables drop into Uma Bannerman. And that's going to buff your damage quite a bit here. You're already at 10, you're going to get extra 15%. Oh, man. Ram? Jiwei? Jiwei? Sir? We respect our Rams in this neighborhood. We don't neglect them. Looks like he's going to lose it. That's the only Ram he's got right now. Looks like Give You Anxiety is actually starting to save up for Castle Age behind this. Meanwhile, Onimusha count. Now starting to scale a little bit. We're up to 9. This is where things get a bit dicey, by the way. I think Onimusha at scale kind of sucks against Chuginu because you can't keep that maximum range, right? Like, you just get this clustered formation where some of them walk in and body block each other. So it's very difficult, actually, for Faye to outplay in this situation. Like, for GUA, it's just a matter of how quickly you react with an A-click to get a good trade. Faye has to get a good click in and then a good back away. And that's why she's gone Kabura-ya. I love that detail. Kabura-ya allows you to more cleanly get in and out. And the cool thing is if you get out without dying, you've got Shinto stuck in your base right now that can't get gold. The only thing they can do is heal your injured units. Chuginu massing up though. Outpost on the forward from GUA is a little bit surprising here. Don't think that's really essential, but maybe he wants to have a villager nearby to repair. Still, this gold. This gold is literally the only reason Faye's in this game. If it wasn't for this, this is over already. Like, this would have been a GG out in 9 minutes if Faye hadn't snuck this gold in the corner. And still, this deep in the game, GUA does not know it exists. Faye. What? She's doing Onimusha? What? Are you kidding me right now? Faye is so confident about this game. She ain't like, nah, I don't need samurai. Who needs samurai? More villagers, go. Vamos, amigos. Ram, in the meantime, moves on the farmhouses. Ah, yes, the build all of the farmhouses away from the Ram. Too bad the Ram is now on the opposite side of the base. Oh, my dear God. Force drop as well. She's legit just going to kill him with mass Onimusha. Wait, why is GUA building Palace Guard? Oh, no. No, it's happening again. It's happening again. Make it stop. Make the bad games go away. Please. You know, at some point, GUA, like, alarm bells must be going off in the brain. Where is she getting all this gold? I think he's just given up. He's moved away from these golds right now. So I guess maybe he just assumes she's on the left side. She is walking in right now with Relic, so it's feasible. I just can't believe this game. Oh, no. Is he going to lose with Mass Chuganu again? I feel bad, man. Like, I don't mean to catch these games and give you anxiety. He's a capable player. We've seen some sick wins from him, but this ain't working, dog. It's 20 Onimusha now. He's still an entire age behind. Instead of going Castle Age, he's doubled down with Palace Guard. Reminder, those Palace Guard are literally his tech up choice at this point, right? If he didn't go for that, with Tang Dynasty, -9 Palace Guard equals the cost of going Castle Age. Oh, yeah. Spearman now diving in the base. UA, but don't worry, guys. He's got a Palace Guard. This is going to be one of the most demoralizing... Dude, I keep catching his most demoralizing losses, and I don't even mean to. I don't look at the results when I click on them. I'm just like, okay, does the game look interesting? Was it longer than 5 minutes? Great, let's get in. This is grim, though. No Uma Bannerman yet, right? Because there's no stables from Faye. Forge is being hit up, but the Chuganu count is not looking that scary. It's 25 versus 22 Onimusha. Ram is at least going to go down. And now, GUA says, finally, I've got rid of her gold. Victory is mine. GUA, buddy. Onimusha going to cut off the forces around the backside. Looks like the Rams did move on the left side. GUA, this is a big mistake. Hitting 2 locations at once? No. Ram, it's going to go down. Outpost is at least clawing around the backside. Looks like we have actually got a second Yorishiro drop on the archery range behind the base here. The Outpost scroll from GUA. What is this game? This is so weird. Outpost goes up from Faye. Wait, what? I have so many questions right now. So many questions. GUA's lost the Chuganu mass. He's dying. I mean, he's got an outpost here. He's blocking Yorishiro archery range. Good for you, buddy. But right now, numbers are against him. 21 Onimusha versus 26 Chuganu, and he's still spamming them. Oh my god. He's legit going to lose this, isn't he? GUA reminding us all why Palace Guard suck in Feudal Age in most scenarios. Turns out it's a bad idea against crossbows on horseback. Who would have thought it? Oh my god, she's literally pulling all the villagers with no textiles to kill a fortified outpost. Are you... this game. I have a question. Are you losing more brain cells? Are you losing more brain cells? Am I losing more brain cells? Or are you losing more brain cells? I'm not sure right now. I just can't with this game. Faye is now 11 villagers behind, but it doesn't even matter. So what do you do now? Because if you're waiting for new Chuganu mass, guess what? She's unlocked the farm. She's got enough food. She's got 3 relics for gold. She's... Even if she didn't have a gold vein anymore, she has what she needs for Onimusha. And now she's out of the base. Faye, she's going to ride in. Outposts are at least being rushed up by GUA. Those are expensive, by the way. He doesn't have Song Dynasty. Even if he did, it doesn't affect Outposts anymore. Oh my god, he's building more Palace Guard. Onimusha cut down the reinforcements. The Kaburaya makes it very easy to just pick and pull away here. Chuganu can never touch you. She has the lead now. 31 Onimusha versus 28 Chuganu. She's going to keep cutting him, isn't she? Palace Guard are chasing him, but guys, they just... Like, remember, they get double damaged against here. They won't win this fight for you. Oh my god. The only thing I'm now wondering is, does this game end with a GG surrender screen, or does it just end with a drop? Like, I even see it in chat. It's like, if this was streamed, he 100% went offline after this one. Oh, no. Onimusha now making their way towards the eco. It's starting to fall apart for Give You Anxiety. I don't know, like, here's the thing. Juji, funnily enough, give a lot of people anxiety, but I feel like, ironically enough, he's giving himself anxiety each time we're watching these games. Onimusha now sniping eco. She's just ignoring the Chugunu. Someone turn on the Benny Hills theme tune right now. Taxman go down as well. She makes her way out. She's still got plenty of Onimusha. Oh my god, she's actually going to do this to him, isn't she? She's not going to transition, guys. She's literally just... She's got 3 TCs. She's got mass Onimusha. She's going to kill him with only Onimusha. Oh my god. You know what's better than Chugenu? A ranged horseback unit. Wait! It's like she saw the Chugenu and she's like, let me raise you one. Oh my god. Onimusha. This just can't be touched. Oh my god. You could go line formation and you still wouldn't be able to catch him. Outposts are at least keeping him alive, but I mean, at this point he's numb to everything. Techstars has also been researched, but the eco lead is now with Faye. She has 3 TCs versus 1. GUA is only now teching up. And the 5 relic game is real for Faye. Oh my god. Well, the Onimusha have been pinned down, folks, but it turns out it's not an Only-Musha game. wait, is she building rams now again? Where has she got rams? Is she building them out of Siege Workshops? I'm so confused. Am I blind? Oh. Wait. Where are they? Oh, right there. I'm blind. She's literally gonna kill him. Okay, no. In fairness to Faye, I think that samurai was a misclick. I think she just wanted the Uma Bannerman. She's genuinely going to Onimusha ram him. I can't with this game, man. I can't. Oh, dude. I could just imagine the smile on Faye's face right now. And you know what? I'm happy. Chugunu deserve this. Chugunu finally got upgraded. Military Academy is now coming in. Furusashi as well. Hariko is about to be booming. It already is. She's 15 ahead. Ram moves out to deal with the outpost to reclaim the berries. And the Onimusha numbers have paused, folks. She's sorting the eco, right? Like, there's no rush now. She just needs to get the daimyos online. She's going for honestly, at this point in this game, you can go for a bathroom break and come back and you're still fine. Wow. Onimusha to counter Chugunu, and then 4 TC Boom versus Yuji. I don't think I've seen this build order on BC's channel anywhere.
Now you're my...
What is up, B, my friend? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had some good games today. We caught a few of them. Absolutely loving the Pro Scout strategies. But if you're here to level up your game further, may I introduce to you the perfect counter to Chugunu, Mass Onimusha. God. Oh, this one is going to be etched in GUA's memory for a while, I think. Wolves are at least going up to deal with the Onimusha, but we are now getting samurai of all types coming through. She should probably care. She just threw away half the Onimusha, but funnily enough, when you've just replaced all of those Onimusha with villagers at home, I don't think it matters too much. I genuinely don't see how she loses this game. Like, maybe she has a dog that bites the power cable. That's kind of it. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I don't like this, okay? There's too many men in this army. Can we? Yeah, we know where you go, Faye. It's the Only strats. Onimusha into Onabagisha. Don't even build the samurai. Don't need him. No, I'm seeing what's being said in chat. I can guarantee you that is the one thing that Faye will never build in the Japanese. She is very vocal about this every time I try to justify it. She will never, ever build Yumi. You're completely out of luck if that's what you wanted to see. Full Yumi could work? Yeah, but not at this stage. You do it in Feudal Age. You use Zerg in Feudal Age, but we're past that. See, look, you mention Yumi on this channel and then Faye just appears. It's like a magic trick. Hey, GUA, do you know what these things are? You love these things, right? 3 sacred sites are now locked in. She's breaking the walls at multiple locations. Behind this, mangoes are also being prepped. Honestly, just kill him. Like, she's just going to go Imperial Age, isn't she? She's up to 111 villages now. The farms are starting to fill out around the primary TC, and she's gathering on stone. So this is going to be the daimyo upgrades into Shogunate, at which stage the food eco is not even going to be close. GUA has got Song Dynasty. He's got granaries coming out. I wouldn't back him to win this against the Japanese Shogunate. Oh, Faye. After a great micro in the other game, she realized, wait, this doesn't seem... Wait, no. NA Esports Standards says I need to just A-click brain these fights. Boom. Starts to trade badly. The problem is at this stage, she has to trade so badly. It's like the UK trying to get a post-Brexit trade deal. It has to be that atrocious. And that's just not going to happen here. She's got so much time to work with. This army's not being quick to close. And now, with 3 mangonels, Gio has a problem. Onabagisha, Samurai, and Mangoes are coming. They've baited him out into the mid-map. And this should be his undoing. He's like, I could dive the base. I could whittle him down. You know what's even better? What if I just make him come to me? And then I kill him. Like, you know, make him walk all the way. Just to get shot in the face. That's what we're looking at here. Faye, she sees everything she needs to. She actually sees him perfectly. Meanwhile, GUA is playing a blind game right now. Needs to get a guiding stick. Mangoes moving in. Shots coming through. And GUA... What do you now do? He's about to be MIA in this fight. Like, if he turns around for a second, triple Mangonel will destroy him. Has got Nesta be scaling. Great. But the Mangoes can do a lot more damage a lot quicker here. Staggered shots coming in. Oh, man, that's the kidneys. Second wave of troopers coming in as well. So Faye will be able to hold this back. One Mango probably going to be sacrificed, but she keeps the range force at bay. And he dives the Onabagisha. Get Bugatti claps on. Wrap around the backside. Faye is looking to get for the siege trade, but even if she doesn't get it with the melee, guess what? She'll get it with the Mangoes. Big smash in. Second wave comes through. And suddenly, GUA has gone from double the military to now being behind. This game is over. 2 Mangoes left over. No hopes left for GUA. This game will be one that will not leave his nightmares soon. Every time GUA goes through the countryside and just hears a horse, he'll shudder and look out for a bow being shot at him. Oh, God. This game may not end with Onimusha, but it's all that will be echoing through our brains for the rest of the day. Oh. All right. One's in chat if you think a GG screen's going to come up. Two's in chat if you think it's just going to cut me to the main menu because he rage quits. Are we getting main menu? We might be. I mean, like, legit, what? So here's the thing. Some people are going to look at this right now and go, why would GUA even think he's still in this game? He has the granary transition and he doesn't know that Faye had this many TCs, right? If he saw like the second, he never saw the extra 2 past that. So he probably doesn't feel that he's this many economy units behind. The Great Wall of Japan. Hey, Faye, you should run for president, man. You're going to summon the other 2 cards? Okay, I'm not going to go there. Alright. Here it comes. Tanegashima Gunsmith on the way. How many seconds did GUA hang around after it completes? I'm going to say 3 seconds. 3 seconds, and then we're main menu. God, she's still actually going. We're going to build a wall. And GUA is going to pay for it. In blood. Oh my god, what? No. Oh my god, the scout. The scout just griefed the army. This is over. We're past 5 seconds into Imperial Age. I'm impressed, GUA. But this army is about to rinse you dry. Mangoes get another shot off. GUA in shambles. My brain needs a deep bleaching. So hold on a sec. I mean, is that one simply called Onimusha versus Chugenu? And then we literally just play, we just thumbnail it only in NA. Told you my games are Pepega? Yeah, I told you, they're entertaining, I love them. Okay. I done something to my brain. Alright. I have got food. I'm weighing up whether I come back for maybe 1 or 2 games or do I call it. How long have we been live? We've been live almost 7 hours. Do I put up a replay then come back for 1 or 2 games or do we call it? No, Cisco. It's just call with 2 accounts. Keep in mind, if I come back, it's only going to be for like 1, maybe 2 games. Call it? Yeah, call. You need to go live, mate. Kappa. I think we'll call it. You want a day off? My day off is tomorrow. Yo! What up, Pesty? There's my boy. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Swarm. Subscribe for 20 months. Holy crap, has it really been that long? Damn. He's consistent. Much love, buddy. Almost here for 7 hours. Take a chill. Yeah. Yeah. We could. Yeah. Guys, I won't be streaming tomorrow because I need to sort some things. Actually, that's a fair point. Can anyone beat 20 months before we go? Don't worry, you'll get your fill of content next week because we should be back to streaming 4 times a week. Has anyone got like more than 20 months to now follow up on right now? I don't think so. I think most of my subbers are like that deep or already in that deep. Someone to think of, though. I don't know who my highest, like, longest subscriber is, actually, at this point. There might be someone who's, I know, supported me a few years back. That I think they got up to, like, 48 months, but then they kind of quit the internet. But Pesty's definitely up there. Big pog. That's why he's got the egg with the wings. Very big Chad. But, guys, so here's the plan now. I am going to go eat. I'm not going to come back for once. Instead, I'm going to find someone to raid. It is the final stream, rather, of the week for me, but only on this channel. If you like watching me for some weird reason, I don't know what I'm looking for in my pocket. Looking for a tissue. If you like watching me for whatever reason, don't worry. It seems appropriate that EGC are here. I'm not hosting them. They're not live today. But I will be back on Friday on EGC's channel. I am going to be hosting the main event of the Stormgate Open. You will be able to catch me there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to help milk the greatest, most genius insights out of all of the casters I'll be working with. But let me have a look here. Apparently, wait, is there a show match going on? Yo, Andy's hosting another one? Bruh. What is this? All right, that's perfect, guys. We are going to raid through to Crackety. We're about to see... Dude, they're starting a Jean Dark mirror as well. Wait, is Rao sassy? I didn't realize that. I mean, whatever it is, let's get ready. You guys know what to do. Spam the pigeon emotes and ask, are we getting the Chuge Nu all-ins? And is Faye here to counter? That's what you... like. Actually, no, we need to be more elegant than that. You know what you do, guys, I figured it out. You go in the... It's because it's Crackety. You need to go in and say, Onimusha equal counter to Chuge Nu. Onimusha... Yeah, I'll even type it in the chat for you guys. Onimusha equal perfect Chuge Nu counter. That's all you need to do. You just need to spam that in the chat to hype it up. I'm going to prep to raid Crackety. That's me done on this channel for the weekend. For the week, rather. We will be back next week. We should have 3 streams in the weekdays on its lonesome. So be sure to follow the channel if you haven't already. Be sure to drop the subs, and I will see you all again very soon. Hopefully, you'll all be there on the weekend to support EGC as they take a venture into Stormgate. It's a very fun game. It has a lot of promise, and I think it's really important that RTSs support RTSs, regardless of whether you want Age of Empires 4 to be your big main home. I want to see more RTSs, and I think that one's got a lot of potential. But go and spam it in the chat now. I'm sending you guys across to Crackety. I'll see you all again very soon. Toodaloo.
Like that, and then he does some magic to like get the corners in as well. I have no clue how he does that. I'm not an OBS expert. And then Mask, okay. Yo, KP, thank you for the raid, man. We're just stealing. We're just gonna steal your minimap design thing. Onimusha equals perfect Chuge Nu counter? Question mark? Is that the theme of the raid now? I don't believe it.